new, always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in, truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now he back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no after track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. Who can tell the shape of the ground? Just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5 letter line to 1 go, 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 go. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life.
All right, who's ready? It's Friday Night Live. Friday Night Love Jams. You want to tell Sheila goodnight? This is the spot, the wet spot. Every Friday with DJ Too Deep, live on 102.5 K-Dig. Up next, Color Me Bad with I Want to Sex You Up. No, I'm kidding, it's Jeranism. Friday Unplugged coming up.
From the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
Yes, yes, yes. It's your chance to say F you to the week. Get the F out of here. Weekend right around the corner. And while you'll be out having fun, I have a monster to kill. Gotta tame them. It's coming up right here. Friday Unplugged. Let's get started. Uh-oh, rewind. Start that over. We're going to need to rethink that one. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is another episode of Jeranism, Friday Unplugged. Which one are we on to now, you ask? Well, that's a good question. I'm glad you're thinking about it, and it's first thing on your mind. And we are on to season number 2, episode number 4. Episode number 4. Checking my audio here to make sure we are good. I think we're good. Can we get a 5x? 5x in the house, please, somebody. So I know that we are good. What's up, everybody in the chat? We got MPE in the chat. We've got Patricia Steer in the house. What up, Patricia? Nice to see you. Glad you are here. Hopefully you're well. We've got Shifty Eye Shady's in the house. We've got I Am the Craig, as opposed to the other Craig. We've got Galaxy Soup. Greetings to you, my friend. 5x says Globetown. We've got Real Singus in the house. Give me a 5x. Thank you very much. We've got Nick Kennedy. 5 times on the mic. Thank you. Very kind. Should we check in with Enrique? Make sure that he can... Enrique, everybody wants you to say hello if you don't mind. You could just... Your mic's over there. Over there. Thank you.
Oh, you wanted it now? My bad. I was busy doing everything for you.
You really don't do that much for me. In fact, you're off most times. You're not even nailing it when I need you. But that's okay. That's okay. Everyone's happy that you're here. We're happy that you get your payment of a $10 a show. It's pretty good. So we'll be taking care of that after the show. Don't get excited right now. All right? Please. Thank you. Thank you.
Jefe,
right. What?
Jefe, yes. Can I borrow $5?
No, we're not doing this again.
I'll pay you back, Jefe.
We're not doing this again. No $5. No $5. None.
You change sides more than my cousin switching baby daddies.
Okay. Good start to the show. Guys, it is episode number 2. We're at episode number 4, season 2. And we're going to be talking about the monster that I have created. If you didn't know, if you haven't looked around, there is a savage beast running a boot, and we're going to try to take it down today. We're going to try and kill it. There's a bluebird on my shoulder. Can I kill it? Can I kill it? Can I kill it? Welcome one, welcome all. It is another Friday Unplugged in the Unplugged studio. Is that what we're going to call it? No, I just made that up right now. Give it to me. Give it to me anyway. All right, and make sure I saw Rusted Soul did a video about Austin Whitsitt, and she saw these earbuds, and she said, look it, that means he's with CIA. Hey, dear, did you know that if somebody's wearing headphones, they could have voices in there too? That's not just these earphones. So now am I CIA too? What am I supposed to say now? Okay. We'll be right back after. What? Okay. They're going to tell me everything I got to say, and I'll make sure that I convey it to you. That's the program here at the, what is it, CIA? I don't even know what we're a part of anymore. FBI, CIA, the independent, I don't know what it's called. Government PSYOP team? I don't know. Don't know. I haven't seen a check yet. I'm poor, and these guys lied to me and told me I'd be getting some money, and I'm not getting anything. So, joke's on me. How about that? Joke's on me. All right, we got a lot of things to cover today. We've got we are going to do a Flashback Friday. That's coming up today. We're going to find out who takes home the Darth ball of the week. Do you have any suggestions? Do you have any in mind? I don't know if you'll pick this one. This one's going to be kind of out of the box. And actually, it was down to 2 people, and we're going to give a runner-up this week. He doesn't get the Dirt Ball award. But I was also thinking of putting these ones on for sale, the ones that I have already, the 4 that we have. You think you guys would maybe buy those? What do you want? $10 with free shipping? Get them the hell out of my house. I don't want the dirt balls here. Don't want them here. All right. We've got MP. I already said that. You're in the house. Moistifer. Welcome to the show. All right. Let's get started. Let's do something fun to begin. I want to do something fun. Let's go with Dirt Ball of the Week just to get them out of the way. Well, actually, no. I changed my mind. We're going to start with a Durant, and we'll go from there, and that'll get us right on the right foot, and then from there we will be able to move on. So the topic of tonight is the monster that I have created, and it's not anybody else's fault. It's my fault. It's multiple people, I guess, were involved in this monster creating, but since I saw it through for so long, 10 years, which is embarrassing to say. And then to see what it's become, when I show you what it's become, what it's devolved to this week has proven that the monster needs to be handled. Okay, and by that I mean tied up and destroyed. All right? There's no way to sugarcoat this at all. I built the monster. I fed it. I nurtured it. I gave it a name. I handed it a microphone and said, here, say whatever you want. Let people come up on stage, say what they wanted, and everybody got addicted to this weird quasi-truth. It's not even an intellectual pursuit anymore. It is a pursuit of egos and self-righteousness. What did the bottom of the... I forgot what it said. Let me go back and look at this. What did the bottom of the thumbnail say? Because I like the way I worded it. Yeah, a rude, condescending, delusional, paranoid, arrogant, echo chamber dwelling monster. It's a great way to put it, Jaron. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, it's all right. No, don't say anything. I got it. It's good. It's not bad. We liked it. That's what I would call it. Okay. And right now it's running around like a rabid dog, biting anything it can and just leaving a trail of destruction, basically. It's got claws. It's got fangs. It's gross. You know, like when they, some sort of, what do you call it? Frothing at the mouth. You know what I will mention real quick, though? Were anybody else deathly afraid of the movie Cujo? Why'd they have to come out when I was like 6? What year did that come out? 'Cause somehow I remember it. Well, I remember it was on TV, I think, when I was like 6 or 7. Cujo. Stephen King. What year? Cujo. Cujo. What year was Cujo? I see the images. That's not going to help me. What year was the movie? Cujo movie year. Anybody want to guess? Scary ass flick. 83. Okay, that makes more sense. I mean, 83, and I was probably 6 or 7 when it hit TV or something like that. Sounds about right. But yeah, that's what I think of the flat earth right now. They're like that rabid dog, and you got to shoot it sometimes. You got to shoot the dog. What are you gonna do? Have you ever seen Turner and Hooch? Turner and Hooch was a movie that definitely pulled a tear from my eye, and the reason for that was because they had to... Oh, no, he died helping him, right? Or he got shot, though, didn't he? I think I remember him being shot. Who's the other dog that got shot? Old Yeller. Old Yeller, that was a sad one. You got to take him out to the woodshed. That's what Dean Oldham wanted to do to MC Toon. He wanted to have old Dean come out and take him over to the woodshed. And I don't know what they do in the woodshed, and nobody wants to know, and nobody should know. It should be kept very private. We don't want to be involved in that, so we won't be. Anyway, let's get back to the point at hand. After I got over Cujo, which I'm still a little bit scared. But, so, we now have a group of people. Like I said, they are basically, you know what it's like? Let me explain it like this. It's like raising a bunch of rude, entitled, delusional children, right? Who want to throw fits and tantrums anytime somebody says gravity. They want to screech, everything's fake. The Blue Origin's fake, even though there's no reason why you would ever fake something so silly. A glorified reverse bungee jump. Throw somebody up in the air and watch them come down and float down. Wow, it's just a parabolic flight, but longer, more expensive, and actually shorter, really, if you think about it. Parabolic flight's going to take you a lot longer than the 11 minutes they were up there. But just to call it fake because with no evidence at all. We're going to get into that a little bit. But what it's doing is taking away from any space conspiracy that there was, any space fakery going on. When you're calling things out that are not fake, that's when you start to have problems. Because who's going to listen to you then? Who's going to listen to you? And the lies are just, oh my goodness, they are so deep. Just the lies from every channel. And I see why the flat earthers fall for them. I really do. It's because they're in an echo chamber. I'm going to even give you proof of that here shortly. Okay? But the flat earthers are the liars now. The flat earthers have become their worst enemy. They become what we swore to destroy, right? That was the point. They are peddlers of nonsense. Okay, they had a problem with dark energy and dark matter. What a joke. No one's ever seen it, blah, 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 blah. Now they have invoked apparent suns, mystery suns, reflective domes, dome refraction, which is a good one. I mean, you got to give them credit for that one. Reflection, superfluidity, ceilings, domes made of I don't know what, spinning I don't know what speed, 3,000 miles per hour, carrying the stars around for you. They say things like, this Polaris is the only star that doesn't move, even though Polaris moves. They say there is no star at the South Celestial Pole, so therefore it's not real. However, there is no star at the North Celestial Pole, so how about that one? Okay, Polaris is not at the North Celestial Pole. That's why it moves. It does a little circle. So it is no different than the South Celestial Pole. Just because there's a star there or not, or close by, doesn't mean anything, but these guys can't figure that out. They want to invoke the most irrational explanations for anything. And they have to. And that we should, I guess, expect, right? So when we got into this, we swore that we would destroy people like these peddlers of nonsense, these bullies in comment sections, and we called them pseudoscientists, and now you guys are invoking apparent sons and mystery sons and secondary sons and third sons and tertiary sons, and who knows how many sons you need. However many you need to get to the place where it matches, I guess we'll just have that many sons. However, there is a model that answers all questions, that solves all issues. And I get it, because it took me 10 years to figure it out. But when you think people are lying to you, this is part of the problem, right? If you think people are lying to you, you're going to create narratives that play into that. Okay? So you go around and you've been parroting these 2015 memes, recycled garbage. What's on TikTok now is garbage. Okay, what I see on Facebook is garbage. Garbage post after garbage post. Lie after lie. I mean, you guys screamed about indoctrination. I screamed about indoctrination, but now you are the ones indoctrinating children into the wrong belief. Teach critical thinking. And if you do that, there's no way they could come to the conclusion that the earth is flat. Teach critical thinking. And it's hard for me to say this, and I get it. I almost feel, here's how I feel. Because I was part of it for 10 years, I don't feel I even have a right to be on the other side, right? It comes across as way too highbrow or way too, I never was like that, and I need to fess up for it, that I was a major part of it. This is why I'm saying I created the monster. It is of my own doing. And so I can't hate the sun for being hot. I can't expect flat earthers to be okay with me being a part of them for 10 years and then flipping on a switch. I can't be okay with that, or I can't think that they'd be okay with that. So I need to accept their frustrations, and all I ask is that they do give me one listen, whether it's one of the shows from the Friday Unplugged or one. I wish I could talk to all of them for 10 minutes each, because I think that there's some things that people need to hear, and I don't think they're hearing it. I don't think they get it. So tonight we're going to go through some of those, look at some of those, of how we can kill this monster. It perhaps is easier than we think. Who knows? But it's getting scary, because when I see something like I'm going to show you tonight that I found that somebody did, it hurts me inside, because I help put the people that are there now there, right? So if there's somebody going after those people, grifting, getting their data like Dave Weiss, just taking them for a ride like Mark Sargent, whoever it is, whatever they're doing, it's partially my fault. So I have to be here to at least be that ear for them, or to be that voice saying, hey, they're lying to you. Hey, watch out. We'll go ahead and do our runner-up real quick, just so I can give an example. The runner-up for Dirth Ball of the Week this week was Joe Hamby, because Joe Hamby posted something on Facebook that was kind of true, but had some falsity in it, and also has no explanation in a flat earth world when you look at it correctly. So I came into a comment section and I just wrote my comment. Wasn't mean, wasn't rude. Just said, hey, think about this. If you're doing this. And then was excited to see what he would say back, because there is no comeback. There is no explanation. The only thing you can say is, that's pretty interesting. Right. So I'm waiting around. I decide to go back to the page to see if anybody commented. And of course, my comment's gone. So I'm like, what the hell? Did Joe Hamby just delete my comment for no reason? So then I go look, and he actually wrote me a message saying, hey, I don't feel like debating. I don't want anything between us or something. Just if you comment on my page, I'm just going to delete it. And that's dirtball. Okay, I don't really get what the point is there, because you're wrong about what you said. And if you're not going to allow somebody to come into the comments and say, hey, he's wrong, then you are trapping people into an incorrect belief because of your false statement. So I don't know how I'm supposed to be okay with that, because this is the reason people are stuck in flat earth. People will always tell me when I tell them about this or that, and then they go, oh, Joe Hamby solved it. Well, no, he didn't. Well, yeah, it was great posts on Facebook. Nobody, let me guess, nobody comments and says it's wrong. I wonder why. I wonder why it's just all positive comments and nobody says that it's wrong, even though it's wrong. And we will show you that here shortly because it's important. And I think it's one of the easiest ways to tell, because I like to come up with ways that you can figure out the shape of the earth without the need of anybody. Meaning no teacher, no NASA scientist, no professor, no military, no governor, no government, no authority at all. How about you, your eyes, and the sun? And that's it. So if we can do that, and we can convince people, go out and test it for yourself, but you need to show them that they've been lied to. Because right now they think that the flat earthers are being honest, and it's the globe earthers that are lying. And I'm here to tell them it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the Dave Weisses that are lying. It's the people talking about this blue origin or blue, what it's called? Yeah, blue origin. It's the way that they frame their shots. I saw Dubé do it, right? So Dubé has a certain scene showing the capsule landing, and he's kind of saying from the side of it, he's like, oh, and don't you think there would be ambulances here? And well, there's a scene right before that where you can see the ambulances there. But of course, he waits till the scene after where you can't see anything, and he cuts it or, crops it. So, of course, there were cars there with sirens, and I'm sure that you would know right away if somebody's hurt. They would tell you. There's a voice in there, or there's, intercom. Somebody say, hey, Mary's back hurts. And then the ambulance would race up there. But if nobody's hurt, we don't need any ambulances racing up there. And because they improperly opened a door at the wrong time, doesn't mean shit. It means that they opened the door at the wrong time. Oh, but the door opened inwards, and they opened. Just garbage stuff. Garbage. Remember that the inside is pressurized, right? So by that, you would then be shutting the door, pushing the door shut. So that is the way you would expect that to be done. But again, look at submarines. Submarines have the pressure from the top push the cap down because the pressure grows in the water and then pushes the capsule down or pushes the lid. So and then the dummy hand was from 2007. So there's actually nothing, right? There is nothing. And yet I need to get Cujo off the screen. That is not what I want to be looking at. Thank you. Bye, Cujo. You're gone. Be gone. Be gone, Dub Dog. All right. I wonder if Enrique, do you like dogs?
Before I met you, I believed in aliens. Now I believe in therapy.
Yeah, but asked about dogs. Just check. It's going to be tough for because I don't really speak Spanglish and he doesn't really speak English. So I don't know how we're ever going to communicate well. Anyway, back to what we were saying. So here's the sad thing about this flat earth movement, or whatever you want to call it. Growing, knowing, flat earth knowing, whatever they want to call it, right? You need to ask yourself the question, what in the living hell are you doing? Think about this. I feel like somebody should have came up to me and slapped me across the face. Probably about 8 years ago. And said, what is the end goal here? What do you think you're going to accomplish? And I would have said, oh, we're going to change the world. As soon as everybody knows that space travel is fake and there's no planets, then we're all going to be happy and everyone's going to be loving to each other. And red will like blue and blacks will like whites. And we're going to finally allow the trans, swimmers and all. It's just going to be, basically everyone's going to be happy. It's going to be like heaven on earth, basically. But with a lot of crime. Besides that, it'll be pretty nice. But here's the issue, is that whatever was going to happen wasn't going to be enlightenment, right? It doesn't lead to the truth. It would never lead to flat earth being true, that's for sure, or flat earth taking over, because you must represent reality better than the globe. That's how you take over the globe. Anybody's welcome to do it. Just simply represent reality better than the globe. And flat earth could never even come close. We tried. We had some things. This, that, and then this didn't work. This or that, and then this didn't work. Most of the correct things from the flat earth have to do with the earth being a lot larger than people think in their head. And besides that, everything else is just because we live in the north. The south completely and destructively rapes the flat earth, rapes it, and leaves it in the gutter for naught. It is pounded its head into the cement. And to see it still struggling to get up and just, it's weary. It's basically got one eye, one arm, one finger on one arm, and, a head like Dave Weiss. It's a beast. And it's injured, but it still keeps going. And it gets worse as it goes, right? So as it tries to put its second eyeball back in, it realizes it's desperate. So it starts reaching for ad hominems. It starts calling people names. It starts throwing people under the bus. It starts lying about this, lying about that. Before you know it, you're claiming that there's bushes on Mars, courtesy of NASA. You're claiming that the sun in the sky in Antarctica was actually laser beams or plasma balls that they put up there with a team of people that goes down there every year. And for the 5,000 people down there, there's a plasma team for each 5,000. It's an amazing operation. Or we were wrong. Or we were wrong, right? So if you can't better represent reality than the globe, which you cannot, because you cannot explain a sunrise or sunset or an angle. You cannot explain the 24-hour sun in the south, which is a fact. You can't explain the backwards moving sun, the backwards moving moon, the upside down sun, the upside down moon. You'll never be able to explain the sun setting right to left in the south when looking west, and the sun setting left to right in the north looking west. We're going to get into that here shortly. Okay? So it doesn't lead to the truth. That's what you need to remember, because flat earth isn't the truth. Right? Simply because the earth isn't flat, that is the reason why I think the monster needs to be taken down. If it was just I switched sides and now I believe this versus when I believe that, that's the hardest part about this, is it's not a belief. The earth can be nothing else. And I get it. It's hard to hear me say that. If you're a flat earther, you've discounted me. Oh, there's no way he could say that. Well, you just can't. You haven't listened. And you got into the flat earth without any fundamental axioms, like the south being a lie. Please understand, if the south isn't a lie, the earth cannot be flat. Because it means that the south is the complete opposite of the north, or the inverse of the north. And if that's the case, then what other shape could it be? You can't have a flat earth that has the north and the south being the same. Doesn't work. So all that this flat earth movement has done to the truth community as well is it's been a total psyop on the truth community, because it leads to division. It leads to paranoia. It leads to alienation from family and friends and your job. Wasted years. Cult thinking. Social isolation. Cognitive diarrhea. Narcissism. And an entire generation that's going to think that doing your own research means watching people like Weiss or Sargent or Leo tell them lies. Honesty left this movement a long time ago. I mean, I want to say it left when I left, but that's not true. I mean, I think it was gone before that, and I just didn't realize it. Why? Well, I probably fell into the narcissism, a little bit of the self-grandiosity thing as well, or just thinking there's no way I was wrong. Thought there was no way I was wrong. So much so that I went down to Antarctica because I thought that there was a chance we'd see the sunset. So, not the sharpest tool in the cram box. Okay? What it didn't do, though, think about this. Our entire movement of the flat earth never fostered or led to exploration. It never led to any discovery. It never led to any community, any kind of friendships or growth. It was destructive. It took down people. It took down communities. It split friends. It didn't lead to Antarctica. It didn't lead to satellites. It didn't lead to GPS. It didn't lead to plane flights or plane routes or anything. Nothing in the actual world was ever affected by one thing that the flat earth did other than to make news for its stupidity. I mean, we tried all that stuff, and King Nico is still having to sleep with his stuffed lion at night because of TFE. Vika Dravis has gotten even uglier. Dave Weiss has gotten balder. Marty Leeds has gotten dumber. Jake the Asshole has gotten shorter. Leo is still on the crane. Don't know what's up with Leo. Flatzoid is a few head knocks against the wall of being considered a jellyfish. Legally. But actually, a jellyfish can... it can tell that you can't use a compass on a chair because it can tell the chair's metal. So, I mean, it's really not doing much favors for the jellyfish. Jellyfish isn't that bad. The jellyfish has never said in its life, a loop in Antarctica? A loop in Antarctica? Never heard of a loop. No jellyfish has ever said that. So he's really close. Flatzoid. Katy Perry was launched into the sky on a zero-G carnival ride. Get over it. Get over it. So you guys can keep going, but I'm going to be right there to tell everybody where your lies are, to point them out over and over again. You can block me all you want, and it's only your own demise. The longer that you remain part of a group that has no more truth involved, there is no more truth. Go watch a Dave Weiss interview now. It's all garbage. The truth has left the building. It's misunderstandings. It's him saying, well, why doesn't the moon get pulled in by the sun? Over and over and over again, over and over and over again. Even though he says he went to like 4 years of college for that subject, and you think he would understand how it's gravitationally attracted to the Earth, and it's as a unit being attracted by the sun, going around the sun. But hey, who am I? Who am I to say those things? Probably nobody. But let's be clear that this ends now. The lies end today. No more appeasing. No more just asking questions. No more giving oxygen to these intellectual arsonists. Okay, I built this monster, but I'm not afraid of it. It's not like Cujo to me. It's like Cujo, but if Cujo had one leg and no teeth. Right? I mean, it's going to come up. It's going to gnaw on your ankles. Don't get me wrong. He's a tough dog. But, one swift punch to the eye socket. It's only got one eye, too, by the way. I think I told you that already. And when that second eye rolls out, it's not as easy anymore. And if we just keep kicking it, kick the dead dog until it breathes no more. Because it has caused too much trouble. And it's going to take years for some people to recover for this. And I'm saying years to probably talking about myself. It's going to take years. So for everybody else, I don't know how long it'll take them. But for me, very difficult to see the people trapped in this world that I put here. And now I can't get out. They fell in love with the lie. And maybe we made it too attractive. Maybe we made it sound too sure. But for some reason, it attracted people, whether they were in some sort of trauma moment. By the way, if you are a former flat earther, which we call a WWF member, which stands for We Were Flat, you can reach out on email, wwf@jeranism.com, or you can reach out on Telegram, t.me/Jeranism. If you'd like to be interviewed, we have about 6 more lined up, and we'll get some more. I think we have one tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's Sunday. Might be Sunday. So I'm not afraid of this monster, and I'm going to subdue it because it's mine. And like every monster before it, well, I'm going to drag it back to its cage. I'm going to beat its ever-loving ass into submission. And I'm going to end it before it consumes one more damn mind. However, it may take some time. There's a lot of them, and there's one of me. And the fight is worth having, because I do think at the end we can get to a place where at least the people that I love and respect and am sad to see there, maybe I can get some of them back. The other ones, the grifters, the throw you under the bus after 10 years, I'll be on your show every week and then throw you under the bus the second you leave. Those guys can take a hike. Not trying to win over them. They're clearly gone. Both of them have said, oh, well, if the sun does this, then clearly the earth is a ball. And then the sun did that, and they're like, well, it's fake. Yeah, that's the only answer you can give. So we're not impressed. We're not impressed at all. But we're not going to let this monster continue on because it will grow. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's figure out first who is the Dirtball of the week. And from there, we will get to something good. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Your Dirtball of the week. Who's it going to be? It's going to be interesting. I don't know. You tell me. Could it be Satan? No.
Try to be best, well this week you're the man. Yeah, there's no way that you can escape it. Hard to believe you went and did that stuff. Such a dirtball, that's a mistake. History repeats itself. Try hard and you'll succeed. Every Friday when we name another dirtball of the week. You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels are just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
Uh-oh. You always got to remember to watch out for the shovel. Dink. And the winner is the one and only Terry R. Eichner, otherwise known as Flat Out Truth, otherwise known as Flat Out Lies, otherwise known as steals people's shit and doesn't give anybody credit, otherwise known as puts up fake shit and blocks comments and curates his comment section and then turns them on pause. We'll be right back to talk more about that. Terry Archer, you are the Dirtball of the week.
Around. The very best dirtball pound for pound. You're the best around. Not just in your town, you're world renowned. You're the best around. It wasn't even close, you won her down.
Oh, Terry, I've had problems with this guy from the very first day that he's been here on YouTube. Taking my content, taking other people's content. Then we caught him lying by downloading his video, changing it, trying to re-upload it and pretend like he never did that. However, MC Toon was smart enough to have the original, proving him to be a liar in this week's Dirtball of the week. Way to go, Terry.
Around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels are just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
I got to show you what he's got up on his channel today. I think it was up a couple days ago, but oh, that's not supposed to be on the screen. I'm supposed to be the umpire. Yeah, Terry R. Archer, you are Dirtball. Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, almost got a little late there. Figured it out. We figured it out. Oh no, you don't have to turn off the name, just the picture. God bless it. I'll learn this one day. There we go. Terry R. Archer, you are the Dirtball of the week. Congratulations, that is week number 5 winner. Your trophy will go up on sale on my website for the low, low price of $19.99 with no shipping, no handling. And you can bring home your own ball of dirt to put on your dresser with your other terrible trophies. I'm sure you have none. If you do have a trophy, it's for dirtball or stealing. Most bases stolen, maybe possibly. Most ideas stolen, most videos stolen without giving credit. You would win that one too. Let me show you what we got here. Let me bring him up. Oh, what's this thing over here for? Let's bring him up here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Come on. There we go. There we go. It's Flat Out Truth. That was your Dirtball of the week. Brought to you by Dirtball number 1. That is Darth, the Dirtball, who can't get away from lying anymore. He just loves it too much. He loves it too much. Let's do this. Show you over here. I'm going to bring you over. Hang with me for a second. There we go. All right. So this is Terry's site here, or Terry's YouTube channel. Shut up, music. All right, thank you. We are... sorry, I know you have nothing on the screen. This is kind of what we want to do. Man, just did this last week. How weird. Hold on one second. I have it on my browser screen, I mean my preview screen, but it will not move over. Why is this not moving over? Browser solo. Never seen this before. Properties. Oh, gotta change it again. Yeah, this one. Maybe that'll work. Move. All right, there we go. Thank you. All right, so this video is on his channel. I saw it from one day ago. It's already got 9.6 thousand subs. Am I just pissed off it gets more? I'm sorry, 9.6 thousand views. Am I just pissed off that it gets more views than me? Never. I would never be so low as that. Yes, I'm fucking pissed. Okay, lies are what does it here in this world. Lies are what gets you the clicks. Lies are what gives you the views, gives you the little dopamine hits. Get your little pecker hard. Okay, let's look at some of the stuff here. So this is number one, a video, and it's got no description. Okay, nothing there. It says Katy Perry sued over space hoax. Let's go ahead and watch this.
In a turn of events more dramatic than a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster, Jeff Bezos, billionaire founder of Amazon and space tourism frontman, has filed a jaw-dropping $50 million lawsuit against pop superstar Katy Perry. The reason...
Now, any human being that has any faculties of thinking at all, has a functioning brain stem at all, knows immediately that this is a bullshit story. You should know already. Okay? These people that say don't trust the media, don't trust the news, will trust anything that they sounds like the media to them. What happened to don't trust, do your own research? These people will believe an AI voice because it sounds like the media. The same people telling you not to watch the media will now believe a stupid ass video because it sounds like the media. That's retarded. That's retarded. This is an AI generated nonsense script. You know how we could do this right now on my phone in literally 10 minutes. We could take news clips from this footage. We could go type something into ChatGPT. Say, ChatGPT, give me a script that says that this was a faked expedition. And maybe I should do that just for fun. Let's see what it sounds like. Because it would be just easy. Okay, I'm over here. Let me go to ChatGPT. I'm going to type this in. That sounds like fun to me. I like doing things like that. ChatGPT. We're going to see if we can make our own Dirt Bell movie. ChatGPT, come on up. All right, so we're going to say, write a script for a female voice talking about the launch of Blue Origin with Katy Perry being a known internet hoax perpetrated by the elite. They are spraying the skies, faking moon landings. Jeff Bezos sued that black girl. I don't know what her name is, but we'll just say black girl. They'll figure it out. For what's a good number? 66 million? Yeah, I think it's a good number. 66 billion. I think a billion sounds better. For 66, I'll do million. Jeff Bezos sued that black girl for $66 million for failing to fake the launch. Talk more about secrecy in covert space operations. You are taking the voice of someone who clearly knows that space is fake and gay. You can't put gay. ChatGPT won't allow that. Is fake and very fake. Promote the flat earth truth like you are Dave Weiss and have an app that depends on it. What do you think he'll come up with? Okay, let's go. Go. See how ChatGPT does. While we're doing that, we're going to go grab what is it called? 11 Labs. Just going to go grab me an AI voice. And we're going to see if we can do the same thing. We're just going to turn the volume down on his and see if we can sell people on bullshit too. I bet you we can. Let's go text to speech. Text to speech, please. Yes. Can we get oops, that's Enrique. We don't want Enrique's voice. Enrique, you don't get to be here. You are not the one. Let's see. Let's find a girl. How about Francesca's Secret? Oh, I like that name. Pretty. Oh, I wanted to play it. That didn't work. That did not work. Hold on. Why is my voice isn't playing? Come on. What is going on here? Is this frozen? All right, there we go. Okay, so if that's not working, that voice is not working. Let's try a different one. Recently used, professional, top picks for you. Those are all males. Oh, Sarah Martin. How was she sound?
Adentrándose en el Amazon.
Okay, Sarah, no. No, Sarah, no. No, thank you. No gracias. How about Francesca's Secret?
Listening to music is a great way for poets to find inspiration.
Thank you, Francesca.
Explore different narratives.
Oh, and makes...
Hola, mi carnal.
No,
Aquí llegó tu
Enrique.
cuate.
No, Enrique. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. Not your turn. I don't see any good ones. Let's just search voices. Can we put female news? Sophia Langford?
I'm Sophie Langford. You can use my voice for
that's pretty good.
documentaries, training.
Mira?
Movies are pictures of
No.
kind eyes see the beauty
No,
in
I like
everyone.
Sophia.
I'm Sophie Langford.
Yeah,
You can
sounds good
use
to
my
me.
voice for documentaries,
Sophie's the one.
training videos, news reading, and more,
Yeah, we got you. We're
where
on.
clarity and confidence
Thank you,
matter.
Sophia. Thank you. Can you guys hear Sophia? Hopefully you can see her. I don't know if you can hear her or not. Okay, we got her. We're going to see what ChatGPT came up with. Hopefully it's good. We don't need to change it at all. Here's the script. What? What is this? This is what you wrote? ChatGPT, that's pretty bad. That's not quite what I wanted. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Didn't I tell... Script. Blue Origin, Katy Perry. No, not... Oh, I said script? That's not really what I wanted. That's not what I mean. Okay. I see that problem. It's not a script that we want. It's a news report, right? It's a... I don't know what you call that. Write a news report in a female voice declaring the... What do you call that? The results of the recent Blue Origin launch as fake. Twitter hashtags were trending. And the country was in disbelief, as Elon Musk even weighed in, saying SpaceX was also fake. So, I mean, this is the kind of things happening in the world right now that you guys don't even know about. Okay. And then I'll put talk at length. There we go. About the launch of Blue Origin with Katy Perry. Okay, we got all that. O-B-O-U-T. A-B-O-U-T. Thank you. About the launch. All right, let's try that again. Maybe that's... I didn't write it last time. Good. The script is not right. I wrote like a script like for a movie or something. Okay, let's see this one. Good evening to the Celeste Sky. That's your name? She came up with her own name. Thank you. Okay, this looks good, I guess. Yeah. And he uses the word pantomime. It's going to be funny. All right. Wow, that's long. Keep going. Still writing. All right, it's good. Let's see. This has been Celeste Sky signing off from the Edge. Thank you, Celeste. We would go in and we would fix this a little bit if it were real, but we're just going to put it in as is and see how it sounds. All right, we ready? Let's go generate speech. Do it. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me check my sounds.
Good evening
Oh, sorry,
to
on the
the real
screen I didn't see
ones
that.
still using their brains.
There you go. It is working.
This is Celeste Sky, reporting to you from where the actual world ends. No, not outer space, but right here, at the edge of reason, where the veil is thin and the lies are loud. Breaking news. Blue Origin's latest launch. Officially declared faked. That's
oh, no.
right. What the mainstream media is calling a technological miracle. We're calling what it is. Hollywood, with a budget and a fog machine.
I mean, this is how much it
This
takes.
so-called Blue Origin launch was nothing more than a CGI-heavy pantomime, featuring, of all people, Katy freaking Perry,
Wow, perfect
who
timing.
must have left her Illuminati pyramid throne just long enough to strap into Jeff Bezos' giant space dildo and pretend to pierce the firmament.
I didn't tell her to say that.
Spoiler alert, she didn't.
No?
her? Because she's a known hoax priestess.
Oh, she's a hoax
She didn't
priestess.
just fake a launch.
I knew
Girl
it.
faked being John Benet Ramsey.
She's John Bonet?
Look it up. She's neck deep in elite agenda programming, and it's not even subtle anymore.
Oh, no.
Now, the country is in disbelief.
I bet they are.
For a Blue Origin hoax and then just space is fake.
Right.
Were trending on Twitter within hours.
So they were number one
and
tweet.
It wasn't just the usual suspects chiming in.
Nope. All the famous
Even
people.
Elon Musk.
Right.
Yes, the Elon, the grand wizard of the Mars delusion himself,
Right.
tossed a tweet that sent shockwaves. Maybe we faked more than just the Mars landing.
See, I knew it.
Maybe we faked it all. SpaceX equals
Of course you said that.
CGI.
Right.
Tweet since deleted, but screenshots.
Oh, it was
don't.
deleted. He deleted the tweet, guys.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes,
Deleted the tweet.
Bezos is spiraling. Word is, he sued a black engineer involved in the project.
He did sue that black chick.
$66 million.
I know. I heard that.
Allegedly for botching the realism of
Right.
the fake launch.
Can't believe it.
Light Girl didn't apply enough lens flare and smoke effects or something.
Right.
It's a cover-up within a cover-up.
It's a cover up with a
You
cover
can't
up.
make this up.
Cannot make it up.
Except they did. Let's talk
Hey,
about those
ChatGPT is
covert
pretty funny.
space operations.
Okay, so you get the point.
Origin and SpaceX
I could
are really
put that
keeping
out,
it
and I'm going to
for
get
cosmic
more
supremacy.
views. Think about it.
Sweetheart, this is WWWE for nerds.
WWE.
It's scripted.
Hello.
It's staged.
I'm hitting pause on the
It's
actual video, trying to stop it. It's actually coming from the voice thing. Anyway, let's think about what just happened here. So, if I cared about views and clicks, which all these guys do, I've just learned that in 15 minutes, I could create a video that would get me more views than all the time I've been sitting here prepping for the show, having to worry about the damn internet, now doing the show for 3-4 hours. I will make more money, more views, more clicks if I just lie to people. And this is becoming something that they know. And guess what? The flat earthers are an easy ass mark. Okay? You can go look through all my videos. I've never done anything like that. I was not taking advantage of flat earthers. The people that are left are taking advantage of flat earthers. Okay? Let's just listen to a little bit of the real story here of what... It's the same thing. You're going to hear it's the same thing. It's just what Terry or somebody wrote. Let's listen.
Dramatic, a historic moment into an embarrassing media circus. The legal documents
Let's
filed
listen to-
are nothing short.
Let's listen to how many lies there are here. I'm going to play... Enrique, can you give me a buzzer for every lie? A buzzer. A buzzer. Buzzer. Oh, Jesus
You were a flat earther?
Yes.
Damn, bro. That's like saying you ate glue in school.
No, it's different than that. No, it's kind of the same. It's a little bit the same. Just get a buzzer. Thank you. Get a buzzer. All right. We're going to buzzer every incorrect false statement. There might be a few. Let's go.
Perry allegedly blew the lid off what was meant to be a tightly
Already?
choreographed, PR-perfect space tourism stunt by opening the capsule from the inside, exposing the entire operation, and turning what was supposed to be a historic moment into an embarrassing media circus.
Well, that's
Legal
kind of true.
documents filed are nothing short
No legal
of
documents filed.
Bezos, through his legal team,
No,
claimed
Bezos
that
not through his
Perry
legal team.
violated direct instructions and internal protocol,
False.
effectively sabotaging the space capsule's grand reveal.
No, false.
In what Bezos describes as a devastating mistake,
False.
Perry opened the capsule hatch from the inside before Bezos could make his choreographed external appearance, exposing what he claims was a simulation environment
False.
meant solely for visual and promotional effect.
False.
To put it plainly, the Amazon founder is accusing Katy Perry of exposing the alleged truth behind a heavily publicized spaceflight.
False.
That it never left Earth. What was supposed to be Blue Origin's glittering moment, featuring Katy Perry as the surprise celebrity guest aboard the next-gen capsule, has instead spiraled into an all-out media frenzy. The stunt, meant to reinforce Bezos' space empire as not only revolutionary but also pop culture relevant, backfired in the most catastrophic fashion.
Oh, backfired.
Perry's simple action, pushing the wrong button, or the right one depending on who you ask, has now triggered a war between two of the biggest names in
False.
their respective fields. According to insiders,
False.
the capsule was
No
staged
insiders.
to appear as though it had re-entered Earth's atmosphere after orbiting the planet.
No.
Bezos was supposed to dramatically open the door from the outside, helping Perry out as cameras rolled and drones captured every
No.
second. for
Katy
a
Perry wasn't even first out.
live stream. Instead, the pop icon reportedly unlatched the inner handle and stepped out by herself,
False.
leaving technicians, PR handlers, and Bezos himself in complete disarray. The result? Media outlets and internet sleuths immediately began speculating. Sharp-eyed viewers noted that there was no re-entry scorch marks, no landing gear marks on the desert floor, and worse, there were background noises in the live stream that suggested they were in a
False.
soundstage. The timeline of the space flight was quickly dissected and doubted.
False.
In less than 24 hours, hashtags like #BezosGate and
False.
#SpaceHoax trended worldwide. Jeff Bezos, the man whose wealth and ambition have practically redefined 21st century capitalism, now finds himself on the defensive.
False.
His team argues that the exposure has not only hurt the credibility of Blue Origin,
False.
but also scared off investors,
You get the point.
shaken corporate partnerships.
We're halfway through, and I probably said false 50 times. Okay? So there's no idiot in the world that watches that and thinks, I need to put this on my channel, unless they are a Darth ball. Terry R. Eicher. There's no way you believe half of what she's saying because you wrote it and it's garbage. But let's see what you've done here. This is why you became Darth Ball of the Week, not just posting it. That's bad enough. How about this? We've got comments, okay, 153 of them, but look what happened here. Oh, the comments are paused. Paused comments? How come? Terry, what happened? Why did we pause comments? I don't get it. So people left comment and then you paused them? Why would you ever pause comments? So let's see, how many people, what do you think the percentages are of people who think this is fake versus people who know that it's real? If you thought 100% of people think that this is a real news story, you would be correct. Let's read through them. I hope these Satanists will be boycotted everywhere and go bankrupt. Oh, this is great. Nothing escapes the firmament. So William Shatner lied too? Oh my God, sit back and watch them eat themselves. The Smith Modernization Act of 2012, which passed the law in 2013, says that it makes it legal for the United States to create news stories and present them as real events to Americans in order to push agendas. This happened under the Obama presidency. Now, this person isn't smart enough to realize that what they're talking about is what this person just did, which is create a fake news story, put it in front of the public. Hello, where's the link to the news? I'm probably not going to find that. Probably fake. Okay. What do you attempt to hide will be shouted from the rooftops. Your sins will find you out. Oh, praise the Lord. Praise Jesus. Jesus, come soon. Jesus, come soon. Yep, they faked it because Earth is flat. Nope, sadly, it's not the biggest hoax. There's a bigger hoax. John Bonet is not such a good space actress singer anymore. It was all so bad and fake, it seems to me like they want this to be seen as a big fake thing. But why? And what for? What are they up to? I don't trust the narrative they are spinning. It feels like a trap to me, or a tape of misdirection for a future plan. We'll wait and see where they're going with this. I think she might have been born from a jackal. Coffee or something. The whole space thing is a lie, BS lie. Just as if all the others were real. Suing, heck with that, they all need to be in prison. Sadly, a lot of people will accept this fake, but still believe the rest of NASA is real. I see now why NASA spends millions on training their astronauts. What a clown world. When first-time amusement ride goers, especially women, ask them how they feel, see what answer you get. They reap what they sow. In other words, he is covering his rear and making... So far, just so you know, the score is 100% of people in this chat believe that what they just saw is real. They are commenting on it as if it is real. We are in deep, deep dog shit. Told you, Earth is flat, with mountains and hills surrounded by water. Earth is one gigantic island. Now we finally know the truth. Oh, thank God. Jesus, praise Jesus, come back, Jesus. Friggin' Muppets. The hoax is a hoax on a hoax. They are fake in a fake world. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither shall anything be hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Luke, something, something. Jesus will reveal all lies. Verily, verily, the Lord rebuke all liars. Jesus, come quickly. Jesus, come quickly, please. Not that quickly, though, please. Hold it back a little bit. Thank you. That isn't even Perry, folks, okay? These things are transvestites, for one thing. And this is a magic show for the not paying attention crowd. Also, this is to keep you busy with bullshit. Now, I'm pretty sure this video is to keep you busy with bullshit. Keeping you from spending time getting to know Jesus and the Word of God. Also, this is also showing you amazing fakeness. So when the real fake comes, you will deem it as real deal. Wake up, people. Bozo's Clown Show. All of the astronauts are fake and should be laughed at out of their fake positions. I hope they laugh him out of court. Satanic rockets. How dare you prove I'm a liar? How dare you? I'm not. It's not fair. Plus, I tripped in a hole and scuffed my exotic unicorn skin cowboy boots. When did Katy Perry start looking like Morticia from the Addams Family? I'd bang her. The globe is impossible. That's hilarious. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. I wonder who's deceiving here. Who is deceiving? Is it Blue Origin? Or is it Terry R. Eichner? Or is it whoever made this fake news piece? Somebody is deceiving, but I can't figure it out who. It must be Katy Perry. Katy Perry, I'm sorry, John Benet Ramsey is definitely deceiving me. I don't think she liked it when she kissed that girl. Personally, I don't think she liked it. I think she likes men, she likes dick. You just got to live up with it. You just can't always just say you like something else. Be honest with yourself. Now you can sue clones. Thank you for that. So why can't we sue Bezos for deceiving us then? Yeah, tough one to win in court with, how much evidence do you have? Let me check that book here. Thought it was, 0. Okay. Yeah, it's tough to win with that. Might lose. We've got, the Earth is a closed system. There is no leaving. When they showed us the moon from inside the capsule, apparently the moon should not have been visible at the time they showed it. Or just do a little check yourself and see that it was visible. But that would be too, I mean, we're asking flat earthers to do their own research, right? We're asking them to not trust the news, right? That's what I thought we were teaching them. So I don't feel as bad because they're not following the teachings of the flat earth. I think millennials are the only ones who believe the television. Yeah, but you believe the YouTube talking AI. NASA has always been a giant slush fund. This was payback from the deep state for Bezos's butting up to Trump. Bunch of smiley faces. This is also silly, but it seems deliberate. They can't stuff up this badly, can they? Who knows? And what's an AI journal hit piece anymore from the reporting and commentary? Obviously, there is ritual here, but I wonder what sort of algorithmic tests might be at play, because it seems like such a good ad grade, such a good AD grade script, I don't know, and slapstick at that. They seem to be baiting the public with silliness, and they're beyond their usual identity politics now. Well, some of that is still there at play here. But maybe it's best just to observe this time. You know, script play out, let the script play out, rather than weigh in too quietly. Wait, what? Rather than weigh in too quiet. But maybe it's best just to observe this lame script play out, rather than weigh in too quickly. Got it. Now I get it. I don't know. Maybe these guys have played the game so long and too long, you know? They're under their own spell now. Their own juggernaut from God. What? Oh, their own judgment. Sorry. My screen is far away from me. So the scripts is just getting sillier by the day now. But yeah, probably some algorithmic testing. And the masses going on here. These people are smart. Who is this guy? I want to make sure if I ever see him, I thank him for his additions to society. I'm sure they're plentiful. Too many to name here on this show. Next show. Ha 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 ha, frauds, demon-worshipping deceivers. Jeff Bezos, next time, hire better actors, not singing bimbos. Bitch. What are they up to? Some story with the moon landing. Well, same story. The rich are eating each other. The rich are eating each other. It's illegal to fake space, according to NASA. What an oxymoron. Hey, Amazon boy, nobody bought your hoax to begin with. Now sue the shit out of each other. It looked like Star Wars 1977. Seems like a total waste of time, seeing we have much bigger issues we should all be working on. Oh, love this. Thanks for making it. Tea with Lions. Named Leo. The music, worldwide. And the outreach. Up help us all, always, and expose evil always. Jesus, come quickly. The whole thing was just done because more and more people are waking up to the truth of the flat earth. So they wanted to do this to make it seem as if it was a globe, and then they use celebrities so that it will be all over the news. As far as I'm concerned, the entire thing is a hoax, including the lawsuits. The lawsuits. Including the lawsuits etc. You don't just say one thing and then say etc. Etc. has to be in front after two things at least, including the lawsuits, etc. Entire thing bogus, distractional. Ha 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 ha. Translate to English. Ha ha ha. Will Dodge investigate the fraud of NASA? They should have known. I'm sorry. They should have shown us their pussies live instead. Oh, that's a little forward. I mean, this is the epitome of stupidity. Now, here's the problem. Terry I. Archner, the Christian, knows what he's doing. This is what you have to do in order for this to happen. You need to post a video. Then you need to get your no friend, fucking no wife, no job, no nothing ass into a chair. And you have to prepare for the comments to start coming in with one goal. And that goal is I'm not letting one comment get by that isn't in my pocket. This is fake. If anybody comes in here and says this is a fake news piece, you put this up, the earth is a globe, I'm going to delete all those. And then I'm going to freeze the comments. This is deliberate disinfo. This is purposely trapping people that are less intelligent into a belief system they cannot get their ass out of. If I owned the world, if I was in charge of things, Terry Eichner would be removed from YouTube permanently. One strike and you're out. You don't do shit like this unless you are a dirtball and you have no life and no wife and haven't had sex in months unless you count with your hand. In which case, 3 or 4 times a day, impressive. Okay? Impressive for Terry R. Eichner. But there's no way anybody with a good mind, a decent human being who cares about others, posts a fake story, followed by sitting in their little shitty chair and blocking comments and only allowing the comments that make it pro, and then closing down comments and pausing them, and then walking away and feeling like you've done a good job. God will bitch slap you if you're correct about God being up there and Christianity's all true. He will bitch slap you and kick you in the fucking balls and back down to hell. You are a deceiver. You steal from people, you lie to people, and call yourself a Christian just for the Christian crowd. I'm calling bullshit. You're not a Christian. Not a Christian one bit. Alex Jones, what do you think about him?
He's obviously autistic or something. I feel sorry for him.
I agree. I just wish that he would,
just admit you're a troll.
That's it. That's all we're asking. Just admit that you're a troll. Just admit it. Because it's dirtbag. Okay? Don't do it anymore. We're going to show you something that he's done to me in the past. And just so you can see how dirtball he is. So, Terry R. Eichner, you are definitely this week's dirtball of the week. You're the best around. Okay, so if we go to videos here, and we're going to scroll along in here, and we're going to find one. Hopefully we find it. I think I saw it was 7 months ago or thereabouts. Okay, so this video here. Okay, let's watch it begin. Watch this video. I'm not even proud to bring this up, but I'm just going to have to bring it up anyway. You got to do what you got to do. He's got some little intro with him showing his little map and everything. Very cool, very cool. Go on. He's so cool though. Look at those glasses. It's cool.
Sun is not 93 million miles away.
Okay, so there's some kids and he's sitting down here in a little box watching it, right? He didn't start the video where it started. Okay, these people are all saying hello, hi, and they're talking to that person. It's a long video, and he just sits there taking credit for it as if he had anything to do with it at all. Notice that? But he took out a couple parts that identified the person that is responsible for this video. And actually, he accidentally left one in. Let's hear what this person says right here.
Under a cat. Yo, Jared, the earth is
Wait, yo who? Sorry, I thought I heard you say something. You didn't say my name, did you?
Yo, Jaren.
Oh, yo, Jaren.
It's always been flat. It won't.
So while this is a hard thing to admit that I wish I could talk to each of these people, what I asked them to do, well, let me show you. So there's just a bunch of people saying that the earth is flat and this guy is loving it, acting like he had something to do with it. And at the end, he throws his little ending in there.
Earth is flat. The earth is flat. Earth is flat.
He bows his head to thank them. Ends the video. Takes more people's money, more clicks. However, if you go down here and we see the description, nope, there's no description, no giving anybody credit or anything, right? What kind of dirtball would do that? Let me show you the actual video that he just stole from, because again, that's what he does. He's a thief and a disgusting one at that. Wait, where am I at here? Didn't I just grab it? Hold on, I don't know what I did with the... I just had it. This one. Oh, that's the... Sorry. That's the YouTube one. That's why I got confused. I need the Odyssey. Thank you. Odyssey. Odyssey. All right, we're going to save that one there, and we're going to go to search Jeranism. And we're going to go with content. I thought I saved this somewhere, but I don't see it now. And we're going to go with the backward search content. New would be, how do you change it? Oh, yeah, this. Oldest first. All right, we're going to find this video. I'm going to show you the original video. And watch how you have to be. I mean, this is not just, let me post this guy's video. This is having to go through and take out the parts that are me. I mean, I've never seen anybody just do something so gay. Just so, I mean, I don't know what you want to call it. So, not gay as in sleeps with men, but gay as in like, don't do that. It's wrong. That kind of gay. It's a different kind. There's two different meanings. Figure it out. I can't find it now. Hold on. I'll see it. I just saw it earlier. I thought, what was the name of it? It was, who says the earth is flat? Let me put the word says in the search. See if that'll find it. Search says, S-A-Y-S. Yes, here we go. Let me show you the real video here.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
And sifting through the many lies that litter this path of truth.
So it's me.
The sad part about all this is for daring to question the things that we are all told we cannot.
What happened? Please don't do that again.
Not question, and for asking for evidence.
What is it doing? Don't go to Odyssey. That's not a good show. Hello?
Astronauts to the moon. The Earth is not a spinning ball. And NASA is full of shit. The Earth is flat.
See, over a year ago, I asked people to send me a video. This is my video. People who sent it to me, emailed it to me. I made the video, put it all together after a year anniversary. And this guy just steals it.
Secret's getting out.
Several of them address me, and yet he removes that. The people that he doesn't like, he just removes completely. There's some interesting people in here. You want to see Nathan Oakley?
And filled with for personal gain.
Nathan Oakley's in here looking 20 years younger.
I've been lied to.
There's no islands.
A million miles away. Time to let go of the...
Where is it?
God.
Sun is not flat.
The earth.
All you
possible.
Hi.
I don't know where Nathan
sciences.
It's always right here somewhere.
And cause make decisions.
Lied to.
Spinning ball.
We need to do another one of these videos. If you're out there and you're one of these people and you no longer believe in the flat earth, high five. Elbow bash. Bash brothers. Give me a little on the flip side. There we go. Let's send him in again. Jaren at Jeranism. And retract your previous...
Have you ever been to Pluto?
No. I don't know where Nathan Oakley is. He's in here somewhere. We won't recognize him because he looks 12.
There's no curvature. Where's the curvature?
Nobody landed on the moon.
Let's try and fast forward
Space is fake. The sun is not a million miles away. We live on a flat Earth, not a spinning globe. NASA is a scam.
NASA lies and the earth is flat.
Superior mirage, really? The earth is flat. Freemasons are lying.
It's time to let go of the spinning ball.
We have never been to the moon. We couldn't go then?
Look at Nathan Oakley. He looks 25 years younger. Nathan, whatever you were doing then, go back to it. Go back to being this little quiet pussy that interviewed people, please. The new you is toxic, and it's probably like spilling out into your house, into the floors. People need to live there after you, dude. They're going to smell it.
I'm tired now.
Oops, the 1,000-mile rotation made me fall.
NASA's a fraud, space is fake, and the Earth is flat. Have you ever been to Pluto?
Let's go back here and see something.
I refuse to believe that I looked. Now.
Speaking of people who look 25 years younger, Dave Weiss. What happened? Where's this hair? I think that went with your app somewhere. Maybe you sold it for app money. Got to get new features on there.
Sun sounds big, so it must be far.
The only thing balls have to do with the shape of the Earth is having balls to admit it's flat.
I don't know. You don't look like you've aged much, surprisingly.
I refuse to believe.
So anyway, just pointing out, I mean, the thought of me doing that, the thought of me going to somebody else's video who said to people, hey, send me your video. I'm going to put it together as a conglomeration. Then that person does it. And then I go steal that video, take out the person's name, and then sit on a couch and watch it as if I had anything to do with it. I don't think I should be allowed to walk the next day. Somebody should break my legs. That's the life. Like, hey, my grandpa used to tell me when I was 6, 7 years old, hey, anybody giving you shit? You let me know. We'll get cousin Jimmy. Okay, grandpa. Nobody's giving you shit? No. But I grew up under the idea that when you piss off the wrong people, you get limbs broken. And in this YouTube world, people are not afraid of anything because they are keyboard warriors and can do whatever they want and nothing happens to them. By lying, you get more views. By deceiving, you get more views. By making things sensational, you get more views. You get more clicks. By being honest, telling the truth, you get nothing. You get shit on, thrown rocks at. It's a problem. Big problem. Okay, I want to show you the Joseph Hanby post just so we can go through that. The Joseph Hanby post. Did you guys like the intro song? I love that song so much. And I made a nice little video for it. If you want any videos done like that, if you have an idea for a video you want for your channel or something, you can reach out. Best on Telegram, t.me/Jeranism. That would be the best way. And I can help you with a video. Maybe you want an intro for your show, or you want a place to do podcasting. Contact me. I'll help you. All right, we're going to the Joseph Hanby messages so I can find that stupid post. Actually, can I just... Oh, no, don't do that. You ever do that? I accidentally search the box that says, what's on your mind? And I start typing in for a Joseph Hanby. Because let me show you what happens. This is what I'm talking about, is when people are not truthful and don't let comments come and spoil the fun. What the hell's going on? Do not tell me you blocked me. I'll be furious. Okay, that's Joe Hanby. Sorry, that's better. Okay. What? There's a way to block fact checkers. I've blocked tons. Oh, that's the first post I find. There's a way to post. What are you doing? From your home screen on FB. Okay, I don't want to hear that. I want to see, where's that post you did yesterday? Wait. I did click on his name. Hold on. We're going to see what's happening here. I don't know why I can't find him. Okay, Joe Hanby. There we go. Joe. All right. Where is the post he made yesterday? Day before. Oh, I saw somebody posted it on in the VIP. What day is this? April 18th. No, not that far back. Here we go. So this is the post. Can I pop this out or something? I don't even know how Facebook works. Save post, turn on embed. I'll just show it from here, I guess. Anyway, it says, this is his entire post. There is one direction of the luminaries apart from retrograde motions. Okay, so let's see if we can follow along. There's one direction of the luminaries apart from retrograde motions. The direction is west. Okay, so he's saying all luminaries go west. Would you say that's true? I would. Okay, the whole clockwise and counterclockwise talk is nonsense to confuse people. For instance, the heliocentric model says that the stars move counterclockwise in the north, facing north. Excuse me. And the sun moves clockwise. Not true. The sun and stars are moving the same direction, west. Okay? So sun and stars, same direction, west. Thank you. Okay? How is one clockwise and the other counterclockwise if they're going the same direction? Right. So right away, when you're reading this, if you have any intelligence at all, you think to yourself, well, yes, if the stars were just going east to west, that's one thing. But then how do they get back over to the east? Because they can't just go east to west and then magically appear. So while they might go east to west, they must also go west to east. They must go back to where they started. So then you start thinking, well, wait, what if the sun went one direction around the north and the other direction around the south? Well, that would be two different directions. So therefore, this post is a lie. To say that there is one direction for all luminaries is incorrect. Let's continue. Not true. The sun and stars are moving the same direction west. Again, how is one clockwise and the other counterclockwise if they're going the same direction? Joe, you need to use your head. And this is what I tried telling you in the comment, and then you deleted my comment. Just because we turn our bodies to face one way or the other doesn't change the motion of the luminaries above us. It only changes how we perceive their motions. North facing north, east is to our right. West is to the left. Thank you. South facing north, east is to our right. West is to the left. Okay. North facing south, east is to our left. Okay, whatever. Another one of those. Okay, he says there is one celestial motion apart from retrograde. That motion is west. Why do we have celestial poles? Because the dome refraction and total internal reflection. People who claim we have no answer for the southern celestial pole are either misinformed or lying. There are other things at play as well, like magnetic fields. However, dome refraction and total internal reflection are the main dynamics of the celestial poles. And then there's a bunch of people who gave it a thumbs up. What the hell are you talking about? Why are you giving a thumbs up to something so drastically wrong? And let's show you why. Let me show you why this is so drastically wrong. And then in this is the very proof of where you live. If you're somebody who's a flat earther who's still out there, is there any flat earthers in the chat? I hope so. Okay. If you are, you should see this because you will change your mind if you use your head. Where the hell is Google Earth? Is it already open? Why can't I find you? There you are. Okay. Now you might be asking, well, Jaron, you're going to Google Earth. Okay. Remember this, please. Nobody, I repeat, nobody in, what do you have your hand up for, Enrique? We don't raise our hands. What do you want? No, I'm saying, what do you want? Go ahead. You can be on the mic. Turn on. Thank you. Yes.
Your podcast is nice, like diarrhea. Comes fast, makes mess, but sometimes feels good.
That you interrupted me for that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, so we got this glow. What? Why can't you see that? What is going on in this world? What? Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. No. My computer is acting. I have this thing in front of the display capture. How is it not picking it up? What? It won't pick up. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's actually seeing through a window into the behind it. It's a display capture, right? Yeah, display capture, left side. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know why OBS is seeing through windows now. And let's go change this one then to this one and then go display 2. Okay, good. That works. Thank you. We're back. We're in full effect here. All right. So there. So remember what Joe's saying. He said all the luminaries go west. Okay. And if we need a flat earth, we can look at a flat earth and see if that's necessarily true. But here's what we're going to do. Let's mark ourselves 4 locations. Get out of here. Okay. We're going to do 2 in the north, 2 in the south. We're going to do 1 up here in Canada. Oops. I said locations. Okay. This one here. Hello. What is going on? Cancel this. Why is this thing not working? Put a location up here. Thank you. All right, so we got 1 up here in Canada. Put that there. We want 1. No, we're not going to do it that way. We're just going to pick places. We're going to draw a line here. And we'll draw a line. That will be our marker since I can't see that. Okay, good. Now draw a line here in the north. Okay, that yellow line. We'll save that one. Thank you. We're going to do another one. Okay. Here. This is also in the north. And whoops. Come on. Save that one. Okay. Why is this thing over here? Let me move it over here. So you got 2 in the north. We're going to put 2 down here in the south. We'll go, and we'll put them on the same lines here just so you can see what I'm talking about with the same sunset. Just pretend you're in a boat. Okay? Just pretend you're in a boat. And you are down here. Let's go out here. There's one in the south. Save that. Save. Okay. And one more. And we got our 4. Now, remember, if the sun goes the same direction for everybody, okay, that's what he said. It goes just west. Good. Great. We're done. We have 4 marks, 2 and 2. Now let's go to the first one here in this north. Whoops. Here we go. We're going down to this one. And now here's where they get everything mixed up, is I'm saying look west. Okay, so there is no relativity. Oh, it's perspective. Nope, we're all looking west. Here we are looking west. Okay, so if the sun goes one direction, west, then we should see for everybody the same direction. Why would it be any different? Let me give you an example. Let's see if I can get this on. If I can, we'll do this quick. If not, oh, good. Let's get this one to work too. Move this over. Turn this on. Ah, you son of a buck. It never works like I want it to. See if this works. If not, we will. Okay, we'll keep doing this one. All right, then we're going to take our clock here, or our sunset. Okay. And now notice the sun setting which direction? If you were with me last week, we already learned this. The sun will always set, as you can see here. This is not a perspective issue. Ladies and gentlemen, you would be shocked at the amount of people that when I start talking about this, dismiss it completely by saying it's perspective. You can't say things move left to right because your left is different than my. No. Quiet down. Quiet down. Pay attention. You're looking west. We're all looking in the same direction. So there is no your left is my left is your right. We're all looking to this same direction, which is west. Okay. When we do so, the sun sets left to right. Okay. So that means he said the sun always goes to the right. Or he said it always goes the same direction. One direction. There's only one direction. Okay, good. It's going left to right. So let's move now to our other spot. Get up here on our line. And we'll move it this way until we see it. There it is. Now, you should know we're in the north still. Which way will the sun set? It does it every day of every year. No matter what. You're in the north. The sun sets left to right. The sun rises left to right. Watch it again. Left to right. Left to right. There's no relativity. There's no perspective. It goes left to right. You're looking west. Great. So we have a problem then if somebody else on the earth sees the sun go to the left, don't we? And the reason we have a problem is because that cannot be explained on any flat earth. And I'll explain it to you in a second. We're going to come back here. We are now going to take our ass south. You can see what the sun does in the sky as we go around the globe. But look at the stars are rotating as we move on the globe. There goes the equator. There's our first southern line. Anybody want to guess which way will this sun set? Oops, I went in the water. Which way will the sun set? What do you think? Because remember, all we did was went from the north to the south. Think about that on a flat earth. What would that change the path of the sun for? It wouldn't. It doesn't. Here comes the sun. Oh, look at that. It's setting right to left. Ah, you can never see good here. Let's move this down a little bit. That's a little better. Right to left. Right to left. We got a problem. Mr. Joe Hamby, how is it that you're saying there's only one direction of the luminaries? However, we just showed two people looking in the same direction. The sun is going left for one person and right for the other. How is that the same direction? That's called a paradox. And let me give you a hint of how we can solve this. In my dumb brain, there would be only one possible explanation for this. Either there's two suns moving in some crazy direction for two people, or we'd have to be on some sort of a shape that actually has an orientation change involved in the shape itself. If there was some shape where one person was leaning one direction and another person was leaning another direction, then they both might have the appearance of the sun moving in opposite directions. But it's actually not the sun moving. I wonder if there's a model like that out there. A model that would explain what we just saw. What model are we on here? I don't know what model this is because this model seems to explain reality pretty well. But let's go find the other line. We're going to get our last line here. Hey, look down. Thank you. And up. Where's our... Okay, there we go. Anybody want to guess? Let's look up here and you might see a reason why. Do you see this tropic here? This yellow tropic is the Tropic of Capricorn. And it looks to me like it's going this direction, which is weird because if you think of a flat Earth, I don't know why you'd ever think of that, but you could. If you thought of that, you'd realize that the sun needs to go to the right or else it's not flat. So this is why Joe Hamby cannot have... let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I was getting this to come up. Let's go down here. And I bet we know which way the sun will set. I know that people who watch the show know which way the sun will set already. They're like, Jaron, I got this one. I got it. Jaron, it's going to set right to left. You said we're in the south. Let's see. Or are they right? We don't see. Oh, there it is. Right to left. So guess what? If you can just use your cabeza. Enrique, tell them to use, can you tell them to use their head or something? Use their head. Like,
your research team is you, Google, and bad decisions.
All right, you're useless. You're useless. Use your head. Use your cabeza and think, how would this ever be possible on a flat Earth? And the answer is, you mother trucker. Do not ever get PowerSoft Mirror something. I don't know. It's the nightmare to pull up a damn iPad on your damn screen. What is going on? No, it doesn't say trust. I don't care about the trust. Just go. It's like hit trust. You'll trust it. It's not there. Prompt not showing up. Follow the steps below. Clear the button. Clear authorizations. Clear. Replug in and get connected again. All right, we'll try one more time. One more time. And then you're done. Then you lose. Okay, plugged in. Let's go. And close. And USB connection. If not, I'm going to be very upset that I can't draw for you. It's drawing time. Trust. Yes, it said it. Your dynamics will be accessible. Okay. Unbelievable. Mars Science says, what you are saying is old. Yeah, but it's the way to get the answer. It's the way that they can get out of their cult. That's what they need to do. Desperately. Okay, let me see if this sticks to you real quick here. Where is the drawing pad? All right, now you can see that. Good. Okay, because I don't think that they get this. This is Mars Science. This is how easy it is to figure this out. But obviously, if they don't want to get this part, then they don't want to get the truth. They don't care. That's the way I look at it. I think that's pretty accurate. All right, so here's what I'm trying to say. That no matter where you're at on the flat Earth, okay, whether you're here, 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 if the sun is coming around doing a... Okay, we'll do this. If the sun is coming around doing this, okay, everybody on the Earth is going to see the sun do the same thing when it sets to the west. This person here sees the sun set left to right. Look at the sun this way. This person here sees the sun set left to right. This person sees the sun set left to right. This person sees it. This person on the inside sees it set left to right. This person sees it set left. Everybody. If you're looking west, the sun sets left to right on a flat Earth. Everybody. Total. However, that's not what we see. We see the sun set one direction for everybody inside the equator and one direction for everybody outside the equator. Okay. That's not a very good equator, but we'll count it for now. So if that's the equator, it's really bad though. Let me do it one more time. We're gonna give it one more try. This is the equator here. That's a good circle. Yeah. Okay, so there's your equator about. And everybody, you can see that? Yes. So everybody on the inside sees the sun set left to right, but everybody on the outside, when looking west, sees the sun set this way. How? How is the sun setting this way for everybody in the south, yet it doesn't match the flat Earth at all? So, Mars Science, if it's old, you tell me a better method at waking up current sleepers. There will always be people who can't understand. That's why flat Earth will always be around. They always have been. Well, I don't think it's as prevalent as it is now, and people haven't learned to scam. Well, They've known how to do that for a while, obviously with these magazines and stuff. But this is probably the easiest one for people to get because it's unexplainable. It cannot be explained on a flat earth. You would have to invoke, I don't even know what. How are you going to invoke the sun is going here? It has to get to Australia. It has to get to these places. Yet we know it's going the other way. That's because the earth is a ball and the north is opposite of the south. So what's incredible is if you just take any location and then go 6 months later. So for instance, let's go to December 21st. Oh, you can't see that yet? Let me show you over here. Yep. We are going to December 21st or thereabouts. That's 12:14. Oh, there we go. 12:21. Way to go. Okay. And we're going to be down here in the south. We'll go to, I want to go to a specific latitude line just so you can see how perfect and opposite the north and south are and how that would never work on any flat earth. Okay. So let's go to the south 50. Okay. So there you see we're at the south 50. Let's go down into the south 50. We're watching the sunset on the 21st of December. And we're going to see what angle we get at this. So this is looking pretty much dead west for us. Let's see here. Watch as we look for the sun. Oops. That's one too many. There we go. Nope. Still one too many. Now look at the stars too. You should be able to see the stars are moving in that same direction with the sun. Imagine that. Okay, so we turn. I'd say about there is maybe like a 45-degree angle. And it's still setting south of us. Right? We can keep turning. And we'll see where it's setting. We'll maybe draw a line there. Okay, so I'd say about there-ish. And we're just going to draw a line from where we are at the 50 towards the direction of the sun. And we get a 227 degrees. Now, this may not be exact. We're just doing it for fun. But we're just saying 227, okay? So now, 227, by the way, if 180 is south, then that's 47 degrees added. So if we're going to go do the north now, we're going to do the north on June 21st. So we're going to be doing 360, and we're going to predict that we'll probably see minus 47. No, yep. Is that correct? Yes. So we're going to see 313. Yes. Let's go see. So we're going to go to the north now. Oh, I went in the water. Okay, let's go to the north 50. And we're going to go to a different date. And then once you realize this, then you can do that anywhere, the north or the south. How could that be possible? This is why it's getting frustrating. Is at this point, I had a girl yesterday reach out, and she told me she's an astrologer, and she loves my work, and she's really happy with everything I've done. And just to let me know that she's an astrologer, so she knows the shape of the earth. And I said, I hope you're not telling me it's flat. Oh, it's flat, baby. Oh, it's flat. I'm like, oh, it's not. And here's a little lesson. Don't ever call me and tell me that you're smart, followed by you think the earth is flat. That's an immediate disqualification. You're disqualified. You no longer in my book as somebody smart. You are not smart. So just telling you, don't do that. It's a quick way to write yourself off. All right, so we're at the 50-yard line here. 50-yard line. We're at the 50. Blue 42, blue 42. Now we're going to go to June. June 21st is about there. Oh, I saw it. There, June 20th. Close enough. We'll go back up. Okay, now we can estimate that we're going to be spinning this way as we did the other way, right? And the sun should be setting left to right, and it should go at about the same angle. Here we go. There it is. Okay, so it's going to about right there. And we're going to draw our line and see what we get. Okay, oops, I went off of that. Thank you. Okay, and that comes out at 313. Let me show you so you know I'm not bullshitting you. 313. Okay, really easily, just quickly done. What were we expecting? Were we expecting 313? We were. That's incredible. That's incredible. Just drawing lines and bullshit lines. So you'll see what I'm talking about. That we have a north world that operates a certain way, and 6 months later, the south is the opposite. That's all you need to know. Game over. Flat Earth over. It's done. It's done. We don't need anything else.
I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bullshit.
It's over. It's over. I don't know what else to tell you. There's no way out of this. There's no way you can explain this away. There's no way that would ever work on any flat Earth. You cannot have a sun unless it's going the opposite direction for the people in the South. Guess what? The flat Earth calls for a sun that does a 360 around the Earth doing the same direction. Okay? So what else is there that I need to tell people? There's tons of these. This is just the newest one, or the one that's most on my mind. These keep coming up over and over again. They are full-on flat Earth debunks, and people don't get it. Again, somebody I was talking to this week said, but what about water finding its level? What about... And I said, stop naming other evidence that doesn't lead you to the right answer. Yes, all those things are evidence. Congratulations. Yes. The Earth is so big that everywhere you are is flat and level. It's another one they cannot grasp. Mars science. I hope you're teaching your students about size, because flat earthers cannot grasp it. I've had conversations with them where I've repeated it over and over again, and they come back to the same thing. That doesn't work in reality. And I said, no, listen to what I'm saying. If we live on a sphere, they struggle with that one. They're like, well, I don't know. I said, just give it to me. Just pretend. If we live on a sphere, can you just say that with me? They're like, well, I don't know. I can't. If we live on a sphere, okay. Can we build a Home Depot? Yes. Good. Can we level it? Yes. Good. Okay. Now move to the next one. Home Depot, level it. Move to the next one. Do you realize that we could just keep doing that? And every single Home Depot would be level. Every single one of them. And we would come back to where we started. And they go, that doesn't work in reality. I'm like, yes, it does. What are you talking about? No, but that doesn't work. Which building is curved? None of the buildings are curved. None of the buildings are curved. They're all flat and level. And then I try to transition that into telling them that water is the same way. And they just can't grasp it. Yeah, but where's the water curve? Well, you'll never see it. It curves when you zoom out. The collection of water curves, not the water itself. Water finds its level. It's laying flat below you. The Earth is that big. They don't get it. So I think those are your two biggest issues, that if people got that, and then, of course, giving up on dome refraction. Dome refraction is not a real thing, in case anybody didn't know that. If anybody ever says dome refraction, you just say...
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
You don't let them get away with it. Don't let them get away with it. It's not right. They can't just make up words and then make fun of other people for being pseudoscientists. Oh, that's pseudoscience. We use dome refraction. Oh, define that, please. Well, it's the refraction of dome. Yeah, but how does it explain anything? Well, that's what the sun does. It's through its interaction with dome refraction that we see what we see. Oh, you've been going to the Shane St. Pierre school, I see. Where we just name things that happen on the Earth and then apply them to a flat Earth with no rhyme or reason at all. Oh, yeah, well, on the equinox, we do see the sunrise at 90 instead of 270. And then we go down here and it goes this way, and we go up here and it goes this way. And that's because of the half hemispherical sky that we put on the flat map. Yeah, but the half hemispherical sky, isn't that directly lifted from a globe? That's what the person would see on a globe, right? Well, maybe. Maybe it would be, but still refraction. All right, good for you guys. You guys are winners. You're doing well. Doing well. You're not doing well. But you should recognize that in the north and the south, they are split. They're different. They're different, but they're the same 6 months later. This is what explains the 6-hour sun. The 24-hour sun 6 months of the year, and then the 24-hour sun 6 months of the year in the other pole. It explains the south celestial pole. It explains the sunrises and sunsets for everybody on Earth, period, end of story, full stop. What I wanted to point out, for those who have a problem with what I just did on Google, which I'm sure many flat earthers do, nobody, I repeat, nobody has ever disproven Google Earth. So please, to Edward Hendry out there, who is one of the dumbest mother effers in the world, the guy is, well, who's wrong more, him or Flatzoid? Tough one. They both haven't gotten anything right since 1997, which is incredible. It's incredible. You'd think in 1999 they'd get something. Nope. 2001, not a thing. This year has been horrendous. He actually claims that Will faked a sunrise video. You heard me. Faked a sunrise video in Punta Arenas. Now, here is the funny part about that. People live there. Let me repeat. People live there. So if I tell him, hey, go look at Google Earth and see what it does, and he says, haha, Google Earth, like I'm going to trust that, does he think that not one person from that location has ever looked at Google Earth and called a foul? Excuse me, this here says that the sun is setting right to left, but really, it doesn't. It really disappears over there in the northwest because we say so. We're Edward Henry, and we work for the government, and we're a piece of shit, and we lie about people, and we take your taxes to do so. Oh, thank you. At least you're honest about it. Yeah. We're always honest. Sometimes right. Thank you, Edward Henry. If you want the joke of all jokes, go to Edward Henry's Substack, which should be called Shitstack. But they won't let me name it that. I guess they don't want to change their name or something. I have my opinion. But yes, his video is called, Jesus. He has 629 subscribers. Are these people paying for this kind of information? This kind of lie? Because I love the word proof. You know me and proof. Well, I made proof. Big fan of proof. Edward Henry, government agent. You can even tell. Look at his little ties, little IRS, little bitch tie, little FBI tie, little blue wall in the background, little gay blue back there. Come on. The final experiment. Proof they faked it. Here's the proof they faked it. We wanted that. I wanted this proof. Thank goodness. The video below reveals the evidence that they used CGI to portray the sun rising in the southeast in Punta Arenas. Right. Because if you went over here, this is Google Earth. And of course, this is just a big lie. Let's see if this thing says it rises in the southeast. Give me a break. Will Duffy invented that. Certainly doesn't happen. Let's see here. Now we come over here. We're looking for... Wait, where are we at? Now I lost myself. We're in the north. We went to the wrong spot. Trying to go to the south. Come on, Jaron. Get your act together. We're going to the south. That's the north. Up. Okay. I lost. There we go. Yeah, it's still spinning. Thank you. Let's go down here to the south. Thank you. You are becoming what you were. I don't know what you're talking about, Mar. What the hell are you talking about? You are becoming what you were. Sharon, you are becoming what you were. I don't know what you're talking about. How am I becoming what I am? It's just stupid. I'm not seeing much difference. In what? What is the point of interrupting the show? Explain to me what you're saying, or else I'll just get you out of here. You can go back to your classroom. Please explain. I'm not seeing much difference. Why do I need to show a difference? What is the point? I don't understand what you're saying. Do I need to have a science teddy bear and a couple beakers in my chest pocket? I'm waiting for you. Since you felt like saying it 6 times in the chat. Are you talking to me? People paid for your bullshit. What bullshit? I don't think you understand. I think you're all very confused. Confused people. All of you. Very upset, very frustrated. And you just can't listen to words. Told you, the South is not a lie. Sharon, I'm saying you are doing the same thing you did in the past. What am I doing? You keep saying the same thing. By saying something, you're saying nothing. What am I doing that I'm doing in the past? I'm waiting. Yeah, I think what I'm doing is showing people. I know you are right. What the hell's going on here? Mar, I don't know what you're doing. Are you drunk? Why did we need to stop the show for this? For you to keep saying the same thing and then say, I know you are right. I'm being mean. To who? Being absolutely sure. Yeah, well, I think that's what observations do. Observations allow you to actually see the way something works, and from that, look at the best competing theories And since as a flat earther, I never saw anything in the South, I didn't believe it. So I don't understand how pointing out Edward Hendry's lies, pointing out flat earthers' lies, how is that doing the same thing I've always done? It's the complete opposite of that. In the past, I would have ignored things that those guys said and just talked my own narrative and tried to get people to see the flat earth as being true. So I take offense at somebody saying you're doing the same thing you used to do, because it's the complete opposite. It's why I'm hated. It's why I've been discarded from that community. You're repeating the absolute certainty you had when you were a flat earther. I didn't have absolute certainty as a flat earther. It was dependent on the South being a lie. I don't know how many times I have to say this. This is why we say the South had no 24-hour sun. Not at a whim, not because it was fun, because it was a requirement of the model. So just because people now have fallen in love with the model, regardless of its requirements, doesn't mean I'm going to shut up about it. That's what will get people to pay attention to the fact that it doesn't work in reality. Only on the globe is there a difference between being north and south of the equator. On a flat earth, there is no difference. There is no apparent difference that would cause the sun to go the complete opposite direction, but on a globe there is. Yeah, well, I do take offense because I don't know what you're talking about. You're doing the same thing. No, I'm not. I'm explaining to people why I know and how they can know. Anybody can go to the southern hemisphere tomorrow and watch the sun do what I'm showing you what it does, and then you'll know the shape of the earth. It's not a matter of, oh, you knew before and you know now. No, I thought before and really thought strongly that they were lying to us and that the South was a lie. But now that I've been there and know that the South isn't a lie because it matched observations that it called for, that the globe called for, predicted, then there's only one of the two models that matches predictions. And the more I looked into it, I realized it matches all predictions. And it accounts for and explains everything that we see on the earth. So I don't know what you want me to be. Okay, well, maybe it's not a globe also. Maybe it's a Frisbee. Maybe it's a hamster cage. I don't know what it is. But we don't want to be sure even after we know what it is. Don't be sure. Not when you've seen it. Don't be sure. So let's go to... it's so funny that a teacher would say that. I would love to be in your class. How often you make it sound like you know for sure. Would be every day, all day. Every day, all day. That's what teachers do. Show me one of your classes where the whole time you don't act like you know for sure everything you're teaching. Well, we don't know this, but we just say this. We don't know this, but we just say, yeah, right. Sure, that's how science class goes. Of course, they say they know everything. Okay, we're down here. I lost what we were even doing. Maybe we were done. We showed the 6 months. We did that. I think we did that. Good enough. I believe that's it. Okay, so we have that. Just showing that Joe Hamby's claim is false, that all the luminaries go in one direction. If that were the case, then you couldn't have people seeing the sun go to the left and people seeing sun go to the right if that's the same direction on a flat earth. It does, however, work on a globe because it's actually not the sun moving, it's the earth spinning, and it's actually your orientation based on where you are causing the sun to look as if it's setting left to right or rise left to right. And it looks like in the south, it's going right to left and right to left. This one's so fundamental. And, I've talked to probably 20 people, and not one of them has ever said that they heard a glober say that. Let me say again, Mars Science, your globe team has failed to tell flat earthers from day one for 10 years that simply by being in the south, the sun rises and sets right to left. Every day, every season, every time, no matter what. And in the north, the sun sets left to right. And it rises left to right every day, every season, no matter where, no matter what. That tells you where you live. So if I'm doing the same thing as I did before, oh well, now I'm right. This is not lies. This is not conjecture. This is called truth. Go observe it. When it does exactly what I just said, sets right to left, rises right to left, Then go to the north and watch what it does there. And when it's the opposite, then you know where you live. Or maybe you're like Mars Science, you don't know where you live. Could be flat, could be round. We don't know. We don't say we know for sure. We just point out things. Sun's this way, figure it out. We'll leave it at that. You go down there and then you figure it out, but when you figure it out, don't say you figured it out, because that's what you did as a flat earther. Say that you just kind of know, but kind of don't. It's the best method. It's the way we want to do things. We don't want to be like we were formerly when we believe lies. We want to now believe truths, but be as we were when we believe lies or something. Not be as we were. I get confused. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Doesn't make any sense, really. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know how anything I'm doing now has anything to do with what I did in the past, which was a completely different show, which was a denial of anything that was considered mainstream, just on its face. Whereas now I see that we need to take everything into account, look at the various options, and from it, pick the best one. Because here's the thing that I think people, or at least for flat earthers, I didn't realize this, or I didn't really ever see this, that the point of science is not authority. It's what we think of science. We think of science, oh, this is some authority figure, or it's got to be followed. But actually, science is not that. So anybody who's trying to pass it as that is very off base, because it's not even what science claims to be. In fact, science is meant to detract from that, right? Science is meant to minimize that impact by saying anybody can come and test. Anybody can present. That's the way that they stay away from that. But I think for flat earthers, we think of science as like this conglomerate that is basically built to hold you back. And it's not the case. So I want to get that across to people, because I do think we can still get some people out. And it's not going to be through the MC Tune making fun of them. It's not going to be through the FTFE web method or the Nathan Oakley method. That's not going to do it. It's somebody needs to sit down and explain to them, listen, this is very simple. Okay? When you have a conspiracy mindset, when you are a conspiracy-minded person, the mentalities destroy the ability to reason, period. When you believe that every single authority is lying to you, then you stop checking facts. Any event that you see on TV gets reduced to slogans and memes and symbols and numbers and Freemasons. It's the kind of nonsense that's easily shared on social media, put on memes, repeated ad nauseum. And paradoxically, the more that they question everything, the less they analyze anything. Let me say that again. The more that flat earthers or conspiracy theorists question everything, the less they actually analyze anything. It's a learned behavior. Here, question that, question this, question that, question this. Well, it gets to be so much that the normal brain just says, no more. I'm not going to analyze anything. I'll just call everything fake. It's easier. That's the conclusion we always reach. Let's just call it that. Even high-profile scientists and journalists plead with people that instead of succumbing to that gut feeling or some sort of echo chamber claptrap, they tell you to use logic. They tell you to use evidence. Because the truth doesn't demand some sort of secret handshake in a secret club in Club 33 at Disneyland. It's out in the open. The truth is out there for you. And any educated fool with Google Earth can verify it. Lacking that, we are left, or we're going to be left with a society where facts are optional and reality itself is up for debate. And that will not be a fun place to live. Whereas now, how come we can't come to the conclusion that the flat earth is wrong, put it away, and get to work on other conspiracies? Of course, question everything, but not that news report saying that Jeff Bezos is suing Katy Perry. Don't question that, or don't question Terry Eicher. He's a Christian. Question everything, though. Not Terry Eicher. Or that video. So that's what I was saying about science, is they actually want you, they actually encourage you to be logical, to have critical thinking. So I feel like as a flat earther, I push the idea that science wants you in a rigid belief system, which is, okay, true, but maybe that's the right thing to do if the science is real, right? So we look at it as, oh, they're indoctrinating everybody. But hold on, time out. Now that we see that the flat earth is wrong and you're indoctrinating those people, well, then there's a better one. That's the one that's indoctrinating them into the truth. Now, if they get a couple things wrong, isn't it better than everything? Right? I mean, flat earthers make fun of people who went to school, but it's like you did learn things in school. You know how to add and subtract and multiply and divide, right? And you know the structure of a sentence, and you know history for the most part. I mean, so you did learn something. So it wasn't all fake. And I've already said that before. You can't really fake the world with something elaborate like a globe hoax and get away with it. You just would never get away with it because it needs to match observations, and it wouldn't if you didn't live there. Luckily, we live there. So there's the echo chamber problem. There's the overconfidence and delusion problem, which is everywhere. I think that conspiracy theorists, they score high on the delusional ideation score category, whatever that test is called. I can't think of it. You know, shit, I can't remember the name of it. It's a I don't know. Anyway, they think that their reasoning is rock solid, right? I'm talking about conspiracy theorists. They think that they are on par with science, but it's skewed by a bias. Now, again, the problem is from a flat earther standpoint, we look at it and say, but the scientist has a bias. He believes in the heliocentric model. He believes in relativity. Right. Correct. But if he's right, at least about what he's talking about this subject, then it's hard to knock somebody because they're right. And that's why I say before, you can be an asshole, but you have to be right. You can't be an asshole and be wrong, which is what flat earthers are. So what's happening here is people who do their own research, supposedly, that's what we think that they're doing, that's what they say that they do, are usually just overconfident in their own reasoning. And they have very low trust in science. So they say, do your own research, which really means, I found it by just looking online. You should too. And guess what? This is the perfect recipe for believing in fakery. Why is that? Well, if you distrust official facts, right? So something comes out and it's happening and they tell us what's going on. Here's the official facts. Then anything at all can become proof. Let me explain. So let's say that we're talking about global flights, satellites, orbits, and then they come back and say, well, where's your evidence that those things really happened? Where's your evidence that there's orbits, that there's satellites, or anything like that? What would be your answer? So in effect, critical thinking is inverted because accepting evidence means that you're the sheeple. Does that make sense? Flat Earth followers skip all the evidence-based arguments to build trust, and they build it backwards. It is the opposite of the way things should be done. Hopefully that makes sense. If you distrust the official facts, so much so that anything can then become a proof of your side of the story. Should make sense. So as a flat earther, I gave up trusting institutions or experts because they said something that went against my narrative, right? So if a school said this is what happens in the South and I believe the South was a lie, I would think the school's lying. That's my way of looking at things. So when you find out that's not the case, then all those books are telling you the truth about where you live. Does that mean dark matter, dark energy, galaxies and all that, and nebulas? And no. Neutron stars? No. Not saying any of that is real. And I don't think it's ever going to be important to me in my life. It's just not important. Just like people keep asking me, are we spinning? Let me put it simply, I don't care. The spin is so slow. Again, if you want to see how slow it is, everybody grab a ball that you have in your house right now. Grab some sort of ball. Hold it up. Now I want you to spin it once in 24 hours. And tell me how fast it's spinning. You'll be holding your hand out and you wouldn't even see your hand moving at all. That's how fast we're spinning. So the result of having a conspiratorial mindset, a beast mindset, if you will, is it really just starts to unravel. It really does. And this is what happens to when a flat earther becomes aware of what they've been into and has to get out. They don't have a choice. That's why I made the interviews, because I thought there's voices that want to be heard to at least say, hey, I was dumb. I admit it. I'm moving on. Which is all we want. But at least recognize what happened in those places. And lastly, just you don't want families getting involved and all that, because it just gets ugly on YouTube. Ugly as could be. Okay, so we done with that. We did that. We talked about that. Let me see what else is on my list. I wanted to get a couple other things, and then I'll be taking your questions in the Q&A, which is coming up here shortly. Also, if you want to become a VIP, we do 2 times monthly hangouts, the first and third Saturday of every month. It usually runs from 12 p.m. noon to 3. And not tomorrow, Saturday, but the following Saturday will be MC Toon himself. I already see the people gathering around for some chemtrail questions. So that'll be coming up next week. Let me play a song here real quick. We will be right back, and we'll get into the last half of the show. Let's see here which one I want to play. I like the one called Breaks or something, but I don't know where it is. Breaks? No. I don't see it. Oh, no. Okay. How about this one? Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Jeranism. Friday Unplugged. See you shortly.
20 on the shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back. Snacks in hand, energy intact. Hit the playlist, seat warm like a throne. Show locked in, it's yours all alone. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Wait for it. Wait for it.
All right, welcome back. Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Hey, next Thursday is Speaker's Corner, so look out for that. It's always a fun one. You get to get on the show if you want for 4 minutes, say what you want, curse me out, tell me you love me, ask me to marry you, whatever it might be. We will answer those questions. That's what we do. Okay, let me go to here. So we got, that's what I didn't finish. I was going to talk about this loser, just so you can see that this guy doesn't get it. And it's just bad. We do have a couple people that have called in, I believe, to his employer, which is the government. And just so you know, this is why I have a problem with it. If you are a free person working in some capacity, privately, I don't mind. You can, go on the internet and say all the lies you want. But I'm not giving money to the government for taxes so that their employees that I'm paying for can lie about me on the internet. I'm not doing it. Sorry, it's not what my tax money's for. Go do that with somebody else's. You're not lying about me like a dirtbag. Not having it. All right, so let's see what this says here. Using unneeded CGI in Punta Arenas suggests that CGI was used in Antarctica where it was needed. What? What? Where did this come from? Is this the same article? I think that's what we were reading. What? This thing doesn't even go in order? What is going on here? Edward Hendry. Why did this thing get all screwed up? Yes, there it is. Thank you. That's the article I wanted. Was that the article title the whole time, or did he just change that? It's weird. Anyway, the video below reveals the evidence that they used CGI to portray the sun rising in the southeast in Punta Arenas. So what I was trying to say is, why would it be... I threw the globe away. Anyway, I don't have it out. Okay, so think about it. Remember, we were in the south, and we saw the sun rising from our right to our left. That's because it's in the south. When you're at Punta Arenas, it's going to rise from the southeast. Okay? Which goes against everything in the flat earth has to go for. But I mean, this kind of nonsense is just, look at what it says here. You can also see that the CGI video program makes a mistake by having the street sign that is behind the light pass in front of the light when it tries to account for parallax. I mean, it's just making shit up. Look, I mean, this is what he says is the way that he knows it's CGI, that this car's lights, when it goes by, stay in front of that pole, which can't be done. This is like superimposed. It's not the way it looks. It's like that. Big deal. What do you, and then look at this. Oh, we caught him. Guys, look at. Look at, you can catch him. Can you see that? It's nothing. It's nothing at all. So this guy just needs to be removed from government payroll and let him ask for tips in order to stay relevant. Just reading this real quick. If the sun always rises in the southeast in the southern hemisphere, why not just take a video of it? Why not go look at Google Earth, retard? Why not go look at webcams? Figure it out. Why manufacture a fake video using CGI? The evidence that they use CGI in Punta Arenas points to them using CGI in Antarctica. Oh boy. It's so sad. It's really very sad. Sad to see people so deluded. But you know what? So be it. What are you going to do? I can't save everybody, and I don't plan to. I can only be me. That's all I got. Okay. And we got that one. We watched. We're not going to even do any more on that. You've seen it before. He says the same thing in the capsule again with the... then we have a leak. I guess there's probably a spacewalk or something for it. That guy? That guy? Okay, I don't see it. I don't like Substack anyway. I don't. Okay, get rid of you. And was there anything in here we wanted to see? This is... that's a fake one. And okay, we're good. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to turn on... well, should we do that first? Yeah, we'll probably keep it short. I don't know how long it will take me, but we'll do... My favorite part of the week is when we get to go back in time, pull one of my videos, and laugh hysterically at my nonsense, which there will be a plenty. And that segment is called Flashback Friday, and it starts about right now. Flashback Friday coming at you. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the song.
Flashback Friday, can we roll that tape? Let's dig, rewind to when I thought I had it straight. I said some wild shit, yeah, to that there's no debate. Now I'm laughing at myself, ha, ain't growth great? Yeah, I said it, and I was wrong, I get it. Okay, that's my bad, I'm sorry if I led you all astray. But let's not waste time and dwell on yesterday. But if we must, here's a list of losers that I hate. Mark, Sargent, Pete and Peter, Dr. Zach, Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Dave, No Fanfare, Rory Cooper and P-Brain, Kyle Adams and Nathan Oakley, the mute button soulmate, QE and the crayon munching retards on Flat Earth debate. Princess Warrior, Phoenix Z and his bitch snatch a can of two. Haters gonna hate, talking shit is all you two can do. Grandpa solving ratoids panel are just lame and dumb. And look how unhinged 5'6" Jake the asshole has become. His baby dick is tiny, yes. His closet home is tiny too. I think rusted soul, something rusted cause she chose to sleep with you. Q and F-E, you gross thinks that dude's a piece of shit. King Nico is no king, the guy sits when he takes a piss. Karen B lost a thread, so did Orphan Red. Alan and Shane have the answers, well not really, but they said Slow Sanchez is the slowest that ever did exist. Drop a 1 in the chat if you expect the stupid to persist. Egghead Anthony Riley is so smart but still says flat. I'm not saying he's big bone, saying sleeping warriors fat. Conspiracy music guru is going down with the ship. He and Steve Falconer block me cause they both a little bitch. Retards, Russian kids and banjos say Jesus is the shit. Ronnie and Jason are so dumb they seem the perfect fit. Circulation explains how level-headed William is rising up. So will the real Deltardians please shut up? Iron Horse K, Podgy, fittest flat earthers on TikTok I hate. While Caleb thinks he's winning by modding his own debates. Taboo conspiracy won't get it and Marty Leeds is too weak. Brian's logic, take the shit out your mouth before you speak. Rick Hummer on Strange World now, a puppet that's his role. Joe Hanvey got the whole world in an upside down salad bowl. Who said all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun? I know who. Liar, pilot, doctor, Professor Grifter, Steven, I lie so much. Alonzo, PhD, that's who. Allegedly Dave, Sean Griffin, and Zen Garcia makes me furious. Steve from England, Phuket, Word, Matt Long and DJ Curious. Pastor Dean blames Satan while he throws little fits. Lowry agrees, Nicole and Daniel Pratt have some great hits. Nathan Thompson is lurking outside of a school. Scary. Santos Bonacci is at Lowe's cause he's a fucking tool. Harry. Many more to blame for lying to the masses. Flat Earth is over, it's done. Pack it up, jackasses. But Flashback Fridays isn't for us to worry about the past. But Flashback Fridays, it reminds us that Jaren's great. Earth is a ball, it's a fact. And at that, there's no debate.
Flashback Fridays, let's get it started. I need somebody in the chat, first one, to give me a digit between 1 and 80. I would prefer a little bit lower so I don't have to count that high, but 1 to 80, somebody in the chat is going to give me that number. Do you know if DJ Curious is even a DJ? I do not think he is, no. Do not think so. What's going on here? Addicted to Globing says, Nick Havoc, I would say adult human. I don't know what we're talking about. Are we talking about some? You totally missed who I am. Ask Jaren. I helped him understand the Earth spins when he was still not sure. Yeah, but I don't want to go back to old thinking. All right, we got Mark Von Wisco says 26. Sean Hawkins said 7. Let's see if in case 26 doesn't work, we'll go to 7. Oh, you're not looking at the screen. Let me show you. We are going to go to 26. We got one. Oops. Way up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. 16, 20, 24. Wait, what? I thought last week we did 22. 4, 8, 12. Yes. 16, 20, 22, 23, 24. Got you. 25, 26. I like this one, man. It's one of my favorite videos. I'm excited about this one. We're going to watch. Hey, NASA, why haven't you done this yet? Let's see if I've changed my mind.
A question and
have I changed my mind? Or do I still agree with this video? We're about to find out. Enjoy.
I've got an open letter, a question, and a request for NASA. On behalf of the American people who have funded your entire program, there's something that needs to be said. If everything that you've told us and everything that you've said you've done is true, then I think there's no reason why there shouldn't be a camera on the moon.
Agree.
NASA, why haven't you done this yet? What possible reason could you have for not doing something that can only yield positive results? It's an absolute slap in the face to the people who live on Earth.
Still agree.
Let's think about this for a second. Let's talk about the good that it would do and the damage it does with every single day that passes without NASA completing such a basic and essential mission. So NASA would need to launch a moonlander craft that would head to the moon.
They can do that.
0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour.
And if we're going to discuss finances, we can just look back to 2007 and recall the launch of the mission Themis, a moon orbiter that has been measuring the auroras in the Earth's magnetosphere and still is operating today. So that craft has been in operation for 10 years, and it cost NASA $173 million.
Woo!
So a launch of a simple craft carrying 5 or 6 4K cameras would cost much less. Well, let's say the cost is $159 million. That's only 3 days of the NASA budget, which is $53 million a day. So 3 days worth of the budget, and we already have our $159 million. So we launch it. We launch it up and we land it on the moon.
Woo!
And when we land it right next to the Apollo 16 landing spot.
Easy.
You can then show us the LEM and the lunar rover sitting exactly where they were left over 50 years ago. This could finally prove your moon landings. And I've already heard people saying, oh, you'll just call that fake too, just like you did the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photos of the landing spots.
Oh, the pixels were nice.
Well, there is a huge difference between live video footage showing the rover and the LEM sitting on the moon and these images believers want to call proof.
No, those are proof, though. Those are not proof, by the way. I'm joking. Those are not proof.
If these images,
if Mars Science wants me to believe these,
the rover,
then he can get out.
LEM, as well as the
go back to class, Mars Science.
The astronauts seen from 50 miles above the moon.
They actually, I've actually seen the pictures before, and
proof.
They show the walking path of Neil Armstrong. Like, how high up is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter? It's like way the fuck up there. Like, we can't see a walking path from a plane, but they could see one from much higher than that. The walking path of the guys that were walking, not the car. I can understand the car drives on. You can see the car there. Not that I believe this. That's a pixel
Start
change.
Believing in the proof of Bigfoot. You better start believing.
That is Bigfoot proof.
Is proof of 2 UFOs in the sky.
That is proof. What
you
are you
better
talking about?
believe the proof that I spent 7 hours on the roof of the White House last week, and the week before, I walked on water from California to Hawaii.
Nice.
Yes, I know I did get a little bit tired, and I got picked up. You can see where that happened right there in the middle. Then the boat drove us a little bit forward, and then I completed the journey with a buddy.
Nice.
And if you look
Oh, I see the
closely,
footprint.
You'll see proof of that too.
Yep.
As there's actually 2 paths.
Cool.
So, that being said, let's look at all the positive effects that would be a direct result of NASA placing a camera.
Whoever made this video is really good. I like him. I would hang out with them, have a beer with them.
Set it and forget it.
Right.
Since we always see the same side of the moon, all you need to do is land there at the Apollo 16 landing site, point the camera at Earth, and forget it. That camera view would always show the Earth from the moon.
Sweet.
Number 2, you could prove the moon landings. Numbers vary, but some polls have it at 7%, and some have it as high as 40%. What percentage of the world's population doubts that NASA
it's
went
over
and landed
50%.
man on the moon?
Over 50%. Easy.
Well, NASA, this would be your chance. Land the craft near the Apollo 16 landing position.
Right. Solve 2 birds with 1 stone.
Pan the camera and
Shit
show
in one
us
hand, hope in the other. See what
LEM
happens.
And the rover. Number 3, you can actually change flat earthers' minds. It's going to be real hard to deny that the Earth is a ball when people see from the moon the ball Earth spinning in space. One of the reasons many people are flat earthers is because none of us have ever seen the things we're asking NASA to show. Number 4, it would be the first ever live stream of the Earth from space, seeing the Earth in its entirety.
And science people don't think that that's
Number 5,
necessary or needed.
The first time we would
Sure.
get non-composite images of our Earth. How can there be no non-composite images taken of where we live? This would solve that problem. Number 6.
I don't think that that's necessarily
It would be
true.
the first live stream from space to show the Earth spinning in space. Seems like something we should have already. We don't.
Again, it would be now. I now realize how incredibly boring it would be, but it would still be a fun view.
Clear proof and observed data, empirical evidence of what's going on during eclipses.
Right.
No need
Children deserve
for
to see
your
that.
Misaligned diagrams, for your scales being incredibly off, for your backwards spinning Earths. This would show students, adults, parents, and teachers, everyone, exactly what's going on.
Right, they get to
during
see it
eclipse
from the
because
moon.
you're
It'd be awesome.
watching live what's happening during an eclipse.
I stand behind this guy's words.
Be it a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, we would get to see both from the moon.
Right.
We would either see the moon's shadow appear on the Earth during a solar eclipse, or we would see the Earth block out the sun during a lunar eclipse.
Correct. No, wait.
Number 9.
That was wrong.
Think
Strike
of
that.
the
Reverse it.
education opportunities that this presents.
Yeah, that's what I'm always worried about.
Time-lapse
Teach the
videos,
children. Show the
video
children in the
footage,
South Pole, please.
Using it in schools, showing children rather than telling them exactly what's going on in the sky above them. Would you rather them read it in a book or actually see a live video going on as they learn in the sky above them? Number 10, payback. All of NASA's money comes from the citizens of this country. The very least that they can do, the very least, is provide video footage
I agree.
of where we live from space.
They have better things to do than to prove to you, conspiracy theorists, that they're up there.
Almost 60 years since NASA was created. 11. Science denial. There's a lot of people who deny science. This would help to reduce that number by showing things rather than telling people. It's hard for people to deny things that are being shown to them
Hey, that's the truth.
right in their face. Number 12. This would be the #1 live stream of all time. It would be
Yeah, NASA,
seen
why don't
by
you do
more
this?
people than any live stream ever made. Number 13. If NASA has problems with the cost of this mission, by simply allowing advertising agencies or companies, corporations, businesses, stores, Walmart, Target, AT&T, to buy 1-hour time slots where they would have their logo on the screen.
What a brilliant idea.
In the live stream.
NASA,
Over the
call
course
me.
of 10 years, you could figure out how much money NASA could make, and they would actually make money if they employed this kind of ad revenue generation. Maybe I'm the only one. I mean, can you believe we are having this discussion 60 years after NASA was invented?
I cannot.
And 50 years since we sent men to the moon? No photos of Earth. No live video of Earth. No video of the Earth spinning. No video on the moon to show us eclipses. No 24/7 view from space. Are you okay with this? And if so, why? So there should be a poll available right now. Would love to see what side you're on. The rational side.
This is where I learned real quick
to be capable of, and
that you can't have people who are conspiracy theorists sign a petition. They won't do it.
questions: why in the world is there no camera on the moon? Or are you on the other side? The side of the fanboys, the ones that give NASA the benefit of the doubt that they do not deserve in any way. The side that continues to protect them rather than pressing them with issues like this. Make your pick. Do you stand with humanity? Or those who have enslaved the minds of humanity,
The slave voters,
lies and deception,
personally.
with false teachings and make-believe heroism from agents in disguise? Hey NASA, why haven't you done this yet?
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, we've only completed a beginning. The beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
Thanks, Neil.
Do you want to know my opinion? It's only my opinion, but I honestly cannot begin to imagine how anyone can see this any other way. Because they can get you Curiosity on Mars. They can build you any satellite you want. They can land on comets and observe the sun from the Lagrange point. They can operate Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 13 billion miles away with no issue at all. They can fly through the rings of Saturn with Cassini and orbit Jupiter with Juno. But for some reason, they can't put a camera on the moon.
Yeah, it's weird.
They can't take a video of the Earth.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it
has to be.
The reason we have no videos, no pictures, no moon base, no photos is simple.
Problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
We used to.
But we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Because we can't get but a few hundred miles from Earth. NASA can't go anywhere, just like all of us. So rather than teach people to be good to each other, and help each other, and make life easier for each other, they tell you a story about a spinning ball flying through endless space around a giant ball of nuclear fusion, 1 million times the size of the Earth. In a universe 14 billion years old, in our Milky Way galaxy, 100,000 light years across.
I mean, what is going on there?
And the whole thing is absurd.
Trying to think here. I got to think though. But if you're moving your camera in a craft, left or right, would the planet there be moving the same with you? I don't know why I think it would be. You'd be moving in the craft. Let's see it again.
Each other. They tell you
Trying to think.
a story about a spinning ball flying through endless space.
See, as they're moving like this is exactly on the window. That wouldn't be what you would see. Imagine you're in an airplane. You're in an airplane, and imagine this window is across from you, right? So you're sitting 3 people on your side, the aisleway, then there's 3 seats on the other side, and that's the far window. Okay, you're all the way on the other side of the fuselage, looking out the far window from you, and you are moving the camera. I don't know if, would it stay in the picture like that? I guess it would.
14 billion years old in our Milky Way galaxy.
You feel like you'd see
100,000.
If you move this way, the Earth would stay out there.
The whole thing.
I'm gonna have to practice
is
with that one.
filled with dark energy and dark matter and black holes, none of which has ever been observed. That's absurd.
So it's a.
We sit and we talk about things ahead.
This is great here. I love this one. This is my favorite. Because this is the difference between me and Buzz Aldrin. When I'm asked about TFE, I give you the answer. Why? Because I was there. And I was there, so I can give you any answer about Antarctica. What does Buzz Aldrin say when Bart Seibel tries to accuse him of faking the moon landing? Why are you talking to me? Talk to NASA. We were just passengers on a flight. Imagine me saying that if somebody asked me questions about Duffy or the trip. Oh, you guys faked the sun, this and that. And I said, hey, you go talk to Duffy. I was just passengers on a trip. Why would I ever say that? I was there. I can speak for myself.
This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away.
And how, you ask? How does NASA get away with these lies? Because people love the fantasy. They will never ever see any piece of that fantasy in reality. They don't care. No one will ever stand on Mars. No one will ever travel in space. No one will ever go to the moon or to Jupiter or Saturn, because it's all a mental prison. And the inmates think the prison is home. If I'm wrong, NASA, put a camera on the frickin' moon. Why in the world haven't you done that yet?
Had this analyzed. And this
Original video was 2017. They have yet to put a camera on the moon.
This is the window, and you're in a state.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy.
You're talking to the wrong guy here. Don't accuse us of faking the 24-hour sun. You're talking to the wrong guy.
Talk to the administration.
Go talk to Will Duffy. He's the one who set it up. He filmed it. Don't talk to me. I was a passenger on a flight.
We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I have to call questions on that. I don't think that's a good answer by Buzz Aldrin. I don't think deflecting there when you could have just stood up and say, I don't know what you're talking about. That picture, we were clearly halfway to the moon. You're wrong because this is what happened and this is what happened. What you're actually looking at is this happening and this happening. Rather than, why are you talking to me, man? Go talk to NASA. You're talking to the wrong guy here. Don't accuse me of stealing it. I was just a passenger. I was just a passenger on a flight. You went to the moon, Buzz. You went to the moon. A little bit more than a passenger on a flight, but okay, we got you. I mean, Katy Perry was a passenger on a flight. Okay. I think you were a little bit more than that. Just saying. Just watch you take down the fake news story regarding Katy Perry. Thank you. Good job. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible story. But I would like, so I haven't looked at my Telegram today, but I want to see when, I know Dave and I are doing a video soon, so it'll probably be this coming week. And you have your last minute things you want to get into me as far as your number one moon hoax proof. Get it to me quick. Either best way is t.me/Jeranism. Please do that. I'm going to turn on the Q&A. We'll ask a couple questions and then we'll be out of here. It's Friday, my favorite night of the week. Let me go over here and it says, how many limes in life did he answer this question? What, did you ask me again? Something? Oh, you mean if he answered it too many times? It could be true. Hey, as I said, the good thing about me is that before I would have sworn till the end of time that we didn't go to the moon. And now I will say I think that we didn't go to the moon. However, I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to evidence. However, I do think with the moon, I can simply put one piece of evidence out there and say, I will believe that you went to the moon when you go back. That's it. And I don't think there's a problem when you're talking something that was 50 plus years ago. Again, let's look at the equivalent. It would be like somebody got into the ocean and sailed the Atlantic and went from Europe to the New World, some 2,500 miles. Then they went back and said, hey guys, we went there, we could do it, let's go. So they sent another crew, they went there and back, another crew there and back, and between a couple years, 3 years, 6 times they went across the Atlantic Ocean to the New World and back. Okay, great. Since then, 50 years ago, nobody has gone 2.5 miles into the ocean. Every single person that's ever gone into the ocean since we went across the ocean, the furthest somebody's gone is less than the horizon. They've only gone to 2.5 miles and they come back. Nobody's gone further than that. That should cause questions. People would go, wait, what are you talking about? Didn't we get better ships? No, we lost the technology for ships. Painful process to bring it back. Well, why don't you get working on it? Well, because our missions change every 4 years. Sometimes we go to Mars, sometimes we go to the moon. We don't know what we're doing. We just keep spending money on shit we don't need. We had the James Webb, we had the Hubble telescope. We need the James Webb too. So that only costs like $11 billion. Not that bad. We had to go land on that asteroid and bring back some rocks. Really important. Important stuff going on. Learn about the solar system. Isn't that funny though? It's like, I love that one. That's my favorite. Like, it would be like an alien craft cruising into the solar system and being like, we want to learn about how the universe was built. Let's go to Earth and grab a rock. Yay! So they fly down to Earth, land somewhere, pick up a rock, and take off. And then they go back home and they're like, we have the rocks from Earth. We know how the universe was built. We know how the universe came to be. Look at these rocks we picked up from Kazakhstan. Fantastic. I mean, just amazing. Now the aliens have all that they'll ever need. Thank goodness they landed here and took one rock and went back and took it, because that'll tell you everything. That one rock from one location on one Earth. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, that craft is amazing. You know, this is what they say to... I don't believe that one. It came back. It flew to an asteroid, landed on it, grabbed some rocks, came back, and then dropped the rocks to Earth and then took off to another asteroid. That's fucking impressive. If that happened, I want to meet those people. Because it just sounds a little fanciful to me. So we had a craft. It flew to an asteroid, landed on it, grabbed some rocks, put it in its little container, geared back up, took off from that asteroid, flew back to Earth, got here, dropped it off in the sky, through the atmosphere. I don't know how it didn't burn up or whatever, special packaging. And then, and by the way, they hit their spot on the meteor, on the asteroid. They were within 4 centimeters of their projected landing spot, which was fantastic. And then when they dropped the rocks, they were off by 400 miles on Earth. You know, the asteroid was easier. Earth a little bit more difficult. But anyway, to me, I just want to meet those people. Because that's a stretch for me. That's a stretch. That is a stretch. I wonder if did it have a camera view? Does anybody know? I don't remember that mission's name. Hayabusa? No, that's not it. Oh, that's Artemis. Can't remember the name. All right, anyway, let me check the Q&A. We'll turn it on. You guys can start asking questions. I'm trying to fix something here. Plus, start a Q&A. Ask, head on, anything. Ready, set, go. Now, do it. Joy. Okay. Start Q&A. Go. We'll answer those. I'm going to go check out the super chats first. If we have time, we'll go back to those. Let me bring up the chat screen. It's kind of fun. Super chats. All right, we've got shoot. We've got this one. And we've got YouTube singled out chat. Found it. Properties. Boom. Good. Now we're set. And back to unplugged chat. Okay, we got the first one. Dave's Waffle House. Do we have it? Is it ready yet? Might not be in this. No, it's not there. We'll give you this one.
He's on fire!
Thanks, Dave. You're on fire. What I won't do is... what's it say? Kobe! All right, we've got... thank you. Legend. Mad respect. Thank you, Dave's Waffle House. £2 UK. Addicted to Globing has gifted 1 Jeranism membership. Way to go. Congratulations. That is a very good tip. Thank you.
Good tip.
Thank you, Kelsey. We've got Exposing Moz Tricks. $2. Thank you very much. Says science is an attempt to find out you are wrong. Science is the attempt to find out you are wrong. Yes, I would agree with that. Science is testing of claims to see which one matches reality better. Make a claim, back it with evidence. People review it and say, yes, that evidence is sound, or no, that evidence is not sound. Let's retest it. And you just keep doing that over time, and then you get a better world and better items. And I believe technology is mostly trial and error, but it's a form of science. It is using the scientific method almost. Which method of us building this results in better products? Okay, we've got JSS Tiger. The problem is uneducated people proclaiming that educated people have been lied to. The problem is uneducated people. Yeah, that's okay. Good point. I mean, I guess that is in my case too. And you're right. Maybe it's going to be something that in a year from now, I drop all that. And that could be the case. I'll tell you, there's a couple things. Did I tell you MC Tune is coming next Saturday? And a lot of the VIPs are already excited to get into the chemtrail debate with MC Tune. So if you want to join us for that, become a VIP. And then on the first and third Saturday of every month, we meet with a member of the community. We had, you know who might be the week after or the 2 weeks after Tune is Wolfie6020. Might be able to do it. So if he does it, that'd be awesome. But we had Dave McKeegan. We had before MC Tune. Before that, we had Will Duffy. We've had Alex Stein. We've had all the Flat Earther people that will never be back. Sov and Karen B. and Dave Weiss. And maybe we could do Rose 777 will be back again for sure. Eventually, we plan on having Patricia, obviously Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, when their court case is completed, when Mark screws his head on right and stops lying about people. Might be good. Indeed. Okay, let's go back here. We have Mr. Gustafsson. I like that name. Says, Jaron, I have followed you for 10 years. Thank you for going to Antarctica and the TFE, WWF forever. Awesome. Thank you very much for following and thank you for the $200 I always like those. They accept those at most shops. CVS gives me a little dirty look, but that's all right. You can know that that's not true because I won't go into CVS and shop. Although I did recently to say hi to an old employee. Well, actually, I checked if there was any old employees there, and there was. Somebody I hired. It was kind of funny. What's going on here? Yeah, we did that one. Oh, we did that one, Mr. Gustafsson. Yes. All right, now we're going to go back and check the Q&A chats. And we did that one. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Let's go check those. Q&A. They are here. Questions. All right, we got a bunch. Try to keep it at one if you could, but we could do more. What'd it do? All right, human being. Thank you very much. That's the way to start us off. Way to go. Real Singus says, why don't you just grow the F up? I would like to do that too. But you know what? It's more fun being a child. I don't like grown-up responsibilities. Father, husband, that kind of stuff. Who wants it? Who needs it? Who's hosting? You or McKeegan? I believe we're going to do it on my channel. But I'm open to doing it as his as well. It's up to him. I think that we plan on doing it on my channel. But we're just going to do the first meeting is going to be me presenting the 5 or 6 things that we have. And he'll try and do anything he can on the spot. If there's anything he can't really come up with the answer for right on the spot, then he'll take those back. And then a week later, we'll come back, reconvene. And either we will answer all the questions or we will have still more questions or we will decide at that point. So we have pretty good things, but I thought that we had a better case. I thought we had, there's 5 or 6 good things, I think. But if you think I might be forgetting something, reach out on Telegram and say, hey, are you mentioning this or are you mentioning that? Because most people who reach out say something like, we know it's fake because they haven't gone back. It's like, okay, yeah, I get that. But we're trying to have evidence or some sort of presentable thing. I can't just say that to Dave when he shows up on my show, like, hey, we never gone back. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we have to do a little better than that. And we have to have numbers. We have to have math. I've heard a lot of people say things like, the suits wouldn't work with the heat change. I mean, I get some of that. I do think that is a good argument, but I wish we had better numbers because I'm just going to throw that at him. He's going to have to go check the numbers. But I do agree that if the temperature changes from 300 degrees positive to 200 negative, which is a 500 degree swing, it's hard to believe that a camera could take that, right? We couldn't even really use a camera much in Antarctica. As far as button pressings, we were warned that things could go down, things could not work, but we were only at 10 degrees Fahrenheit, So that's not negative 200. I think if you went to negative 50, you'd probably not have any cameras work anymore. Negative 100, I can't imagine a camera working. Negative 200, I get it. There's no air around it. I understand. You don't need to give me the 10 degrees. I'm just saying that's a pretty drastic change for a Hasselblad camera. But I'm sure maybe somebody has tested that. But again, the problem is just saying that to me is not, it's not something that's easy for me to present. I'd rather you say, here's a camera that doesn't work with this temperature, and here's a camera that was tested. What did somebody show me? Oh, no, that was something else. That was about chemtrails. But anyway, what I was saying about conspiracy theories is we're noticing that some of them I'm kind of ironing out. When you kind of look into them, chemtrails, I think one of the biggest things there is that people consider, it's like, well, are we talking about the exhaust that comes out of a plane? Because isn't that chemicals? So I get that you're saying, oh, it's normal and it happens all the time. Okay, great. But isn't it chemicals? So can't that be a chemtrail? And they're like, no, those are contrails. Okay, but they're contrails with chemicals in them, right? Because there's a paper, I have a PDF, basically somebody wrote a paper that they did an absorption rate test where with a telescope, they were looking at the contrails and the absorption rate is not anywhere near what it should be for ice crystals in a medium of certain temperature difference. So hot ice crystals in a cold environment, there's a certain amount of dissipation or dissipation? How you say that word? Dissipation that it should dissipate at. And I'll have to find that PDF. But it's good because these are kind of things that I want to start looking into rather than just a blanket statement. Oh, I know that they're chemtrail spraying, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But then I say, well, I've seen evidence that they cloud seed. And then everybody agrees. Oh, yeah, that's different. Okay. So we do accept that there are planes flying above us, dropping chemicals that are getting into the groundwater and are getting into the soil. So it's just like a matter of like getting on the same page as people. So you're basically saying that they're not spraying it from commercial jets at high altitudes because why would they? And it would be caught, and why would they not do it invisibly? Okay, so I'm just understanding your guys' position, which I think is MC Toon's position, that he's not calling geoengineering chemtrails. So I guess the definition of chemtrails then has to be coming out of the back of a plane and not be contrails, even though the contrails last for a while and they become basically clouds in the sky. So I don't think I have that PDF in here. It might be in my garage. Let me check here. Did I move it here? Oh, I actually think I did. I put it in garage share. Let me see. Public shared garage. Did I put in PDFs or no? Please be there. Yes. I think I did. Oh, what is this? I will upload it at t.me/Jeranism links. T.me/Jeranism links. Wait. Yeah, this is the paper. So it's the Journal of Geography, Environment, and Earth Science International. Wait. Chemtrails are not contrails. Radiometric evidence. This work was carried out with these following authors, these colleges. Aims, concerted efforts are made to deceive the public into falsely believing that jet-emplaced tropospheric aerosol trails, called chemtrails by some, are harmless ice crystals, contrails from aircraft engine exhaust moisture. Our objective is to use the radiometric measurements in the range of 250 to 300 nanometers to show that a typical chemtrail is not a contrail and to generalize that finding with additional data. We utilized International Light Technologies ILT 950 UV spectral radiometer mounted on a Meade LXD55 auto guider telescope tripod and mount assembly. The results were the radiometric solar irradiance spectra data that included the transit of typical tropospheric aerosol trail between radiometric sensor and the solar disk showed significant absorption during the transit period. The during transit absorption is wholly inconsistent with the almost negligible absorption by ice, which is wholly consistent with absorption by aerosolized particles, including coal, fly ash. This result is consistent with other aerosol trail physical phenomenon observations. So anyway, I'll put this in the t.me/Jeranism links because I did think Well, is anybody doing actually any testing on it? I have seen people claim that there's, increases in aluminum and stuff in the ground. I don't know if that's from this, but this is a pretty good looking paper. At least they did some testing. So somebody, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when somebody tests something and they get it, well, then somebody should follow it up and show that they're wrong. Lots of citations. All right, let me see. We put this in there. We got to go t.me/Jeranism links. But again, these are the kind of things where if somebody proves this wrong, then that's, you kind of start working towards it till you might get to that point where you're like, oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I need to learn how to get into Telegram. Here we go. And links, links. All right. Links, and we're dropping this in there. To be a document and PDF. This PC and GarageShare. Yes. And GarageShare. Yes. And PDFs. And there we go. Okay, so that's in there for anybody who wants to check that out and tell me what they think. Oh, it's not there. I lied. I put the wrong one in. There it is. Send. All right, so it's hhw.pdf. You got to put something else in there. This is the chemtrails versus contrails. Okay, we did that. That's there for you. All right, let's see what we got now. We have Forbidden One says, why do you reject the fact that multiple rovers have sent images of Earth from the moon? Also, thousands of people tracked the Apollo missions, including other nations, all confirmed the moon landing. Yeah, I mean, that's just not the case. What do you mean thousands of people tracked? So just explain to me what you mean by that. What do you mean by they tracked it? Are you talking about people at satellite stations like in Australia, or what exactly do you mean? Do you mean that people at their house used a dish and they tracked the Apollo craft on the moon? I guess I don't know what you mean by that. But why do you reject the fact that multiple rovers have sent images of Earth from the moon? Which rovers? Wouldn't it be better if you told me, like, Jaron, why don't you trust the JAXA mission that on this date or something? Because you're just saying, why do you reject multiple rovers? I didn't know there's multiple rovers that have sent pictures of Earth from the moon. So that's one good reason I could not trust that. And then thousands of people tracked the Apollo missions. I believe they have like one story that they go to. The one story being those like Russian people that were in some attic picking up the Apollo mission. I've heard that story. But I don't even think I've heard much real story. The other thing that people keep saying to me, which I don't think is true either, is somebody said to me, oh, and ham radio operators, they bounce signals off the moon all the time. So I was like, oh, really? I didn't know that. That's kind of good evidence right there if they do that. Then I go look and it's like, that's a difficult thing to do. People don't do that all the time. Why say that to me? They don't bounce it off the moon all the time. And it has to have a ton of power to get to the moon and back. And we're just talking about Morse code, let alone talking. So it's not, they make it sound like, oh yeah, we do ham radio operators talk off the moon all the time. Then you go look into it. No, that's not the case. So anytime you tell me things like that, just it kind of hurts the whole picture if you're going to say things and as a matter of fact, and I go look and it ends up not being the case. So a ham radio has to take a bunch of power just to get voice or just to get Morse code, let alone voice, let alone videos, right? So NASA had to send video from a moving vehicle back to NASA. And to me, that just seems like, and then here's the hardest part. They have to receive. So NASA's sending radio waves and they're just driving around in a cart, picking them up and talking in real time almost to mission control. Yeah. And that's just, okay, sure. It's a vacuum of space. There's no, okay, but still there's the inverse square law. So still whatever power you send out is going to be spreading out at the inverse square, right? So if you figure out what that power is at 50 yards or whatever, then you just keep, let's say 50 miles, you figure out what the power is at 50 miles, then every time you double it, it's 4 times less powerful. So it just seems to me that when you're talking 238,000 miles, by the time it gets to the Earth, it's a very, like, wouldn't that radio wave hit all of the Earth? Couldn't anybody pick it up? Because by then how is it not spread out larger than the Earth? So I have to think about that. I don't really fully know what we're talking about when we're saying so they're not microwaves. That can't be true. So it's just radio waves this would still spread at the inverse square. And I thought somebody told me the power last time. 100? Was it 100 watt dish? And then that dish seems small that's on the cart. So that one little dish on the mobile, on the go-kart, that's the one that was transmitting and receiving. So yeah, I do have questions about it. But that's why Dave McKeegan's coming. He's going to be able to explain us all. And the way that he explains things is very meticulous in a way that doesn't make you lose your mind. If you just kick back and listen, he's just giving you the explanation. So maybe he can explain it to me better than anybody else has, because everyone else just wants to say, well, we know we did it because we did it. Yeah, okay, but what is the power of that? And is it easy for us to do today? Because it does seem peculiar that it was done so easily then. I mean, I don't even remember a moment where they were like on the moon and they lost contact at all, right? Do you? Like they never were on the moon and said, mission control, hello, we lost you, mission control. There was never a period of time where they just lost contact. So there was always a direct communication, even though they're driving in a cart. And they say that the cart can't send video. But then when it stops, I don't get it. We'll find out. But that's why, if you're asking why. All confirm the moon landing. Yeah, and again, I've talked about this before, but if this was ever a faked event, Russia and the United States would be in on it together. Obviously, it wouldn't be one country doing it together. It would be both of them saw a benefit to it, and the benefit is purely easy to be seen now. Look at the years that have been put into the space programs in both countries. Look at the money that's been spent in the space programs. And then when you look at the prestige that each country got from it, if you don't know, Russia does not tell the story that we won the space race. That's not how you build your prestige in your country. The United States tells the story that we won the space race. Russia tells the story that they were first in everything. They beat us hand over foot in every single category, except for when they found out we were going to the moon. They said, let them go to the moon. There's nothing there. Then the United States spent all their money on going to the moon. They went to the moon and there was nothing there. That's the story that they tell Russian students. So the Russian students think stupid Americans went to the moon and found nothing. And we were the first woman, the first orbit, the first animal, the first satellite, everything. First spacewalk, first everything was Russia. So we have this American pride that we think we won the space race, but really we got fucking floored. We lost in every single category. Every single thing we were behind. It just so happens that we got lucky on the one. So, I mean, it's not even a good story of like, oh, America, we rallied together. Yeah, well, why didn't we rally together and beat them on anything else? We lost every single contest. They were ahead of us in every single way. So it's not even the story that they want to tell. It actually makes more sense from Russia's side. We wasted the money. Think how much money was wasted then. If they were never going to go back, it wasn't the goal to go there and to like find a place where we could have a base where then you have a secure position on the moon. Not just to go there 6 times, grab rocks, hit a golf ball, and then never go back. What was the point of going then? And you went and didn't even discover water. Supposedly, India went and found water. So we went 6 times in all that soil and we didn't figure out that there was water on there. You didn't check one of the craters? Wouldn't if there's some craters that like are permanently dark, you'd think you'd go down there and see maybe there's some water in some of these. Nope, NASA didn't announce that. They did announce that they found a new element from the periodic table, and everybody said that was proof of the moon landings, and then they found it on Earth, and then they were, shh, we don't, shh. It's like, the name of it is Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins all together. What is it called again? Neil Armstrong, so ARM. I don't know what it's called. Buzz Aldrin, ALD. No, I don't remember. Bet I could look it up. What is the element? Armstrong, Aldrin, Collins. It is called armalcolite. It is named in honor of the Apollo 11 crew. Its discovery, the mineral was first found on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission, 1969. And it has been found in various locations on the moon, including the Sea of Tranquility and later on Earth in places like Smoky Butte, Montana. Composition, it is primarily composed of titanium, magnesium, and iron. It provided scientists with valuable insights into the moon's geology. But originally there was stories that this was a proof of the moon landing, but they don't say it anymore. Armstrong and Aldrin collected 47.5 pounds of lunar material to bring back to Earth as pilot Michael Collins flew the command module in lunar orbit. Okay. First found Tranquility Base. So anyway, if you want to look into that. Amacolite. All right, we got, did I answer your question? Probably good enough. You watch Armstrong's last interview before he passed. It was Australia. With no we, he tells non-believers, I left my camera there. You can go and get it if you don't believe it. Really? No, it's where at? Australia? Armstrong's last interview. In Australia. And you say he says no we at all, the whole speech, or just that one part you're talking about? Anyway, thank you for that. I will look into that. I would like to see that. We've got fits of mitochondrial Eve rage. Why do you care if the moon landing was real or fake if you also claim to not care about dark matter, etc.? Because it's a claim I've made before. So if it's true that we went to the moon, it kind of rewires my brain completely. Because really that's the one that I guess convinced me that you can keep long secrets. And even though everybody in the science side says, no, you can't, that they would be found out really quickly. I guess thinking that the moon landing is fake has always allowed me to believe that there is long-standing conspiracies that can last 50 years, 100 years, or whatever. And it can be a very select group if you have the right kind of compartmentalization. And then there's just a lot of signs that make me wonder. So, for instance, on the next moon landing, what they won't do is they won't say, hey, go find 20,000 companies in the United States and let's make sure that they all have a part in this, because that would be ludicrous. You would not do that because you don't want to have that many hands in the cookie jar. That's how you make mistakes. But that's what Apollo 11 did. They employed 20,000 businesses and 400,000 people to contribute to this. And that's just not safe. You're talking about pre-email, pre-computers, pre-fax machine, I think. Maybe there was fax machines, but regardless, think of all the paper, all the handwritten notes that would have been sent in the mail. Think of all the conversations on the phone, writing down complex formulas and numbers and knowing what to build. And I mean, it just would have been a logistical nightmare. And you would want to limit that in my mind. I can't imagine saying we want 20,000 companies working on this project. 20,000 companies? 1,000 companies is a lot. 500 companies is a lot of people working on one project. 250 companies is a lot. 100 companies is a lot of companies working on one project. They had 20,000 companies. And it, boom, went without a bang. Everything fit perfectly. All the parts when they came in fit nice and snug. Nobody made any mistakes. Nobody used a metric instead of an imperial. Beautiful. So it's great. But yeah, that's why, I mean, I don't care about dark matter because dark matter is a high-level physics thing, right? That if scientists can't figure that out, I sure as hell don't know and don't care. It just doesn't make a difference to me. However, the moon landing is a pretty big one because again, I've said this before, if they went to the moon, then they know all the distances to everything in the solar system. If they went to the moon, then you better believe it all. You better believe the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, the distance to Mars, all that is true if they went to the moon. So it is a big deal to me versus dark matter. Dark energy doesn't tell me anything. And we could never even prove that what they see is dark energy or dark matter. The asteroid sample returns work because the asteroids have low gravity. There's a reason why OSIRIS-REx worked on and Mars sample return turned into a complete mess. You mean because it took off from the asteroid with low gravity? Yeah, I get that. I guess, can you do that on Kerbal? I haven't played Kerbal yet, but that'd be awesome. Because I don't even understand when you take off from the asteroid. So what orbit are you in? I guess I don't really understand in space. You have to be in some sort of orbit, don't you? I don't think you can just start going off on your own. You have to be in orbit of some type. So I just don't know, did they get in orbit of that and then they blast out into orbit of what? Into orbit of that asteroid that they just landed on? I have questions about it, but it doesn't mean that, again, people get very mad if I say I have questions, like, well, then don't talk about it. I have questions. I'm allowed to say that. I have questions about that mission. The video, the video that they show you that's supposedly supposed to be real, of it like approaching it, it looks like CGI to me. And I don't know how anybody would argue with that. it's like the Saturn pictures. We have to admit that those are, well, I guess they're not in the visible spectrum, so you're not expecting it to look visible. I mean, it is look visible, but it looks weird because it's infrared. The proof you showed earlier where you said on a flat, inner people and outer people will both see the sun go left to right. Can you explain how? You're wrong. It's the opposite, just like in a globe. What? You're wrong. It's the opposite, just like in a globe. Okay, we could try it again. You'd have to actually show me because I'm just going to explain to you what I just did. So I don't really know how that's going to fix anything. Let me read your question again so I make sure I understand. Come on, open. Dude, this kid thing cannot ask me for permission every time. Load. I swear, never get this. A power soft mirror. It's the worst. I don't know if anybody has a free one. I don't know of any free ones. Are you going to work or not? Okay, I'll just draw it on my own program because this thing sucks. What is wrong with it? Oh, now it's going. There we go. It's back. All right, here we go. So you said the proof you showed earlier where you said on flat earth inner people and outer people will both see the sun go left to right. Can you explain how? You're wrong. It's the opposite, just like in a globe. Okay. So we're talking about flat earth, right? That's what you have a question about? Okay. So if the sun is going in orbit, we'll grab a highlighter and yellow. Thank you. Okay, so the sun is doing this. Correct? Going that direction. Okay. So from somewhere in the south or the north, I'd rather use a white pen. So here's the north, here's the south. So what are you saying? Both these people are looking, this direction is west, right? West, west. Would you agree with that? So this person would see the sun go left to right, left to right. This person would see the sun go left to right, left to right. And if that's true, it's true for everywhere else, right? Person inside, person outside would all see it go left to right. Yet the sun goes right to left in the south. So who was right and who was wrong? And who still can't figure it out? Again, for people in the south, they see the sun do this. This person sees the sun do this. Joe Hamby says the sun goes one direction. That's a paradox. Does the sun go one direction or does it go right for some people and left for some people? Now, why it's not a paradox is because the sun is actually not what's moving. It's the earth moving. And the fact that, you can kind of see this, can you? Yeah, that'll work. So let's pretend now that we're on a globe. And here's the equator. There's the equator. And this person who's in the north and this person who's in the south, based on the fact of where they're at on the globe, they happen to be leaning. If you're here at the equator, the sun would go right above your head, 90 to 70. But because you're here, you are going to see the sun appear to move this direction. And because you're here, the sun would appear to look and move in this direction. That's all. So it's actually not a moving of the sun, but that's the answer for it. There is no flat earth answer. There is a globe answer. The globe says that's what we predict. The globe says, oh, you live on a globe, therefore people in the south would see the sun do this and people in the north would see the sun do this. And we can test that by going to Google Earth and then bringing it up on there and showing that that's exactly what the globe shows. So again, I would have to go back to what you said just to double check, make sure I've proven that correct. Let me see. You said, one more time. I lost it. It was up there, wasn't it? The proof you showed earlier where you said on flat earth, inner people and outer people will both see the sun go left to right. Can you explain? Right. So here's what I just realized what you're missing. And this happens to every single person that hears this, and it's because you've been lied to. Okay? People like Joe Hamby are confusing you when they keep telling you, oh, it's just perspective, because what you're thinking is this. I know exactly what you're thinking now. I wish I would have thought about this before. Would have made a lot more sense. Now I get what your problem is. You think because if the sun is doing this, you're saying this person looking this way and this person looking this way. So this person would see it right to left and this person would see it left to right. So you're saying, can you explain how? You're wrong. It's the opposite, just like the globe. Right. But you said, well, they both see the sun go left to right. It's not a matter of which way the sun goes. It's a matter of which way the sun sets. Because by saying sets, I'm telling you where your location is and which direction you're looking. Right. In this case, nobody said who was looking north and who was looking south. You just added people in those locations. I'm saying, watch the sun set. So if the sun is setting, then they are looking west. No matter where you are, you're looking west. Doesn't matter where you are, west. And then the sun sets right to left for the south, left to right for the north. And the other thing is it rises. Turn around and face east. It's the same exact thing. And there's a reason for that, and you should know why that is. Okay? I mean, the other thing you can kind of look at is on a globe, the Tropic of Cancer goes this way. Tropic of Capricorn. Right? We're on a flat Earth, the Tropic of Capricorn is here. So it's very easy to see which one is true. Go down to Punta Arenas. Can you see that? Yeah. Watch the sun set, and it sets like this. Oh, okay. And then it's under the horizon for just a little bit, and it comes back up and does this. This is what it does. Every day. Yet this place is getting sun, yet this place is getting sun. How is that? Well, it's because those places are underneath the Earth over here. Underneath the ball. So when the sun goes here, it's then shining on the backside of the ball. So anyway, hopefully that cleared it up for you. It is, don't think of the sun, because that's the thing about Joe Hamby is he's trying to get people to see that counterclockwise and clockwise are not important, but here's why they're important. Is around the South Pole, okay, the stars go, I think they rise in the east, set in the west, so they're going over the top. So this way, okay? So this is what is meant by, and then the stars go this way around the north. So that's why they say counterclockwise. If you look in the north, you see counterclockwise. If you look in this way, you see clockwise. So it's not anybody confusing. It's not a lie. That's what the stars actually do. And the sun does the same thing, right? The sun goes, did I get this arrow wrong? Oops, I did. Sorry, the sun goes this way. My bad. Wait, I'm trying to think now. If you are, oh, well, it's hard because this is not a flat Earth map. I mean, this is a flat Earth map. I'm trying to draw that's why it's confusing. So the sun does this way here, and this way here, and goes this way here. So that's why they're saying, if you look at the star disk, here's the stars go this way. Okay, they're clockwise on this map, but from underneath, we see them as counterclockwise. And then the same thing here. These stars are going this way, supposedly, but really they're coming this way. Right? That's the way the stars are going. Like this arrow. Excuse me. And from underneath, we would see it do the opposite. So it's just because we're on top. That this is clockwise. From underneath, we would see it go counterclockwise. This is counterclockwise. From underneath, we'd see it go clockwise. So that's your explanation there. But really, I mean, that's the biggest thing. I can't ever tell anybody besides being there. There's nothing more obvious than, let me grab this real quick because I want to show you this. Because it's the thing that made me right away know, oh shit, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. Because I think if people knew this, I don't think the flat Earth could have ever taken off if it wasn't that we have 95% of people who live in the north. Oh, sorry. I noticed that I wasn't sharing that drawing. Anyway, we'll get there. If we didn't have 95% of the population, or maybe it's 93, somewhere in there. Because I don't understand how you can be in the south and believe in a flat Earth. The very first thing I would have said if I lived in the south is I would say, what? That map doesn't match what the sun does. So in the north, any flat earther is going to look at the map and say, oh, that map matches what I see the sun do, right? So you have, in the north, everything jives. Here I am in California. What do I see every day? I see the sun set left to right every day. Then when it rises, what do I see from California? I see the sun rise left to right every day. So the circling sun matches perfectly with my observations on a flat Earth. Now, I had no idea. Nobody told me, oh, by the way, it goes like this down here. Right? That doesn't make sense to me. Because I would have asked, wait, so what, it sets this way? How? But the sun goes this way. So, I mean, I remember people saying the sun set south of west and rose south of east, but I guess I just wasn't, I was thinking it had something to do with the orientation. Like I was thinking, oh, well, it's because north and south are aimed at the equator. I think people remember me saying that. So let's say they're equator. So I thought that like east and west were aimed at the equator, and by south of west, it meant it was rising over here. Like it was coming here and then setting here. You know, again, that's why we went down to Antarctica, because I knew that this, if the sun did this, that we'd be in trouble. Because how did it bring light and heat over here? So pretty simple. Oh, this is a great view here. Go down to Punta Arenas. This is the most obvious thing ever. We were there December 14th or thereabouts. And I'll just show you. We're going to look southeast. And look how far south we have to look. We're way southeast here. Almost even south. Okay. And we're going to go to December. You can see the screen. You can't see it. Sorry. It's coming up. Lo siento, lo siento, lo siento. What is that? Okay. Yeah, look at that. Thank you, Missa. As if I didn't have enough on my mind already. You've totally blown my... Okay. What was I doing? All right. Here we go. I figured it out. We got it. We're back on track. Okay, so we're going to... go to 12. There's 13. Okay, good enough. Go back up to where we can get to a sunset. That's too many? One less. There we go. Okay, so now when you watch this, think about being a flat earther and everything you know about the flat earth. One more time, just so you understand, because this one, Landry, clip this if you could. This next section, please. Okay, so we're going to be looking at two things very quickly. First, we're looking at this flat earth map. And we're saying, what do we expect if we go down to Punta Arenas? Okay? We go down to Punta Arenas, which means we are... Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If you don't come back, you're getting fired. What a nightmare of a program. If anybody has a free version of something that can screencast your iPad, because this program sucks balls. Okay, we're not doing that. Landry, don't cut that. Leave that out. All right, let me see this part here. It's not coming back? No, it's not. He's not. Oh, there it is. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, it's back. Okay, so if you are here, which is Punta Arenas, okay, what do we expect if the sun goes this way? Should be simple. The sun is to our north. It's going to come around here, and we should see it set to our northwest, right? If this is your kind of compass cross, or maybe more like this, it should be to the northwest. But what you can't see is the sun going this way. Sorry, it'd be this way. Right? I'm trying to turn it around so you can see. Remember, you're looking this way, and the sun has to go away from you and to the west. Why? Because it has to bring heat here and heat here, because they get it every day. There's no question the sun will be above their head and the sun will be above their head. Great. So let's go see if that's what we see when we go down there. Because we go down there and we get this instead. And watch how drastic this is, and maybe you have to be there to see it. Because here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. All right. Oop, now there it is. Look at the drasticness of this sunset. Oops. Again, this is too small. Go this way. Give you a little more look. That's good enough. Now you get a better look. All right. So again, look at where we're looking. This is almost south. In fact, if we kind of move this a little bit south, see if we kind of... I mean, imagine that. This is us looking dead south. And if you remember the video, this is what we saw. We were watching and we saw the light over there. See the light? We're like, hey, we could see the light of the sun. And it rose not more than 3 hours later. And I mean, literally, you could be looking out in that direction south, and you'd be able to just turn to your right a little bit, see the sun set, turn to your left a little bit, see the sun rise. Okay, let's kind of back away. Let's get down a little bit. Okay, now let's watch. Let's turn back a little bit just to see the sun set. There we go. So when you see this, look at the sun. And it's as obvious as could be. The sun sets right to left. How the hell is this going to Australia, which is over there? It's over there to the right. Australia is to the right of the flat earth. Right? Again, this is what I don't understand, how flat earth should be over. What are we doing? It's over. Time's up. Nice happy face here. Or titties, whatever those are. It has to get over here. Here. Right? It has to get here. So the sun can't go this way. It just can't. It can't go this way. It can't go this way. And that's even the crazier thing. We talk about the sun doing this, but it actually does that everywhere. How is that possible? Everywhere on the outside of the map, it's doing the same thing. This circle. But it's impossible on a flat earth, so the flat earth should be done. And there's and anybody, Dave Weiss, Ian, Crybaby, whatever your guys' names are, there's why can't you just get that much and accept it? Like, you don't have an answer, and you never will, so you're just like, nah, we're going to stick with this till the end of time. There's nothing that can be disproven. Well, then get out of the scientific discussion. It's okay if you want to have a religious belief in flat earth. Go do that. But you can't be in scientific discussions because you're making people think that there's a scientific basis for you being allowed in that discussion. And there's not, because we can't do any observations that match reality. So again, one more time, we're just going to look at this. You saw what we expect on the flat earth. We are here in Punta Arenas. We know which way west is. Okay? And remember, we were just looking this direction right here. We almost looked dead south, but we had to turn this way to see the sun go this way. Where's the sun going? Like, that alone should be the end. Let alone the fact that then we went to Punta Arenas. We went to Union Glacier, which is out here somewhere. And at midnight, where was the sun? We saw the sun over here. Oops, can't really see that. Yeah, kind of there. Yeah, it went away. There. So we were in Antarctica looking at the sun south of us, and we called Australia and said, hey, where's the sun? They said, it's above our head. It's here? Yes, it's here. No, we see it over here. Yeah, but it's here. Okay, well, is there a model that says that's what you should expect and see? Well, of course. The globe says that when you see the sun here, it's shining above the heads of people in Australia over there. I know it's kind of difficult because we're looking at a flat map, but you get the point. So it doesn't match at all observations, and we actually have a model that says this is what the observations will be. Right? So we see the sunset here. We see the light over there. It's 11:30, 12:30 at night. We're like, what the hell's going on? The sun needs to be going the other direction. It just barely stays under there for like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. And then it pops right back up. Now remember, this is in the southeast. Look at how much we're facing. So that right there, we're almost facing south. Here comes the east sun. It's rising right to left, as the sun will do all the time. Okay. Now you might even ask, watch this. So this sun is rising right to left. There it goes. Now you might say, well, Jaron, how the hell does that rise left to right for somebody in the north? Well, let me show you. Because it's a nature of the sphere. So if we pull back from here and we're going to go this way and head north. Okay, because the sun is going to spin around, we get past we're up here at the tropic. There we go. We'll get down to the ground. Remember, the sun was just rising for people in the south, right to left. If we were watching that same sunrise, it would come here and we would see it go left to right. There's only one shape in the world that can show us why we see that. There's only one shape that says you in the north will see something different than you in the south because of the very nature of the shape that you're on. So, if that's doing the same thing, Mars science, get a life. Sounds to me to be much different. It is using evidence. It is using everyday observations, matching them with a model that calls for it and proclaiming that that model is most likely true. It'd be very difficult to map an Earth somewhere it isn't and it match observations. If that were possible, there would be a flat Earth map. We would have a flat Earth map that worked because we just mapped it on the Earth, even though its observations don't match. Well, you can't match the Earth on a flat map because the observations don't match. That should be the clue to flat earthers that something's wrong. And if something's wrong, you should look around till you find a map or model that accounts for everything. So I know that if we went to these locations, this is what we'd see the sun do. How do I know that? Because nobody's ever debunked Google Earth, which would be very easy. Go to a location, watch the sun. If the sun goes the other way, we got problems. It's never happened and it never will because it's a very mathematical model. So anyway, isn't that crazy that we see the sun move left to right? The south sees it move right to left drastically. And Joe Hamby's going around telling flat earthers that the sun goes the same direction, only one direction. That's what do you mean? We just saw the sun go left to right for us, but it went for people in the south right to left. So that's a paradox. On a flat earth, it is a paradox. You can't say the sun goes one direction, but it goes in two different directions for two people facing the same direction. That means the sun doesn't go in the same direction. So flat earth cannot answer that. So they must just dismiss it and say, oh, well, it just goes one direction and counterclockwise and clockwise are BS. No, think about it. The sun has to go around the north in the northern summer and has to go around the south in the southern summer. So you can just picture that the sun actually, I was going to say change directions. It doesn't change direction. It changes its position in comparison to the position on the globe, right? So when it's the northern summer, the people in the north, the sun is up further towards the north because it's going around the north, just like I just drew the south and I showed it going around the south. 6 months later, it's now going around the north. And you could go up to the north to the same latitude that we were at in Punta Arenas, and you would see the same sunrise and sunset, but it would go the other direction. Left to right, rise, left to right, set. And that's how you know you're on a globe. There's no other shape. There'll never be another shape. There'll never be another map. There'll never be another competitor. The only two possible choices were the flat AE map or the globe, because both had some things kind of correct. However, they had a drastic difference. Shout out to Will Duffy for calling that difference out and not letting flat earthers get away with waffling, saying, we think this, we think that. I thought the earth was flat because I thought the south was a lie. How long would I have gone on with that belief? I don't know if I would have ever come to an end of it. So now that I know that I've seen it, I don't know how to convey that to other people other than to challenge them to go down and see it themselves. Go to Punta Arenas. If that's too expensive, go to Alaska. Or whatever. What is the equal? I want to see what Punta Arenas latitude is. 37? Is that what it is? Or 57? I mean, 53? No, I don't remember. Come on, Jaron. You should know that. 53? I think it's 53. I said go down here. Go. Thank you. I want to say it's 53. It could be wrong. It is a Punta. Yeah, 53. Okay. So 53 south. And let's see where 53 north is. Is that in Alaska? 53 north is Alaska-ish. British Columbia, 53, Edmonton. Oh, Edmonton's there. Really? So now if we go to Edmonton and we look at June 13th, watch the sunset be exactly what I just said. See, this is where I understand what they're talking about now when they say, we predict this, we predict that. This is a big thing in the fact that I can just say that. And so, oh, now I know that 6 months later, and then if I go and it does that, then we need to start recognizing that that is a predictive model. And if it matches reality, we live there. So let me go down here, and we're going to get down to 53. And we're going to go to about June 12th, 13th, because I think that's where we were at. Let's move this way. So now we're looking north, west. We're going to see this way. Okay, so we've got June minus. Get to the months. June 14th. Back to the days. Okay. June 14th. And we got a sunrise sunset. Okay, so let's look. So now you'll notice that the sun sets left to right as we called for it. Now look at this is just the opposite of what we just saw in Punta Arenas. A drastic sun left to right. Now it's going to go there and you can see the light as you scan the northern horizon because now the sun is going around the north. So Joe Hamby cannot say those are the same direction when one of them goes around the north and one of them goes around the south. They're different, right? But he's saying it only goes one way. Okay, but then how would it be that these, if we go to the south right now, they see the sun go right to left? So this is the proof. And there is no getting around it, and there is no questioning it, and there is no rebuttal, and there is no way around it. So flat earthers will have to ignore this. They can't discuss it. There's no discussion. There goes the sun rising in the northeast, left to right, because you're in the north. So do you see that it's the exact same 6 months later in the other hemisphere because the North and the South are complete and total 100% opposites? This explains the 24-hour sun in the North 6 months later in the South. Explains the rise and set of every sun that we see. Explains the reason why. If a flat earther became the go-to belief, and somebody says, hey, how come I see the sun set left to right and you see it set right to left? There would be no answer. Joe Hamby would pop in and say, oh, it's the same direction. They say, no, but sir, I see it go, well, yeah, it's because of perspective. You're looking, your left is my right. No, we're both looking west. Yeah, but still, it's clockwise, counterclockwise. It's meant to trick you. And if you say that enough, people just start believing that. And they don't realize that the actual path of the sun, this is why I say, I believe that there's a lot of allegory in the Bible. And when God gives you his one and only son to be a guiding light for the peoples, for the nations, I look at that and say, well, God gave us one son to be a guiding light. That son tells you where you live without NASA, without books, without education, without teachers, without professors, without help, without authority, without government, without parents. You can do it tomorrow. Tomorrow. You can go and verify what I just showed you, and then you know the shape of the earth. And if I'm wrong, somebody please tell me another shape that would give us the same results and matches all observations. And the answer is you never will. There's no other shape that would do that. Possibly a cylinder, maybe. I'd have to look at how the tops and bottoms of a cylinder would work, but I think they would have to do like a endless cylinder. I think it's like an Anaximander, and those guys might have believed in something like that. But it's not going to match observations. So again, this is just the opposite. So what other shape would do that? All right, let me keep going. Hopefully that answered your question. I think I spent too much time on every one of them, obviously. But that's pretty good stuff. I mean, I think it's a good proof. Good evidence. Good. It's one that I would love to sit down with any flat earther and talk to them and see what they would say. See what their way out is. If Whitsitt wants to debate, he can be ready to give us that answer. The proof you showed... Oh, we read that one. Funding was the main reason they never went back. NASA funding was severely cut. Funding not restored until tech was too old to use. Yeah, I know that that's the claim, but they get $80 million a day. So that's a lot of money. So you can say that funding was cut, but they put a bunch of money into the Apollo program, but it's bad mismanagement, right? Like they've, if you look at presidents, I did a documentary, NASA Going Nowhere since 1958, and every president would gear up something like, we're going to Mars. Here's all this money for Mars. And then they would spend all these years on Mars. And then at the end of that presidency, they would throw it all away. And then they would say, now we're going to the moon. Oh, we're doing it. Change it. Moon. And they go a bunch of years into the moon, and then they tear that down. So that's not efficient, and it's not effective. And it's really handicapped the exploration of space. There's many people, I've read a lot of documentaries, watched a lot of documentaries. There are a lot of people that think that space travel is actually held up because of the moon landings. Because of what they did, they can't really do more that we could do because the moon landings are in the way. So I don't know if that's true, but we will find out. We're going to talk with Debunking, and it's going to be fun. Do you think about the resources needed to do these things you say should already be done? Yes. A camera on the moon is incredibly simple. Just like a camera at the South Pole is incredibly simple. In fact, I was going to try and contact them because I just know that I wouldn't get the support needed. But there's no reason why. I think Duffy said, let's say that Starlink is $5,000, which I believe it is, to buy it. Okay. If you had a Starlink and then you get a camera like mine, like a camera rotating tripod, a HelioQuest or a SunQuest, it would be, mine was like $1,400 or something, but let's say you get a really good one that's $5,000, okay? So that we can power it full time. So now we've got an apparatus that spins that we can plug into a generator or to a battery. We've got a singled Starlink base that we can set up and looks at the sky. And then we need a camera. Let's say it's another $5,000. It's an expensive camera, but now we've got a camera, we've got a base, and then we have to pay an employee $5,000 to check on it every day for the entire 4 months that he's down there. So we're talking $20,000 plus getting it down there. It costs $30,000 to get a person down there. So let's just say $30,000. So now you're talking $50,000. Okay. For $50,000, we should have at Union Glacier a 24-hour live streaming camera every day of the 4 months that they're down there. And every student can be shown, here's the south, this is near the South Pole, look at the sun, it's circling these people every day. Look at it, circling every day. You can watch it every day on this station. Every day they watch it. And it cost us $50,000, which is, if we take the NASA budget, let's see if that's going to do a dent in old NASA's money. Probably, considering they get $80 million a day, that $50,000 is probably going to be quite detrimental to them, my guess. Thank you for that. So if we do 80 million divided by, and we're talking, this is 1 day, and I'm looking for $50,000 for 1 day. I mean, for the whole year. So that'd be equals 1,600. So that means 1/1600th of 1 day of NASA's money would give us a 24-hour live streaming camera from the south showing us the 24-hour sun, spinning with the sun, not their stupid cameras that cut out every 8 hours. So to me, there's things like that should be done, no-brainers, or else these people don't care about really teaching people the right way. Nobody cares. If they did, this is a great expenditure of money. And they don't look at it like that. In fact, I think they like it. In fact, I've heard rumors that it could even be all on purpose. That it's on purpose, that they want people to hurt the truth movement by incorporating it now with flat earth. So they purposely did the Stephen Hawking fakery. They purposely don't have a camera down there because it's questionable. You have a camera down in the south that people go to the South Pole camera site, and there's a camera, and if you try and watch any time lapse, none of them are a complete day, not one. And then when you try to get a hold of them like I did, like they could have actually correctly answered me and probably saved me 8 years. But instead they said things like, oh, we purposely have a script that takes out black frames. I said, no. I'm talking about the 24-hour daylight. I'm saying, why don't you have a 24-hour daylight video camera if you've got the sun for 24 hours? You have every day of 12 hours. And they said, yeah, we have it systematically take out the dark screens. I said, what dark screens are you talking about? They said, when it's dark, it's black screen. I said, I'm talking about the 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun I'm talking about. And then they eventually came back and said, oh, talk to your government. So what do you think that told me? How about when they faked my experiment, when they misrepresented me on Behind the Curve? What do you think that did to me and my flat earth belief? Do you think I became less of a believer or more of a believer? When Stephen Hawking fakes his experiment to prove the curvature of the earth, when that's the only mainstream attempt there's been besides Nat Geo, who also, by the way, faked their experiment. So you have science faking every opportunity they've had to show people the shape of the earth. So I don't fault flat earthers for becoming flat earthers, but I fault them for staying there when the evidence has been shown. I see why we got there. The earth being a globe is very counterintuitive. Doesn't mean it's wrong. A lot of us might think that, oh, my senses are better. And then you have to really think about it. Do our senses always tell things right? Do we feel like we have bugs in our tummy? No. Are there bugs in our tummy? Yes. So it's the same kind of deal. You don't feel like you're spinning. Could you be spinning? Yes. Right? Well, that doesn't make any sense, Sharon. How could us in the atmosphere be moving? Well, I mean, have you ever been on a plane and maybe you accidentally brought a spider? We don't trip out and be like, that spider's moving 500 miles per hour. Look at that spider. He's moving 500 miles per hour. No, we don't do that because the spider is in the atmosphere with the plane. So everything together is moving 500 miles per hour, but we don't pay attention to that. And people always say to me too, they're like, oh, but you keep getting confused and saying that you're saying 1,000 miles per hour isn't fast. I'm like, no, I didn't say that. It's the same as saying, if you went 500 miles per hour on a go-kart, is that the same as going 500 miles per hour in an airplane? No. So clearly, speeds are different based on the medium in which you're in. If you're in a go-kart on the road, you will probably shit your pants and die if you went 500 miles per hour. In fact, I don't think it's ever been done. Well, it probably has. I don't know what the speed record on Earth is, but I'm saying in a small cart like that, I don't think you can go 500. Okay. If you can, that person's pretty brave and it's scary and you shit your pants and then you get out and you and Neil Armstrong and Buzz go clean your diapers. Okay. So what I'm saying is that's a different speed, even though it's the same speed. So it's the same kind of deal. When you're in a plane, could you tell if you're going 300 miles per hour or 500 miles per hour? Would you be able to tell if you're going 1,000 miles per hour? Let's say you get up out of the atmosphere to where there's no more resistance. Would you be able to tell you're going 2,000, 5,000, 66,600? I'm not sure you would. I'm not sure that you would. where do we draw the line? Well, I can't draw the line at any airplane speed because I've gone in airplanes that I'm sure have gone 700 miles per hour and 300 miles per hour. I could not, sitting in the cabin, tell you the speed of that plane, and we were flying through atmosphere. So you see the difference? If you're not flying through atmosphere, how would you ever know? There's nothing resisting you. So I don't think it's that bad of a way of describing it. But people, they can't grasp it. But again, once I realized that you could look at the Earth from space and you wouldn't see it spinning. And we're like, but it's so fast. It's 1,000 miles per hour. Well, yeah, the Earth is huge. We can't fathom it. I don't even think any of us can picture in our mind what the Earth looks like. If we picture the Earth, we picture the solar system with little balls. Oh, the little balls going around the other little balls. That is nothing like what the world is. And our brains can't even fathom. You cannot fathom the size of the Earth. You can't. There's no way. It's just you couldn't even, your brain won't even fathom the idea that you're standing on something that big. It just can't be done because we have no direct experience of that. So that's why I think the problem is that a lot of flat earthers felt like people were saying that there's something about the globe that they feel like, no, that's a lie. You've been indoctrinated to believe that. But then as I started talking to these people, none of them feel like they're on a globe. They know they're on a globe because of the evidence. So there's a fundamental difference there between people, half the people saying my senses say, and the other half of the people saying evidence says. Right? So do we use our senses as evidence? You can, but is it always right? No. No. But the other evidences all add up and point to a globe resoundingly. So I think that we can save flat earthers with just what I've been talking about tonight. I don't really understand how somebody can be a flat earther, hear what I said, watch what I said about the sun setting, and say, I'm still a flat earther. Because then they have to be penises. They're flat earthers, not including the sun, because they cannot explain the sun. It should be a lot of other letters, like Phoenix, flat earthers not including the sun, South Pole, South Celestial Pole, upside down moon, upside down sun, backwards moving sun, backwards moving, that's what it really should be. Because they have nothing to explain phenomenon that we know exists that cannot be disputed. You cannot dispute the Tropic of Capricorn being the furthest south that the sun goes. Can't dispute it. It's not a debatable object. Can't debate that the north end is the furthest it goes in Cancer. You cannot debate those. So once they are facts, which they are, then you have to find a model that accounts for them and shows them. And there's none that are even close. The globe Earth is the overwhelming winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So 1,600. So yes, the resources, and again, you might say that, Jaron, that's a little bit ridiculous, the numbers you just gave. Okay, call it 500,000. That's 1/60th of one day's budget. And it would solve all that you've seen as far as flat earthers. Now, maybe not all of it. I get it. You're going to, no, there'll still be flat earthers. Great. You can say that all you want, but do remember that all of us were looking for that. So would it have ever even got it started if we were able to say, oh, there's a 24-hour camera there showing the 24-hour sun. Now you could say, oh, you wouldn't have believed, but where is it? It's still not there. So I'm not going to let you say that because that was something I was looking for that made me into a flat earther. I went looking, oh, the north-south circumnavigation or the 24-hour sun prove the flat earth wrong. Let's go look. What did I find? I found a little pilot, ZQ pilot, who flew from Brazil to the South Pole, turned around and went back to Brazil. Then went to Easter Island, then went to New Zealand, up to Alaska, came home, and they gave him the motherfucking world record for circumnavigation, and he did not circumnavigate. Now, since then, I've looked it up. Circumnavigation, by definition, is touching both poles. That's not circumnavigation, or else when I ran liners in gym class, then I ran in a sphere. Did I run on a sphere? I ran to one end of the gym and touched it, and ran back to the far end of the gym and touched it. That's what they did in the north-south circumnavigation. They went to the North Pole, touched it, went to the South Pole, touched it. North-South circumnavigation, nah, I disagree. I think you should have to cross the North and the South Pole, not just touch them. Because you didn't circumnavigate, you just went one side. Well, he went up through New Zealand area up to Alaska, so they would call that the other side of the globe, I guess, but he actually never went around. So anyway, all these things, and I get upset at them because all these things are reasons, and I'm not trying to make excuses, although I am. It's not all just flat earthers being dumb. Okay, there was many things that people went to that were surprisingly not there. Okay, when you get that one camera from what's his name, and he's like, "Hey, here's the proof. Here's the proof." No globe earther discovered that it was looped footage. Just like no globe earther discovered that Stephen Hawking faked his experiment. Just like no globe earther discovered the problems at Nat Geo. It was a flat earther. It was a skeptic. It was somebody who disapproved or disagreed with the science given. They're the ones who found it. So you guys can, and I know your guys' dismissal to that. You just, a big deal. They found a thing that's fake, but they're still curved. Okay, great. But do you realize that you would have never found it? That these guys were lying to you? Yeah, sure, the Earth is a sphere, so they were lying for what's right. And the fact that you guys accept that, again, we can go back to the Elon Musk thing. We have a private space company who has changed a live stream on YouTube illegally against every rule and regulation, against their own written rules. Why is SpaceX allowed to change history and I'm not? Major League Baseball is not. NBC News is not. The only person that I know of who's ever been able to go into a live stream, take pieces and move them around, put a picture to cover another picture, and then it goes out and nothing changed. It still says streamed live on date. It doesn't say, you can't edit your goddamn comment on YouTube without it saying edited. But SpaceX can edit their live stream footage and it not say edited. And what do you guys do? Like little cucks. You sit there and go, I don't see the big deal at all. I don't see the big deal. What's he saying? That doesn't mean it's fake. Doesn't mean SpaceX is fake just because they change their live stream. Yeah, because you don't have a fucking ball sack to say, we need to stop people from changing live streams. You're missing the entire point. When that happens, somebody like me that's a conspiracy theorist sees that and goes, red flag. What the fuck is SpaceX doing changing a live stream? What do you think that makes us think? Just because you're a cuck and won't admit that that's a problem doesn't mean I have to follow in your footsteps. I don't have to be like, oh, just whatever they do is fine. Yeah, they can change our live stream. It's SpaceX and it's rockets. I don't have to do that. I can say bullshit. If I have to go by certain rules, I accept that when I see a live stream, I assume it means it was live streamed. Now I don't assume that anymore. Why? Because I've seen them change it. I have the evidence, I have the proof to show that they changed a live stream after the thing was over, after they had 14 million views, and it doesn't say anywhere. They didn't even write in the little comments, we edited this. This has been changed. They actually took a scene that they put in the wrong spot in the show. They showed the capsule opening, and ta-da, here comes the SpaceX Roadster. They showed that at the end of the stream. So they went back in, took it out of the end of the stream, and put it in the middle of the stream so that it was at the right place, but the thing's supposed to be filmed live. And people don't have a problem with that. They sit there and they argue. Astronomy Live, Red's Rhetoric, these people, they actually came into my face and said, what's the big deal? It doesn't mean it's fake. Who cares if they change a live stream? That's what kind of cucks we're dealing with. People that are allowing scientific entities, because there's love of space, to do something that nobody should be allowed to do. I don't care what space you love. You don't change a live stream. Duh. Do I get anybody backing me? No, this country has gone to shit. They're all a bunch of pussies. Oh, I'm not saying anything. No, I love science too much. I'm not saying anything about them changing a live stream. YouTube has destroyed the entire live stream infrastructure. You can no longer trust anything has been live streamed. You don't care about that? Just let Elon Musk. Who does Elon Musk? How did that phone call go? Hello, NASA? Yes. Hey, hello, Google? Yeah, it's Elon Musk. Hey, let me do me a favor. I need to change my live stream. What do you mean? Well, we did a live stream and we have parts in it that didn't go at the right spots, and we want to make it more like cinematic, so we want to move them around, and we don't want to change our view count, and we don't want to, Google should have said, that's against the rules, sir. When we live stream, whatever goes out, goes out. You can chop off the end of the beginning, but you have to be under 100,000 views, and you're not, sir. Sorry. That's how it should have gone. But what happened? Sure, send us the video that you want to replace the fucking video with, and we'll replace it, and we won't tell anybody. We'll just put it in there. We won't even put edited, Elon, so that it looks like you really did stream a movie quality picture in the right spot. It's absolutely asinine. And I've never seen anybody else speak on it. Why? Pussies. Pussies. Up and down, everywhere. And I've never seen anybody from a scientific position to have anything to say about it, other than, well, I don't really see the big deal. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's fake. Yeah, but what's the big deal? It's just one time. They don't, what a joke this place has become. There's no integrity. And so anyway, what I'm trying to get at, all these things going on are what kept me as a flat earther. There was never a position that something was presented to me that I go, oh, look, here's a fact, and that means the earth is not flat. It was lie after faked experiment, after botched live stream, after replaced live stream, after misrepresenting my experiment. I mean, it was one thing after another. So I don't fault flat earthers for being flat earthers. I don't fault flat earthers for being flat earthers, because I actually think that's the crowd I'd rather hang out with. Again, if you ask me, Jaron, we need a rocket built for you. Would you rather this conspiracy theorist or that physicist? I'll be like, give me the physicist. Have him build the rocket. But if you said, Jaron, we think the moon landing might be fake, do you want to talk to that physicist or to that moon landing conspiracy theorist? I want to talk to the conspiracy theorist. Let him look at it, because that physicist ain't going to see shit. He's going to do the same thing he did with Stephen Hawking's experiment, the same thing he did with Nat Geo, the same thing he did with Elon Musk. They're going to turn their eyes. They don't want to see that. They don't want to even talk about it. They can't look at footage and determine if it's real or fake, because it's science, so it's real. So I don't want that person in charge of looking at anything. So that's what the whole thing with the moon landing is. They're like, why don't you talk to a physicist? Because they've already assumed that it's real. So if I'm trying to see if it's fake or not, wouldn't I rather speak to somebody who thinks it's fake? That's how you would get to the bottom of it. But no, science says you got to only talk to the people who would always believe it and who have never uncovered anything. I've never seen one person from the Globe community uncover something that the Globe community did falsely, but flat earthers have. So how is that? Are they smarter? No, right? They're just more observant about those things. That should be celebrated and not looked down upon. But this is what everybody wants in the science community. They're like, no, once you realize you were wrong about the shape of the earth, everything science ever said is true. Believe it all. How dare you question those things, Jaron? You're going to be a dum-dum for 10 more years, because we just trust other people. That's what we do. We trust Elon Musk sends in live streams and he never changes them. And if you prove he does, well, what's the big deal? It's just once. Man, again, it's just insanity that people operate like this. And I get it. People can look down at me all you want because I had a faulty belief. But you know what? I don't think that there was a good job being done of anybody in helping get us the information that was needed. Sorry, I'm just saying that. There was people getting out information. Wolfie6020, MC Toon. But again, as a flat earther, you don't watch those people because they're derogatory and they make you feel like shit. So you just don't watch them, right? So if you don't watch them, what do you have to watch besides what you're putting up with? Or sometimes people bring up something. So I'm trying to poke holes in the flat earth, saying, okay, let's get them to deal with this question about the sun setting for two different people in the north and south, because it's unanswerable. So to me, if somebody would have kept coming with something like that, maybe that would have got somewhere. I mean, if you would have told me that, I don't know how I couldn't explain that. Wait, so the sun goes one direction around the flat earth, but people in the south every day see it go the wrong way every single day? What about in the winter? What about in the summer? What about the rise? Oh, rise and set? Fuck. That seems pretty blatant. That's almost like somebody gave us a sign to figure out where... Again, I said, if you blindfold me and drop me off anywhere on the earth, by sunset, I'll be able to tell you whether I'm in the north, south, or near the equator. And by nightfall, I'll be able to tell you my exact latitude. That's amazing. I didn't use GPS. I didn't need anything. I don't need a thing, and I would know where I'm at on the earth just based off the sun. I figured that out on my own. I figured out that I could walk to the South Pole by following the southernmost area of the sun every night when I saw it go around our heads in Union Glacier. I said, wait a second. So wherever it's lowest is dead south. Oh, and no matter who's in Antarctica, everywhere, wherever the sun is lowest, is dead south. So if we all walk towards the southern part of the sun, we'd end up at the same place. And guess where that is? It's the South Pole. And then telling Toon that, he's like, yeah, that's how they found the South Pole the original time, is you had two different camps going from two different ends of Antarctica, both following the southern end of the sun. Think about it. They had no GPS. They had no maps. They were simply every day taking a measurement of the sun, finding out where it's at its lowest, marking that location, sleep, go the next day and walk towards that direction. And when you do that every 69 miles, you gain an inch or gain a degree. And so when we were 3515 at Union Glacier, I knew exactly how far I was away from the pole. At what point between 35 and 15 does the sun become even? 25. 10 on one, 10 on the other, right? So we have to go 10 degrees. 69 miles per every degree. I had to go 690 miles from the pole. So once you realize that's how the earth works, you're like, oh shit, there's the proof. It is a sphere. I can figure this out on my own. I don't need anybody else. Yet people were acting like we did need somebody else. You don't need anybody else. You don't need Mars science to tell you where you live. You just don't. You don't. You could just use the sun and that's it. And your eyes. Like I said, the only way they could lie to you about the shape of the Earth, or lie to us about the shape of the Earth, is if everybody on Earth were blind. You could get away with it. You could tell everybody they lived on a sphere. They really live on a flat plane, but everybody believes they're on a sphere because they're blind and they don't make observations. As soon as one person opens their fucking eyes, then they have to match the observations with the place they say you live. And if you don't live on a sphere, your observations won't match a sphere. But they do. So if they do match, you do live there, and there's really no way around it. So it is that. So that is your resources. Obviously, I spend way too much time on these questions, but we're almost done. I'm just going to quick. Have you taken a look at Eyes on the Solar System simulation of Mars? I've seen that Eyes on the Solar System, but yes, I've seen it. Where are we at? Good. Earth is flat and stationary, and plumb lines are parallel by default. Correct. We can't go as high as Earth as a globe. We can only see in a circular field of view. Yes, I would agree with most of that. However, you're incorrect. The Earth is locally flat and stationary. I'm not sure where you get that from. But, and plumb lines are parallel. Yes, that's how the globe Earth works. Oh, wait. Plumb lines are parallel by default. I don't know what that means. Plumb lines are not anything by default. Plumb lines are perpendicular to the horizontal. That's it. And your horizontal is different than that person's horizontal. We also never, if we build a Home Depot and then build 10 Home Depots in a row, we never say, oh, is the 10th one level with this one? Ask Jimmy down there. Send me a laser. We're going to see if this... Why does that matter? I don't know. I just want to see if they're level. Well, we don't do that in building. Oh, we don't? No. We're just building it level over here. Okay, great. Right, because every single Home Depot is level. All the way around. It would come all the way back to where you started. They all were perfectly level. Oh, imagine that. How does that work? Try and tell somebody that's a flat earther. They cannot grasp it because they think that the Earth, they think too small. They think, how could you have a Home Depot that's flat on a curved Earth? Well, it's because the Earth is curved so little, because it's so big that you would never notice it. You can't notice it in any building of a Home Depot. In fact, what did we figure out? 660 feet is 1/8 inch of curve. So is there anything, one piece that's 660 feet in the world? The answer is no. So there's no building material that has ever been created, that has ever been constructed, that would be so big that it would need to have an 1/8 inch of curvature throughout its body of 660 feet. So if we don't have that, then we have no reason to ever expect to see curvature. You would never see it. It's only when you zoom out. And same thing with water. Zoom in on any section of water and water's lying flat and level. Every bit of the ocean lies flat and level. There is no part of the ocean that lies differently, because that's not how the Earth works. The Earth, everybody's down is to the center of the Earth. So wherever the ocean is, it's flat and level. There is no curvature unless you zoom out and are looking at the whole picture, and then you're like, oh, look, it's a sphere. Right, but you're not seeing that curvature. We're too small. Again, we're big. We can think of a basketball and we're like, wait, this basketball has curvature everywhere. How could it be so big? Well, you need to think of a little tiny thing on that ball, and then you start to realize, oh, well, if they were building on there, then it would just be, to them, everything was flat and level. And I guess thank God for that. I don't think you'd be able to really build very well on a curved Earth. If it was curved, like, let's say it's super small, that'd be very difficult. But because the Earth is so big, we can treat everything like it's flat and level. That's how airplanes fly. In fact, that's the answer for why all the manuals say treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Because you can. So that's everyone's like, oh, it says that treat the Earth as flat, so it's flat. Yeah, they say treat the Earth as it's flat because it is flat. It's level wherever you're at. That's how planes fly. Planes fly by maintaining their distance away from the surface of the Earth. So does the plane curve nose down? No, because it only needs to lower down 1/8 inch every 660. Remember, we figured that out. It was 1/8 inch per second, wasn't it? Or something like that. I think it's 1/8 inch per second, which is nothing. 1/8 inch is 2 nickels stacked on top of each other. So there's a faulty idea that flat earthers have about how the shape of the Earth would work. I don't know where we got it from, but it takes a while until it gets kicked out of your system to where you get it. You're like, oh, okay, I get it. Mine was with GeoGebra, and I recommend anybody to play with it because it really does, put you on the right track, because you can start to see how crazy it is of where we live. Because I think that we too often think of a ball. You know, when I think of the Earth being a ball, I'm like thinking about a ball. But that's not really how we should think, because we'll never deal with the Earth like that. You'll never deal with the Earth as a ball. So we go here, we're going to go open and just show you this real quick so you can get an idea. So we've got Home Depot Earth. Okay, so here's the Home Depot Earth. on GeoGebra. And let's get out of here so you can see the whole thing. Let me move this up a little bit. Okay, over here. So as we zoom out, you can see that that black line is a sphere or circle. See it? Okay, that is the Earth. It is at 20,000,009, whatever it is, 20,903,520 is the amount of feet in the radius. Okay, so the radius is 20,930,520. Okay, so that means that we have the right size of Earth. And now as we zoom in, you start to see why it is that we get very confused. We're still zooming in. We still see the curve here, right? We're still zooming in. We still see the curve here. We're zooming in. We're zooming in. We're zooming in. We're zooming in. This right here is the Marianas Trench. It is the deepest ocean in the world. This here is Everest, Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world. As we zoom in, we still need to zoom in much more, much more, much more, much more. What's this? The tallest building in the world, Burj Khalifa. Zoom in, zoom in. Golden Gate Bridge. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. This here is an Olympic swimming pool. Does the Olympic swimming pool lie flat and level? Of course. Now, can you understand that no matter where I put this Olympic swimming pool on the sphere of the Earth, it will always be flat and level because locally it's flat and level. No matter where we go on the sphere, this is what we'll see. The Earth is flat and level everywhere. It just so happens that when you zoom out, you realize it's got such a tiny curve throughout the entire thing that it curves over distance, not anywhere you'll ever notice. Let's get in here and look at the Home Depot. This guy is 6 foot tall. He says, let's build this Home Depot. So they build it and they make it flat and level. By what? By using a level. And how does the level do it? It works with perpendicular to the Earth. Put a level in here. Perpendicular is here. Great. We figured out where level is. We build this level. Okay, now we build the next one. Do we look at this one to get the measurement of this one? No. It wouldn't make a difference. We're only in 2 Home Depots. But we don't even look at the next one to build this one. We build this one with a level. And it finds the plumb line perpendicular to the horizontal. So forth with the third one. Then we build a football field. Same thing. Do we look at the first Home Depot and measure if it's level with this one? No. We just build a football field. Level. Build the next one. Level. Build the next one. Level. This is 660 feet. 2 football fields in length. There's 1/8 inch of curve throughout this entire 660 feet. You will never, ever, ever see that. Picture being in the ocean. Can you see 660 feet? 2 football fields in length. That's a far way to see in the ocean. And there's an 1/8 inch of curve. Give me a break. Every single wave, every single wind-drawn wave is bigger than that alone. So don't expect to see the ocean's curve. People always ask me. I always ask people, have you ever seen the ocean curve? Well, then the Earth can't be a ball because we don't see the ocean curve. Yeah, you'll never see it curve. There's only 1/8 inch of curve in 660 feet. We've been incorrectly told about the 8 inches per mile squared. We think it's like a good gotcha, but it's never used in any part of life and never will be. You don't need to use that number. First of all, it doesn't take your observer height into account. And second of all, who cares? Well, we need to measure, Jaron, how far it drops in 50 miles. Why? Well, because we just need to measure the Earth. Yeah, but you're not going to see that far. And even if you could, everything's going to be so blurry, you're not going to be able to make determinations about 50 miles away. But what do we need that for? What are we building 50 miles away that cares about what I am here? Oh, nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's no use for that equation. No wonder they didn't teach us in school. No wonder it's not taught in college because it's unneeded. We don't need to know it. Maybe 1% of people would ever need to know that number or even bring it into their life. What do you need to know the curvature of the Earth over distances? You don't need to know it. Oops, this is not where we do that. Okay, over here. This is, you punk. That's the, let's go back. There we go. That is the tallest tree. This is all by scale, by the way. It's all to scale perfectly. So here's the Golden Gate Bridge. So when somebody tells you that we build the bridge with the curvature of the Earth in mind, tell them bullshit. Stop lying just because you think you're a globe believer. You can get away with lying. Oh, but this pylon is different than this one by 4 centimeters. Cool. If you think they took that into the creation of the bridge, you're retarded. You're retarded. There's more give in any bridge than would ever be the condition of a curvature of the Earth. How do you build the bridge? You build it where it's at, flat and level. These cables have way more give than the 4 centimeters some asshole wants to tell me that was put into the design of this bridge. Oh, but the Verrazano Bridge, 4 centimeters difference at the top, Jaron. Yeah, that's called math. And I'm not even saying that's not the case, but I'm saying that they had nothing to do with the creation of the bridge. No part was ordered where they're like, oh, we need this part, but we need it minus 4 centimeters because of, this curvature of the earth. Oh, okay, we'll build it with minus 4 centimeters. It's fucking stupid. But this is what Globers do. They lie in order to get their truth across, and we catch that, and then it keeps me as a flat earther longer. Rather than just say, if I would have said, but we don't take the curvature of the earth into build bridges, they should have just told me, no, we build the bridge flat and level where it's at. You don't take into account this, when you're building this part, oops, I keep doing that. When you're building this part of the bridge, you don't need to take into account over here. Oh, Jimmy, tell me if we're level with over here. What do you mean? Just build it level where you're fucking at. What difference does it make what I did over here? I'm building level over here, you build level over there. And guess what? When you do that, the bridge is level. Wow. Amazing. Oh, we took it into account. Yeah, sure you did. This is the Raiders Stadium. Look how small that is. No curvature taken into account. Okay? You don't need, that's not how we work on the earth. We don't take it in for bridges, for tunnels, for railroad tracks, for anything. It's just not needed. Okay, I lied. Somebody did bring it into my tent. What about LIGO? Okay, LIGO, according to their thing, they built that with the curvature of the earth in mind. There was a reason for that. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I've been told. And I could see it being feasibly correct, but not a bridge. Okay, so this is a airplane. Again, this airplane never needs to nose down because it's flying above the plane of the earth. If it nose down, what happens? Oh, it descends. So it needs to always nose up about like this, and as it's flying, its lift keeps it at the exact same height, and even as it goes every 660 feet, it drops by 1/8 inch. You would never notice that. The plane wouldn't even notice it. It's not even probably cooked into the design at all. It's just part of living on a sphere. It's like one of the features of living on a globe. Okay, so anyway, that's just, and again, in that distance that we just did, if we went from here, just go a line segment. We're going to go from this spot right there. Hello, said segment. And from there. Okay. So if you do the segment from here. God, Ruhif, I told you I need a training. I don't know how to do it. When I get to this part, I hate this. Then I got to drop this here. Then you got to go move this stupid thing this way. It's got to be a button I'm pressing wrong. Okay, so we're bringing this over here. Okay, let's go over here. So even this distance right here, well, let me get a distance stick. More distance. Okay. All right, so we are at, what does that say? 313,000 feet is like, that's about 180, 90, 1/3 of 180. 60, 120, 180, 60, 120. So that's about 60 miles. That can't be right. Am I just way off? Let's look at 31,000 divided, 313,000 divided by 5280. Divided by 5280. And I get 59.28. I just came up with it in my head. Wow, that's beautiful. Well done, Jaron. Well done. All right, so that's this is about 60 miles. So I mean, again, we would never see this far, right? In order to see 60 miles, you need to be up high or something. You're just not going to see that far. So already, even just here, look at all the things that took place in this location. We had the, all those football fields. We had a bridge. We had all these. So again, there's no reason why at 60 miles, why would you ever need to care what's going on over here to build over here? You wouldn't. It's unneeded. It's not part of the earth. And so flat earthers came along and started demanding that we see evidence of this. See evidence of what? See evidence of impossible tasks like measuring things 50 miles away and then adjusting. I mean, this guy who just made that comment, it's like, oh, it's by the nature of a plumb line, they're parallel. What are you talking about? That's your own, that's in your head. That's not the way things work. If we needed to do a plumb line, the plumb line here would be here. Oops. Come on, that's not the right place to draw. Okay, your plumb line would be there, and this plumb line would be there, and we would keep going around the earth, and guess what? Every plumb line would be exactly perpendicular to the horizontal. So yeah, eventually, guess what? These are going to stop being parallel. So I don't understand where you get off and just saying by definition. No, not by definition. By your definition? Not by definition of the world. Nobody says all parallel plumb lines are parallel. So I don't understand how do you make that statement? and feel okay with saying that. That's just your opinion of how you think plumb lines work. But we live on a sphere Earth, so guess what? They don't work that way. They can't work that way. That's just the way a sphere would work. And again, I wouldn't have said that before. I would have made it been favorable to you, but not when... No. But not when I've seen what I've seen. Now I know the shape of the Earth, so I don't need to really think about much else as far as, I mean, there's ways to explain everything, I'm assuming, on the sphere. So again, if you have something that definition mismatches the sphere Earth in some way, I'll listen to it. But what you just said does not coincide with the sphere Earth because it's your own invention. Right? On a sphere Earth, no, the parallel plumb bobs do not remain parallel. That would defeat the idea of a sphere. On this sphere, everybody's down is to the center of the Earth. Right? Now you might think, okay, well, Jaron, what about if you go in where it curves over here? And I don't know if people understand this either. Do you realize that this part of this curve here that we're zooming into is identical to what we just did at the top of the sphere? There's no difference. This is just as flat as the top of that sphere. It's everywhere is the same. You would have a Home Depot and a Home Depot and a Home Depot and a football field and a football field and a bridge and a plumb bob going perpendicular to the horizontal. And if you had ocean, everywhere we zoomed in, we'd zoom in and we'd say, let's see here, we got some water? Yep, lying flat and level. Okay, what about further down? Let me check. You mean over here? Let me zoom in. The water here, boss, is flat and level. Yeah, so does that mean the entire Earth? Yep, I think so. Yeah, the entire Earth, all the water would be flat and level. But what if we zoom out? Oh, if we zoom out, you're going to see a sphere. Because the Earth is a sphere in shape. Therefore, the water that is on its surface conforms to a sphere. Well, which part of it curves? None of it, boss. It's so little you would never notice it. I mean, what do you mean? Where does it curve? It curves everywhere. The intestinal, tiniest little bit. Well, that doesn't make sense. How would it come all the way back around? Because the Earth is fucking gigantic. It takes 5 hours to fly from New York to LA in a 550 mile per hour airplane. Think of the size of the Earth. How much curve do you think is between the two ends of the country? And that takes hours to fly across at 500 miles per hour. So everywhere on the surface of the ocean is flat and level. Well, what about here, Jaron? This looks like it's a slope straight down. No, it's the same thing. Rotate it to the top of the sphere if you want. And zoom in, and what do you know? This is a very straight, flat line where the ocean resides. So so what water curves? I don't know. Water is the most curvable substance of all time. So I don't really know what that means. But yes, to me, I used to say all the time, water lies flat, so the Earth must be flat. Right, but Jaron, could the water lie flat and the Earth not be flat? Well, I don't see how that would work. Well, what if the Earth was so big, and I don't mean bigger than what they tell us. Everybody always wants to say, Jaron believes in a super big Earth. No, I believe in a 24,901 mile circumference Earth because I can test it. I'll show you how, and you can. We'll be done. Probably won't get to the rest of the questions because I'm a little bit tired and agitated and not having the best of time right now. Let me see. I'm going to find my globe. I don't know why I keep closing it. It's pissing me off that I keep doing that. Just leave it open. Your computer will not malfunction. But this you can do tonight. Do this tonight, tomorrow night, the night after. And you will know the circumference of the Earth. You might have to call some friends, have them do it. But if we all do it, maybe we should do a project, a worldwide project, and then we'll know the shape of the Earth even though we already know it. Okay, so find out wherever you're at. Let's say you're in Florida. Yay, Florida. All right, find a line of longitude, which is a north-south line, these ones. Okay? And wherever you're at, let's say you are here, mark your location. That's not what I would do. And mark your location. And you're starting here. What number is that? That is on a... Oops, that wasn't a line. Clear. Let's go with that. Where's these numbers? 2081. Can we get an even number? It's easier. 81.21 is good. Stop. Stop. Drop it. Okay. So if we're going to do... Can't get a whole number. Just easier. Makes more sense if we get a whole number. Never mind. All right, we're going to do 81.125, whatever. So you find this line here, and wherever you take off, you're going to draw your map 69 miles north or south on that same longitude line. Oops, 69 miles. Come on. There we go, 69. Okay, you're on that same longitude. There. Oh, oops, that's not the right one. This one. And 68. Let's go a little further. This one and 69. Okay, so once you found this location, boom, 69 miles, you stay on the same. Oops, I messed it up again. It goes off that one. Which one were we on? I lost where we were at. Maybe is it on the same one? No, converges off that. It goes this way. There? Nope, it is that one. All right, now we're on the line. Okay, so at that line there, 69 miles, if you drive that location, first start out at the beginning and take an angle to the North Star. So you're going to go here. You're going to get your angle to the North Star, which is going to be, well, we already know, 25.9 looks about 30 or 25.975. Okay. 25.975. That means this is exactly, we should start it here. Make it easier. There you go. So now we're at 26 even, right? 26. And if we're going 69 miles north, then what do you think is at the end of 69 miles? Because you're going to take your angle to Polaris, which is going to be 26 degrees. And then you're going to go 69 miles. And what is the next angle is, and we just need to go up to here. Boom. And that's 27. So for every 1 degree, or for every 69 miles, this North Star will adjust by 1 degree. Do another 69, 1 degree, another 69, 1 degree. And what is 360 degrees times 69 miles? It is the circumference of the Earth. So you can, again, with your own equipment, with friends, because again, if you measure this and it decreases by 1 degree or increases by 1 degree, and then your friend lives in New York and he does it up here and says, yes, I also did it going north. I also went 69 degrees. I also changed my North Star by 1 degree. And then you have somebody in Alaska, a friend, and you say, hey, can you do it too? And they're like, yes, I also went 69 degrees and also saw 1 degree and change in the North Star. Okay, call somebody in China. China, can you please do the same thing? Yes, I'll do it tonight. China comes, says, yes, we went and we got 69 degrees going north. Great. Somebody in Australia, can you measure? Yeah, I used the South Celestial Pole. I went 69 miles and I saw the South Celestial Pole move by 1 degree. Okay. So everybody on the Earth can go north or south, 69 miles, adjusting it by 1 degree. And you could just keep doing that. And guess what? You go 24,901 or 890, whatever it is, miles on the Earth. So we just proved that the Earth is a sphere. So again, we can do that. But you need to actually get in your car and go and do it. Take an angle to the star. Don't listen to Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley will jack you up. He will tell you, you can't take a angle to the star from a curved baseline and then slap him in the face and tell him, who said it's a curved baseline? I'm right here at my house. Again, my best way to describe this is if the Earth were flat or a sphere, what would be the difference of my front yard? And the answer for everybody would be nothing. My yard is my front yard. Doesn't matter if we're on a sphere Earth or a flat Earth, my front yard is the same. Can I go outside right now and get an angle to Polaris? Yes? Okay, then. Guess that whole argument's moot. Because I guess I can get an angle to a star from a curved baseline. So what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, but we're saying that the Earth's flat. Yeah, but if it was curved, would I be able to get that angle? No. Why not? Because reasons. Yeah, but if it's curved, I could still get the same. It's the same angle. It's the same thing. Nothing changed here. So what is your stupid saying that you've been saying for 4 years and you think you're smart for saying it? You need a curve. You can't get an angle to a star from a curved baseline? Cute. Cute. Very cute. Wrong, but cute. Very wrong, but cute. Anyway, that is your circumference of the Earth. You can test that. So I'm trying to get across to flat earthers that we don't need authority. Because here's the thing. They think they've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. And guess what? They are being lied to. Unfortunately, what they hated the most, what they thought was going on, is what's happening and is what's going on. Dave Weiss is lying in interviews now. Mark Sargent is lying throughout his interviews now. Anybody saying that the TFE was fake is in a world of cope. Anybody saying any part of the trip was fake is in a world of cope. The trip was exactly as advertised, 100%. one day, all the flat earthers out there will realize what they've done to me for being honest. What they've done to me for being truthful. Standing up for what's right. Taking the abuse of people who you're actually trying to help, who are actively trying to destroy you. I hope that day comes before they die. I don't even need an apology or anything. I just hope they feel at some point, they go, oh shit, Jaron was telling us this, wasn't he? Just hope they have that moment. Because I believe that I am, whether it's karma or whatever, I can't say I don't deserve what I'm getting. Again, I understand their plight. I understand their problem. Their problem is Jaron was here for 10 years. How can he just go to the other side? That seems like a traitor move. I get it. It does seem very traitorous. The difference is this is not a sports team. This is the truth. So I don't have a choice. I could just disappear. The problem with that is I cannot live with the idea that there's people in the flat earth that I put there that now are being trapped through no knowledge of themselves. It's not just, because here's the thing, flat earthers don't believe it just based off of evidence and what they think. And no, it's a much bigger thing than that. I can't explain it to you. Your brain actively blocks information that it thinks will fuck up its current beliefs. It's your brain doing it. It's not even the people. The people that I talk to are not being blocked by their own cognitive ability to think. They're actually being blocked because their brain won't allow them to hear what I'm saying. And I understand why. It's the same reason I didn't allow anything that McToom was saying or anything that FTFE was saying or anything even Will Duffy was saying. None of that stuff really hit me because my brain would just protect me. The problem is when you go down and make an observation, your brain goes, fuck, I couldn't put anything else there. I couldn't change it. So he saw it. He saw the fucking sunset. Now we got to do our whole beliefs again. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what goes on in your brain. So I understand. And so I'm just trying desperately to not have to walk away and think forever about people that are stuck through no fault of their own. Well, I mean, a little fault of their own, but mostly it's because these people were broken in some way. They were looking for something. They were at a traumatic point in their life. And here's this community, and it's kind of a community for misfits. It's kind of a community for people who had been shunned from society or were alone or some area of their life that they were needing somebody. And then there's this group with open arms saying, hey, we're all about truth and all about freedom and all about what's right and about God. And it's a welcoming sight. And then you get in it and you don't realize what's going on around you, which is people are building barriers. They're blocking any naysayer. They're attacking people who attack them so that it becomes a gang mentality. It becomes a cult. So I understand that it would be better in my interests and better for safety reasons or whatever to just leave. To just leave and to accept my fault in the fact that, hey, you can't be on this team for 10 years and then change to this team. It's just not fair. I would kind of get that. I get why it's a traitor-esque looking thing and why it looks like, oh, he must have been paid off. Oh, he must be compromised. When it's, yes, I'm very compromised by the fucking truth. Compromised to the point that I don't have a choice. But I do have a choice to walk away. And it probably will be in the cards. So we'll have to see. There's just not a lot you can do. You can't expect people to trust you. I've got half my audience wants to kill me. The other half wants to call me dum-dum if I dare think outside the box of science. And sorry, you can go find somebody else. That's not me and never will be. Just never will be. Skeptical is how you should be about everything. So just because you've given up on that and decided to give your balls to somebody else, I'm not doing it. Because why? Because I can admit when I'm wrong and I have every right to inquire about things I don't get or trust or whatever. People are supposed to prove to you something is true. I don't have to prove to you that the moon landing was fake. You have to prove to me that it was real. So go back. Budget. Okay, you can make up 100 excuses. You pretend like it wasn't 1972 that Pan Am was selling tickets to the moon. You pretend like they didn't say Mars and moon and Mars and moon and Mars and moon for every decade since then. And again, I get it. You're very in love with space. And so you allow them to tell you Dear Moon's going to take off in 2023. You're like, hey, yeah, gung-ho. Until they cancel. Elon Musk was going to send the 2 people around the moon, 2018, canceled. Starhopper should have people. We should be on the moon with Starhopper by now. Way behind. He's out of money. $4 billion of U.S. taxpayer money has gone into this escapade. People cheered on. Doesn't matter how late he is. Why? Because people love space. They don't care. Again, go to my video about Kickstarter. Every single Kickstarter campaign for anything space related, space kite, space pictures, space satellite, is all a scam. Every time the entire group gets scammed. And they sit in the comments and go, man, this sucks. We didn't get this thing. But you know what? We did put it for space. And they just let scammers attack crowds that it knows what you're doing. So now Flat Earth has become a haven for scammers. Why? Because they know that Flat Earthers will not leave that belief no matter what. So it's a beautiful place for a scammer to attack people with less intelligence. It's a fantastic haven. And that drives me insane. Because I never did it like that, and I never would. And I said from day one I would be honest. And there was many opportunities I had to do otherwise, and I didn't do any of them. Because I thought honesty in the end would work out. That's not going to be the case in this world. Or at this point. Not if you're like, oh, well, my goal was to stay on YouTube and to make videos. Well, then you should have been a liar. Because this is not the place for truth tellers. Which many people have already realized. I'm just the only fucking idiot in the dark. I'm the only one who didn't see that. So everybody else has already found their place in their respective lie positions. And I almost think this entire thing has happened because I was supposed to know that. Like I was supposed to be in on this inner group that's like, well, yeah, we don't really think the Earth's flat. We just go contrarian and we sell the app and we sell shirts and we do this. Jaron, don't go crazy. Just say this, like Ian would tell me. Ian crying like, you can't go to the globe. You got to just stay with us for a little while and just do this. What do you mean? The globe has been shown to be the truth. So why would don't go to the globe. We stay here and do. What are you talking about? Why am I the only one with any integrity? I don't know. And I know to many people, they would look at that and say, what are you talking about? You don't have integrity. You're a liar. Again, you can say whatever you want. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. I see that many of you already are enjoying yourselves with whatever you can find to attack me with. It's all good. It's all good. Be very careful. That's all I got to say. Be very careful because illegal things are being looked at. So they're being watched, not by me. I'm not even getting information from those people, but it is being watched and I am reporting when things illegal are happening because just remember, I didn't do anything illegal. Just remember that. Okay. Consenting adults between 2 people is not illegal. Now, when one of those parties says, oh, I'm going to take this and go disseminate it, that is illegal. So somebody committed a crime. However, the person looked at bad in that situation will always be me. I get it. And so be it. So be it. All right. I think that we are out of here. I'm going to check Super Chats one more time. Enrique, did we have anything else? Or are we good?
Crazy.
What the hell is that? Enrique, that's the wrong button. Over there. Yes, thank you. Are we all good? Or what? I think so, yes?
Cabron Jefe,
Yeah.
your flat earth phase was like my cousin's marriage, full of bad decisions and ended in humiliation.
He's got a point. He's got a point. All right, can you shut down the... you can shut down the sound effects. I mean, that's good.
My bad.
Yeah.
I pushed wrong button, but in my defense, I don't give a shit.
All right. Well, hey, at least he's honest, right? At least he's honest. Always honest, sometimes right, and never speaks English at all. All right. That's good. That's good. That's good. Let's check over here one more time. And... Oops. Sorry. Pressed the wrong button. Fan funding. There we go. Oh, we got a couple more. Mr. Gustafson. Another $100 I love it. If you ever went to Antarctica, would you have... I'm sorry. If you never went to Antarctica, what would you have done with the evidence as presented? Strong enough for you? Yes. Yeah, I think that anytime you have multiple cameras, it is impossible to fake. So I think TFE as presented was impossible to fake. And this has never been taking place before. So nobody can say to me, oh, but this, oh, but that. The moon landing is one fucking camera run back to NASA where they can do whatever they want with the feed and then present it to the news, and then the news films off of a TV screen. That's much different than we were down there. I live streamed the 11th. No, I'm sorry. Did I get there the 11th? Yeah. The 11th from Punta Arenas, the 12th from Punta Arenas, the 13th from Punta Arenas, the 14th from Antarctica, 15th from Antarctica, 16th from Antarctica, and 17th from Antarctica. That's not enough for people. They don't think that we were there. Great. How do you think I interacted with chat in real time on a live stream? It's like, it's not even possible, the fakery that they're claiming exists. You have multiple cameras all filming the same thing and filming each other. They're 360-degree cameras. It's actually embarrassing that anybody thinks any funny business could go on there. Flatzoid and them saying, oh, did you see there's a green screen on on Dave McKeegan's phone? And what are you talking about? Oh, and then they input a video of the sun. You are retarded. I don't think anybody could be as wrong as Flatzoid. Anybody think so? I don't think so. It's just not possible. You can't be that wrong that often, because you have to get one thing right occasionally, just accidentally. But no. A loop in Antarctica? Did anybody talk about a loop? A loop in Antarctica? I don't know. Doesn't sound right to me. A loop in Antarctica? No loops. Nobody talked about it. We're so smart over here. We just say a loop, and then we say, no, it can't be there because nobody talked about it. We haven't watched all the shit or anything. We just think we know. And the snow sounds different. Listen to the snow. Hear the snow. That's a studio snow. I know, it's a total studio. I know it's studio snow. That's the guy that his partner, PJ or something. Yeah, the studio stuff. Yeah, good one, Flatzoid. Hey guys, don't you think this? Yeah, good one, Flatzoid. It's a good episode of Corky Returns, Part 3. And
Are you hitting the correct bank?
It's another part that's happening quite often over there, I'm pretty sure. What's it? Sorry, I'm just pressing sound effects buttons now that I don't know what they are. For the fun of it. I don't need any of that. Good. All right. We are going to head out. Oh, no, we have more. Sorry. I lied. What time is it? Oh, shit. Would you believe... And there you got you. Oh, wait. If you never went to Antarctica, would you have done with the evidence as presented? Yeah, I mean, I do think that some of the things that people have pointed out would have been questions that I had as well. Right? Like the no breath thing would have been a question I had. However, I'm pretty basic in the fact that I will go punch into Google just to see what it says. I don't necessarily always believe it. But if I did type that in and then just showed me what the humidity was, and then I went and checked the humidity and saw, oh shit, Antarctica has a 0.01% humidity. That's the lowest I've ever even heard of. Yes, it does that. And then it's got if it's not humid, then how would it hold heat to the ground? That's how the heat gets held to the ground when we're here on Earth. The humid air holds the heat, gets us hot and sweaty and gross. But if there's no heat, there's no moisture in the air, then the heat doesn't stay on the Earth. It actually reflects right back off the ice and gone. So it all starts to make sense. You're like, okay, no breath because there's no moisture in the air. Okay, great. No footprints because that's actually ice. It doesn't snow there. Great. So I would have gotten to the conclusion that, they went. And I think quite a few people did come to that conclusion. Then there's the Vika Dravis and the other retards on that channel. And you can't expect Sav and Keith to ever get anything right. So count that gone. But besides those, you got the King Nico. Like I said, he's still sleeping with a stuffed animal. He's so afraid of TFR. I don't even know what happened to Steven Alonso. He's probably getting his pilot license or MD right now, or maybe his Nobel Prize. I'm not really sure what he's got going on right this second. Something important, I'm sure. But he'll be back to tell us that all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun, because they don't. And you can say they do, and the flat earthers will believe you. I could literally say anything I want to flat earthers, and they will believe it. Not anymore, but I could have. But now, go ahead and test that if you want. Well, it's rude to do that. But they will believe anything. You could make the worst experiment ever and say, this proves the flat earth, and they will all come, and they'll be like Steve Falconer's comment section. Just, oh man, you're the second coming of Jesus, man. Oh, just when the truth needs somebody, there you are. It just so happens that his entire video is wrong. And now every flat earther that's ever seen it, because they don't see me, they don't see anybody else because they block us, thinks that the Antarctica is a scam. So no wonder that all these flat earthers believe in flat earth, because they're lied to, not by the mainstream, but by their own people. And that is not cool. Not cool in my book. Not cool at all. All right, and I know I'm not a truther. RV says so.
So-called truthers, again, Jaron.
Right. You know,
so-called truthers.
Right. Again.
Jaron.
Right. You got it. I got it. So-called truther. We get it.
So-called truthers.
Yeah. Again. We got
it. Jaron.
Yeah, we get it. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know, I'm a so-called truther, but he's a truther. He'll tell you that Dave Weiss is a Freemason, and that O.J. Simpson was a fake trial. If you didn't know that, totally fake. In fact, everything that you see on the news is fake. RV says if it's on the news, it's fake. So January 6th was all fake because it was on the news. When they say gas prices are going up, it's fake. They're not actually going up. That's on the news. They're actually going down. They just say that because it's fun. All righty. We're out of here. As soon as we're done with these. Okay, Mr. Gustafson says, keep the good work. Thank you for the $106. We got Gene Bean. Is that the same as human being? No. Would you believe in the moon landings if the Van Allen belt didn't exist? Huh. It'd be a lot easier to believe just because I guess I don't understand how the film could have made it back. People say they went through some hole in it. I don't know any evidence of that. Alan Bean pretended like he didn't even know what it was. It's like, well, no, we didn't go through that when I went. They're like, no, you went right through it. But then we went right through it. Okay, well, that's fine. But people have done studies about the amount of radiation, and it is a lot. I don't know if it's enough to kill you, but it should have affected things like film. Who knows? But good question. It's hard to say because it does exist, right? Will you debate Witsit if it comes up? I've always said I will not back down from any debate. But I think, I think we've already kind of got one planned. It'll be at the next summit. So now you're a globe earther. How do you plan to debunk Jay Tolan's experiment? Jay Tolan doesn't believe in the flat earth. So have Jay Tolan debunk his experiment. How are you going to prove gravity? Why do I have to prove gravity? What are you talking about? And how are you going to bend water on a ball? I just told you. I just got done showing you how water finds its level everywhere on the earth, which is the shape of a ball. So that's not hard. You give me a hard one. As far as proving gravity, once the earth is a sphere, is there anything to prove? What do you mean? Things go down towards the center of the earth. There's nothing to prove there. If the earth isn't flat, we don't need an alternative reason for gravity. And don't ask me what gravity is. Scientists don't know what gravity is. Scientists don't know. Okay, it's just a function or a force, if you will, or it's not a force, if you want to believe in Einstein and curvy spacetime. And who knows? That could be the case as well. I don't believe in that, but I don't need to. Here's the thing. When I was a flat earther, it was because I thought we were being lied to about the shape of the earth. And the earth being what seemed to be flat, I started teaching that. And then, because you're teaching against the globe earth, you have to learn about the globe. You have to learn about physics and things like that. So once you realize that the South isn't a lie, which means you're not being lied to, then nothing else matters. It just doesn't matter. The only thing I feel bad for is the people still stuck in flat earth. That I feel bad for. Because I feel like I got them there by my faulty thinking and saying things like, oh, we're moving 1,000 miles per hour and we're flying this fast through space. Because that seems absurd. Right? But just because something seems absurd, it doesn't mean that it's not true. It just doesn't. Now, for me, I don't care whether we're spinning or not. It doesn't matter to me. Maybe that's my belief in a creator. I believe that this is a created place. I do not think this is accidental. I don't think we're just little blips in the night. I do think this is a created testing ground for humans to see which ones are better people and which ones are not. That's my personal opinion. And so I choose to live my life in a certain way. I was not that great before the age of 31. And so I have a lot to make up with. And I think that's what our goal is on life. Our goal on earth is to make amends for the mistakes you made in the past. And ultimately, you might ask, well, who judges me? God? No, I think you judge yourself. I think you are God. So as weird as that sounds, we are all a piece of the infinite, and you are the only one that knows your life and whether or not you did well enough here. And it's not something you can lie to yourself about. You're not going to die and then face yourself and be like, oh, now trick myself and tell. No, you are going to know exactly whether you lived a good life or whether you were a piece of shit. And I think that you'll learn at that point that you probably should have been a good person. And if you weren't, then that you are going to sentence yourself to something, whether that's eternal sleep, whether that's some sort of punishment. I don't know the afterlife. Nobody does. And if there's nothing there, so be it. Who cares? I will never notice that. So I think it's better to have the belief I have, which drives me to be a good person, teaches my son to be a good person, teaches my son to treat every other human being as if they are God, because they are. And there is no external God that I can pray to or that people can pray to because it's a free will world. So you can't pray to God to Please let me get a date with so-and-so. Well, God can't adjust that person's or affect that person's free will. Why would you be asking God to interject into a free will world? God is nowhere. He's not watching us. In fact, the idea of God knowing the future is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If God knew the future, God would not exist. If you know the future, why the fuck would you exist? Do you understand? The existence is the not knowing the future. If you know the future, there's no reason to exist. In fact, it would be the most aggravating bullshit existence of all time. That's hell. If you knew everything that happened from here to the end of time and you were living it, that's hell. So God does not know the future. In fact, in order for God to not know the future, he needed two things. Two people with free will. Done. He doesn't know anymore. It's impossible for him to know because he's granted two beings free will. If two beings have free will, guess what? The creator of those beings has no fucking idea what they're going to do. Because they, why? Have free will. It's a free will world. So there is no God here. You can pray to yourself for strength. You can pray to God for strength if you want. I mean, that's you. You're going to be the one that needs to be stronger tomorrow to do your job interview or whatever. But there's certainly no external. And this is why all religions point out there. God's over there. God's in the sky. God's got to be prayed towards the mosque over there. Pray down here to the altar. Do this, do that. Everything's pushing you away from right here. God is inside you. The voice that tells you right from wrong. Don't get me wrong. You can fuck that voice and say F you over and over again to the point where that voice doesn't even show up anymore. You murder one person, you feel terrible, you can't sleep, you throw up. Kill another person, and it's not as bad. Kill three people, all of a sudden this is getting to be fun. Yeah, you've removed your conscience. Now you are operating under a different system, and that's how I think life is. And everything that man has done has perverted that understanding. So they've introduced religion. They've introduced a book that they say God wrote, and then they know that God is you, so they say, well, God inspired it. Right. Just like when I write in my book here, I could say God inspired it. It doesn't mean give this book to other people and tell them that it's from God, because it's from me, not God. And people want to say, oh, Jaron, you think you're God now? Nope. God is in each person. I am in one person and another in a couple hours, or it should have been 20 minutes ago. But I'm not in other people. So I'm not claiming to be God. God is infinite people. I am myself a piece of God, just like a drop from the ocean. I'm that little drop. And when you die, you might just go back to the ocean. You might just go back to the sea of souls that God uses to live life. He lives through all of us. Every death, every birth, every rape, every salvation, every burning from us or saving from a burning house is all God experiencing things in time. Because I do believe that there might be something that we can, again, I can't understand what outside of time would mean, but you can't have something happen to you outside of time because somebody could say, when did it happen? Well, we don't know. Fucking know. Where did it happen? Well, there's no place. There's no time. So if God wanted to exist in a world of time, he would have to create a world like the earth that exists in time. Now things can happen because we know where it's happening. Then when you create time, now we know when something happened. When you create souls, now you know who something happened to. And the what's. And then God just let it go. It's a test. It's a project. It's a who knows what it is. But people have learned to let evil rule the world in several ways. Number one, they wrote a book that tells people to be like Jesus, be complacent, be meek. The meek inherit the earth. They do not inherit the earth. That's dumb. The meek will not inherit the earth. The filthy, rich, and disgusting will inherit the earth if the meek just let them. So there's a group of people here that cares more about power and control and enslavement and being rich and money. So they wrote in the book things that keep people away from that. Oh, you can't get into heaven if you are rich. So what do the Christians do? They let the evil people take all the money. And they sit back and they wait for Jesus. There's so many people in this world that let evil happen every day. You know why? Because they think Jesus is coming to save them. Do you think that's an effective policy or an effective strategy by the elite in the world, by the controllers, you call them what you want, by those who have higher aspirations for control, money, power, influence? Those people have learned to take those positions, and they count on, this is why churches don't pay any taxes. The United States government will tax you for any fucking thing in the world. They will find a reason to tax you. But you're a church, hands off. Hands off. Why? Because the church creates the exact people that the government needs to operate. It's all a big scam. It's all a big club, and you're not in on it. And neither am I. But I don't think we need to be. And I think we can still be good people, and we can stop evil when we see it, and we can stop hatred, and we can stop all this crap. And it's all meant to put us against each other. Flat Earth versus Globe Earth is meant to put us against each other. When I got in, I thought that there would be some sort of connectedness, some sort of community to where how it should have been. This is why I respected Will Duffy. Will Duffy showed up and said, hey, why aren't we doing things together? Why don't we come up with something that you agree on and you agree on, come together and do the experiment? And it's because neither side is willing to admit that they might be wrong. So they just say, no, I'm not doing that. But I had the balls to say, no, if I'm wrong, then we will see the sun circle my head. So I went down there and saw the sun circle my head. So therefore, I'm wrong. It's not that hard. I'll get over it. And I feel closer to the truth now. But anyway, it's kind of a deist position. I don't think God interjects in life. And you might say, well, I don't believe in God. God's fake and all this stuff. Okay, you can believe that all you want. I do not think, looking around, that there's any reason to ever believe that all of this could happen. The water cycle, the water condensation, evaporation, all the cycles that go on the earth, the way that we live, the way that our bodies work. To me, it is, and I don't want to say it's the best design, because that's not really the point, is man has injured itself along the way as well, right? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like if we poison the flowers, well then, yeah, our bodies are going to be less than optimum because we've poisoned them. And that's kind of what's happened with radio waves, with plastics, with everything. It's all been damaging. Now some people can get through it and we'll evolve past it and we'll become, what do you call it? If you're impervious to it. But some people will not have that happen, and some people will not make it. So that's how I live life. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. It doesn't affect I'm not a worse person in life because I'm a better person in life because of it. And that's what I think religion should be for. That's what the channel name was for originally. Jeranism is my religion because I don't want to listen to other people tell me how to live, or because that's how I grew up. I grew up getting shoved a Bible or a Catholic missal and saying this is the truth. And I used to be an excellent kid, and I would ask Jesus into my heart, and I would try and do right for Jesus or God, and I never saw anything at all. Never saw anything. And so I asked priests, excuse me, when do you talk to Jesus? When does he come to you? And they're like, oh, I just feel God in my life. I'm like, well, yeah, I could feel God too, but when did you talk to him? And they're like, oh, we haven't. I'm like, what the fuck? What are these guys giving up their life for? And they are like completely normal people. They would go and shake hands after church and, oh, Mary, hello, yes, Father John. And then they would run into the room, into the rectory to watch the football game after. And I hear cheers with the beers, and they're just drinking in there watching football. So I knew right away, these are not holy men. They are no different than my dad, except for they don't have sex. I mean, besides that, they're not much different. And so I just knew right away that Catholicism wasn't true, and that it's a belief based on man. So I said, no, I'm out. So then I wasn't Catholic anymore. And then I met my wife, and she was a Bible-believing Christian. And so we had a little, hiccup in deciding how we were going to raise our kids or what we were going to raise them. And we decided to pray to God, please give us 1 year to seek you out. And if you're true, we'll come back to you. And we laid in bed and prayed that we got permission. We figured we had permission. And for a year, we began to read the Bible front to back. And before we were even a third of the way through, we were done. We knew that book could not be written by the creator of the earth. It is written by man. It's man's version or man's opinion of God, or even man's, I want to call it fable. But yeah, I mean, it's, again, if you are a country like the Israelites and you're going to be held in captivity and the people need something. They do need something. So they provided for them Jehovah. Here's this God, and we can worship him, and he'll bring us good favors. And then they even say he's on our side. He's going to go help us defeat this army. And the people get really bravado, and they think they're doing it for God. It's actually a good strategy. But at a certain point, because God was making a bunch of threats that he never was coming through with, God would threaten people all the time. Do this, and I'll do this. Do this, and I'll do this. Well, people started realizing we can do that, and God's not doing anything. He's not showing up and doing anything. So then they really quickly realized we need a God on earth. We need a God that people can actually see and touch and think about. The idea of a God in the sky is not working anymore. So they gave him Jesus. Now, again, you can have your own opinion about Jesus, I personally think, in my opinion, Jesus came speaking about the Old Testament God in a bad way, because the Old Testament God is a piece of shit. He kills people for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. He tells you to stone your children when they're intolerant. He tells you when a girl gets raped that the guy has to give the dad 50 shekels and then he gets to marry the girl. Can you imagine if that was our law today? Every dirtball guy would find the best looking chick he could, rape her, and then she becomes his wife. And he has to pay the father 50 shekels. That was God's rule. That's God's rule. So you knew right away, like, this is not, God doesn't make these rules. This is a man's rule. Man's made these things. So once you realize, and God says, twist the head of a turtle dove and twist it in and rip it off. God never said to rip off turtle doves' heads. That's ridiculous. And he never said to drip blood on his altar 7 times. He's not superstitious. That's ridiculous. So it's very easy to see. It's a man book and written by men. And it has some easy signs. It says, slaves, be good to your slave owners, no matter how bad they are to you. Treat them as if they're Jesus Christ. If you think God said that, get out. Get out. All governments are placed there by God. To go against the government is to go against God. If you think God said that, get out. Get out. You are a confused person. Very confused. If you think God sent his son here to die so that the blood may be shed so that your sins would be forgiven through the proxy of his fake son, that he is that son who will sit at his right hand. So it's not even a sacrifice. It's not, sacrifice what? A sacrifice means you give up something that you want for something you don't want. Jesus gave up life on earth to become God. What? He gave up his life on earth to become God. That's the opposite of a sacrifice. What if God came and told me, right, Jaron, if you let them beat you tomorrow, you'll become God. Really? I can't wait for this sacrifice. I'm going to sacrifice. Well, that's not a sacrifice. You didn't do anything. You gave up something you didn't want for something, the ultimate reward. I don't get that. So that's not. So anyway, the whole story is rotten. I couldn't hang with it. Never could. And then my wife got to the same point and we realized it was nonsense. Then we became atheists. And then we were atheists for about 6 months, maybe a little bit longer. And I found a big problem with atheism in that it's another religion. And this was obvious because I was reading about how we prove the age of the earth and through radiometric dating and all this stuff. And I was in a Facebook forum, or remember, I think it was like a Facebook forum. And somebody had said, the post was, the earth is 6,500 years old because of this, this, and this. Prove me wrong. So a bunch of people started showing up and immediately just attacking this person. It was all the atheists showing up to attack this Christian. And they were all saying carbon dating. We know the age of the earth because of carbon dating. So I was about 5th or 6th comment in there. And all I did was stepped in and said, hey guys, it's actually not carbon dating. It's radiocarbon dating. It's the carbon dating only goes back this long. And then I said it. And then they all attacked me, calling me creationist and stupid Christian and Jesus lover. And I was like, whoa, I don't even believe that. What are you talking? Hold on, time out. I was just bringing some new, and they were like getting pissed at me because I didn't side with them when they were wrong. So I was like, fuck this. This is ridiculous. Like, these people don't even know how we know the age of the earth. They're just saying words and they expect this Christian to go away because they're ganging up on him. So I saw a big problem with that and said, okay, so once I saw there was no transitional fossils or no transitional species, I was able to say, okay, I think that atheism is a theory. It's an idea. It certainly seems like it kind of jives. We have animals that seem like they come from each other, but there's no animal before the hippo. There's no animal before the giraffe. They just appear in the fossil record. I get it. Fossils are rare. They're hard to find. So you maybe wouldn't expect to see them. Although we do have Darwin saying, if my theory is true, then we will have millions or something of transitional fossils. And there's just not really any. So to me, I just said, okay, well, I think that is a way of telling the story of creation that would get some people to say that could be, right? Now, is there another one? Not really. I mean, besides a creation event, not really. So how does a creation event work? Well, it's not really scientific. So I really can't go down that road. Because the other day I was talking to somebody and they said that they think that, oh, Jaron, you're going too much towards science and away from God. I'm like, whoa, hold on. I said, you have it all backwards. To me, the creator, God, loves science and hates religion. Because religion is saying who God is, and he's the only God, and my book is right and your book is wrong, and killing people. And science has its issues as well, but at least if you are doing the right thing in science, you are observing, you are making predictions, you are testing, and then you are making conclusions based on that. And if you do that, that is the nature of God. That is what you would do. So if you're adding things like, well, we need to make sure that God isn't real, and we need to, so, we can't have the earth be the center of the universe, so we have to say we're on a raisin bread, whatever, expansion universe, then I have a problem with it, because I don't think you're not supposed to have a preconceived idea like, let's make sure that no God exists, let's make sure we're not the middle of the earth or the middle of the universe. So again, but am I saying we're the middle? No. And here's the thing, it doesn't matter to me. Nothing of that, and I know some people may feel different, nothing of that will change my opinion of there being a creator, because I'm not a Christian. So I don't need God sent Jesus to earth, not any of that. I think this is created, whether it's a trillion miles away or whether everything's close or whatever. I think it's created, and it's even more magnificent than the AE map was. The AE map is simple. It's very man-like, very man-made. Oh, the sun goes here. The globe Earth is like fantastical. It's like just out of this world, kind of insane. But I think that's more in line with a beautiful invention than the idea of exploding Big Bang that becomes dust clouds that then become suns that then explode and become us. Just my opinion. I think that makes more sense. Are we done here? Do we have enough yet? Oh yeah, I will debate. What's it? Hey Dan, 1983 says Mexican dollars 100. So now I read that one. Jimmy G says, I understand being conspirator, but not everyone is lying. Nobody said everyone was lying. Sometimes you need to listen to experts in the subject. Never said I wouldn't listen to experts. Can't be an expert in everything. I totally agree. Totally agree. So that's why Dave McKeegan's going to come and talk. But if you were to, how do I put this? So if you were somebody who just says, I'm going to always listen to experts, whatever the experts say I'm going to agree with, then you are leaving yourself open to be deceived. And if you think this world exists in a way that people will not take advantage of you when you leave them open for deception, you're wrong. In every case, you will be taken advantage of. There'll never be a time when you don't have to lock your front doors at night, because as soon as you stop doing that, then people will break in and then you have to lock your doors. So there'll always be bad people. There'll always be evil. There'll always be wickedness. There'll always be liars. There'll always be deceivers. There'll always be people trying to steal money, steal fame, to steal fortune, whatever. So I agree with you that you do want to take, and especially when you find somebody that you trust, like right now, I trust Dave McKeegan. When he comes out with a video, I can watch it and he never says anything in there that I'm like, that's a lie. He's actually looked into it. He's actually come up with a good answer and presents it. And that's what I want from people, because guess what? At that point, it's up to me to say, he's not saying, believe me. He's not saying you have to do what I say. He's saying, this is the answer that I've come up with. And you're able to listen to him and go, that makes sense. Or, nah, that doesn't make sense. I'm not going to move that into my... But he's non-pushy, not calling anybody names, not being a condescending. And that's the way you should be. So I've obviously got a lot of work to do to be like that. But so I'm excited about the moon landing, because either I'm going to show him some things that he's going to say, oh, I can't explain that. That doesn't make sense. I mean, one of the things, just I'll show you this. Shoot, I think it's on the other computer. But I just want to show you something funny. If we go to... hopefully I can find the picture. It's Apollo 15, Mons something. What the hell is that mountain name? Mons. Can they show me the picture? Show me the picture. Let me check. This one. Yeah. This one? Okay. So I'm going to show you this picture. Is this it? This one. You can't see the whole thing. What is it called? Mons Hadley. Mons Hadley. We're going to show you something funny. And you just tell me if this is a little strange. Okay, here's a good one. Okay. So this is... Yeah. Just open it for these people. All right, what's looking on the screen? Can you see anything? Okay, I want you to look at this picture. Okay. Come on. What the hell's going on? Ooh, way down. There we go. Okay, so this picture here. Let me show you something. Now, you know how tall the Burj Khalifa is? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller. Khalifa. Oh, I told my wife 9:30. Burj Khalifa. There we go. We got this one. It is quite tall. It is, save image as. Oh, I hate the WebP files. I'm not doing that one. Do a different one. This one. File, save image as. Don't be WebP. Okay, good. JPEG. All right. So that building is height, H-E-I-G-H-T, of Burj Khalifa. No, not that. I think it's, I don't know, 2,400. It's a guess. Height of Burj Khalifa is 20. No. Don't talk to me in meters. Come on. It's time for that shit. Meters. What a joke. Can we do things in feet? Nope, we can't. Not. All right, so it's 800 meters. That's like 3 feet, right? 3 feet per meter, 1,600, 2,400. Oh, I was close. Okay, so 2,400 feet. Okay, so that picture we're looking at there. Actually, let me show you over here. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to place the Burj Khalifa next to that mountain that is right there. You can see it. It's very close, so it looks, at least. Granted, somebody could say, well, that's not close, it's very far. Okay, I'm just saying that it looks close, and people would say, but Jaron, the mountain in Antarctica looked the same. Yeah, the mountain was 2 kilometers away from us and 2,500 feet tall. That's it. So, okay, that makes sense. It was very close, actually. It's only 2 kilometers away, and it's 2,500 feet tall. It's not very tall, even though it looked extremely tall when you're there, right? Okay, so the Burj Khalifa is, let me show you here. We're going to grab it. What do we say? 2,400 feet. Let's go here and this one. Okay, so let's shrink this down. So 2,400 and 13.5. 2,400 and 12.5 would be 5 times 12.5. 4 times to get to 10, 12, 5 times. So it's 5 Burj Khalifas. Okay, so we got to go about there-ish. Let me see here. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. And there is about 1, 2, 3, 4. So I gotta go even smaller. Okay. Okay, so now this is what the Burj Khalifa would look like on, oh shoot, this back here. Okay, so now we're going to zoom in here and show you that this is about approximately, this would be the Burj Khalifa from where these people are. See this little tiny thing? That's the Burj Khalifa sitting at the bottom of Mons Hadley, which is 13,500 feet tall. Okay? You can believe that if you want. Sorry. You cannot see details on the top of this mountain if this is the Burj Khalifa. Sorry. You can pretend all you want. Dave McKeegan can tell me all he wants that that's how things would look on the moon or whatever. Go ahead. Go ahead. That mountain is not 13,500 feet tall. And it's not 8 miles away. Just very strange that that would be the case. Look at this little building. This is the tallest building in the world. Off in the distance from these moon landing guys are just like, oh, that's a Burj Khalifa over there. Really? And that mountain behind it is 5 times as big. It's right there. Yeah. In fact, I believe from the bottom of the mountain to the top is like 6 miles in distance, I believe. I don't know. There's a lot of, if you want to have some fun, there's so many problems with, you know what? I closed it again, didn't I? Unbelievable. I probably opened, I bet there's a record for how many times somebody's opened Google Earth in a live stream. I won the record today. What do I get? Get an award? It's impressive. At least 8 times I've opened this today. But I just want to show you where you can have some fun and start. This is where I think the best debunking stuff is, because again, I realized that the topographical maps of the moon came out in 72. So again, isn't it creative that all the distances and the heights of mountains came out after all the moon landings? So if they made any mistakes with any of the traveling footage, they could just adjust the size of mountains and then they'd be fine. However, some of them, like Mount Hadley, came out to be 13,150 feet tall, when that's insane. They're right next to it. And the mountain doesn't look big at all. Now you might say, Jaron, just because it looks, I agree. So now Dave can show me how we could probably do something. I believe what you can do is you can take a known distance, which we should be able to figure out. The car went from here to here. So if we take an angle from one car, then drive a certain distance and take an angle from another car, that angle will either be to the mountain at infinity or it will be to the backdrop that is the mountain. Okay, now I don't really know how to do all that. That's why Dave's coming into play, because I can say, Dave, if we know the location of 2 cameras, can't we draw a triangle to an object? Get an angle, draw a triangle, and figure out if the triangle ends at a backdrop or at a infinity in distance, at which point you could say, oh, that mountain is really far away. Oh, that mountain is really tall, or whatever. Okay, so what I was going to show you is if you go here, go to moon. Oops, I hit it. And then go to, just type in up here, Apollo 15, which I still think is the one that has an issue. Okay, so this is Apollo 15, and this is where they were when they took pictures of that mountain right about here. So these are photographs. Come on, I didn't want to do that. There. So you can see here, this is that location. We're going to get down there. Okay, so this mountain here, 13,500 feet tall. The Burj Khalifa would be 1/5 of that. I'd be like this hand. The Burj Khalifa, the biggest mountain in the world. I mean, the biggest building in the world. Okay. Also, it's funny that these guys all tell me, oh, Jaron, there wouldn't be any parallax. However, if we just move a little bit, oh, we're in the picture. Sorry. Okay, they say there would be no parallax because of the distances or something, but if we just start moving, remember this mountain we said doesn't come out? But watch, if I start moving, you'll start noticing that the mountain does come out. See it? There it is. Look, it's appearing. It's coming out. But they said that you would never see the mountain move. It's too, well, we just saw it move. It moved. So when they drive from location A to location B, then this should reveal itself. However, take a screenshot. Oh, you can't fucking see. There. Take a screenshot of this mountain, and it never changes in the moon landing footage. It's identical. This backdrop is identical. And this is, anyway, it's a bullshit anyway, because if we take a measurement to there, okay, watch this mountain. This mountain is ridiculously far behind there. Okay. And just these distances are so strange. So this distance is, where did the thing go? That's 25 miles that we just drew. And from the top of it is, hey, where's the, hold on, I can't see the elevation. There we go. So the top of this mountain is negative 3,000 feet. This is negative 4,000 feet. So that's 1,000 feet of elevation change, 5,000 feet. And just the numbers are so off, and I'm sure they do this. Well, again, I'm not sure about that, but it's so strange because if you look here, watch how confusing this gets. So right here is negative 6,000 feet. It's negative 6,000 feet to sea level, I guess, whatever the fucking moon sea level is, but 6,000 feet negative. And then if you go to this mountain here, this is at 6,000. Oops, come on. 6,000 positive. Right. So it's 13,000. Look at it. It's 7,000 positive. That was weird. Why did it go to negative right there? What the hell? That can't be right. I mean, that's ridiculous. What? When I just went to the other side of this mountain, it goes to negative. Watch. Wait, where was that? Oh, right here. It was into negative for some reason. Okay, now I'll see it now. Oh, wait, there it was. Where does it keep showing negative? Oh, it's on the ground. That's why. Sorry. So over there is negative 63. I thought I was doing it on here. So anyway, that's 67. That's 7,000 feet. So just people need to think about that. That's not very far. It's only 12 miles away. So 12 miles away, and there's a 14,000 foot elevation change. And yet there is no elevation change from here to here. This right here is, I believe, this is negative 6,000. Wait, so this is negative 6,100, negative 64. So that actually goes down. So this goes downhill and then ramps up here 13,000 feet. And that's crazy to me. That's Mauna Loa. That's the tallest mountain basically above, well, no, Mauna Loa is, I think it's 13,000 above sea level. Something like that. But anyway, Mount Shasta is 13,000 feet about. So I do think that there are things to find here because I do believe that they came out with the topographical maps after. So that's what I'm kind of challenging Dave on, some of these things. I still have problems with the parallax of the moon rovers. If you are on these tracks that these guys are driving, where's the tracks? I lost them. They're there. If you're on these tracks, these guys are driving and they sometimes turn to the side. Okay. And these mountains over here don't ever display any parallax when they're driving. These rocks never pass. They look like they're a backdrop. They never change. So, but I'm not good at distances. I'm not good at saying how much parallax there should be. That's where Dave could probably come up with that. So I want to give him some and see if he has to say, no, it's easily solvable like this. Or if he says, no, that's weird. We should see parallax. Let me go find out why. Because I even think that this, well, I guess it's not telling of anything, but isn't it funny how they put all these pictures into a studio? Like, watch. I just always thought it was funny. I mean, I've known this for a long time, but come on. Why do they always bring this tool? I don't want to use it. Thank you. Just give me the pictures. Just give me the picture. Want to get this one? Hi, come on. The picture, the camera, that one. Yeah. So when you go down here, like it puts you in a studio. So weird. I know it's a panoramic, but still, it's like, why do you have the lattice on the walls and stuff? Watch like this. Why was I all of a sudden put in a studio with like a backdrop and like that's just funny. Oh, thank you for my round studio that I'm in. And again, I mean, all these pictures, you come here and have fun. It's just Google Earth Pro, and you can see that these are because all the pictures when you click on are real pictures. So they say. So go to one of these, click on it, and then this is a real picture. And to me, I mean, again, yeah, the moon is going to be very different than what you're used to. But a lot of these pictures just seem, I mean, these lights on the ceiling are weird. Very bright, where in the video footage, it looks like it's super dark a lot. I mean, what's going on back here? I mean, that's supposed to be a mountain disappearing into the night sky. What's going on here? This is atmosphere. This is washed out. Look at this. What is this? Aliens? I mean, it's just like, it's really, look at this. You're telling me that's supposed to be a photograph. You're telling me that's not washed out by somebody. Somebody didn't paint over this. Sorry. I disagree. I think that this is all clear signs of things that have taken place over the last 50 years. They've cleaned this up. It's their big baby. It's their big baby. So what is going on here? I don't know what's going on with that lattice thing. Come on. You monkey. All right. So anyway, this is the pairing of the two pictures. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of questions. I want to ask Dave about all this dirt on their suit. There shouldn't be a way that dirt sits on the suit. There's no water. So it should just fall off, I would think. I mean, this dish right here is supposedly sending and receiving radio signals to the Earth with enough to transmit video and voice in real time. I don't know. To me, that just seems like I don't know. How do you receive? How do you make sure you're always aimed at the right spot? And then their whole excuse about, oh, we had a cameraman who was remote at NASA. There's tons of evidence that that's just impossible. They literally move the camera perfectly in time with the guys, but there should be quite a bit of a delay, at least 2 seconds. But there's sometimes where when that thing takes off on, I don't know if it's Apollo 15 or 16, but one of those where it takes off, they don't even say a word. There's no word spoken, and the craft just takes off, and the camera follows it right up. Like, we're on, guys. A good launch, guys. But nobody said anything. They just went. No countdown. No nothing. So I've got all those kind of things that I'm showing Dave, and I think it'll bring up some interesting things. I'm sure that a couple of them will be easily dismissed or easily answered, which is good. That's the point of it. That's the point. Of course, I have the issues with this metal car driving over boulders like it's nothing, and their voice inflections and things like that. But yeah, any of these pictures all exist in these little fun frames. Let's go to that one. These little studios. These little panoramas. But they all have interesting points when you get out far and distances. Again, look at the surface details. This is a 13,500 foot tall mountain from where we are. 13,000 feet. But we can see things right here. But if the Burj Khalifa was 1/5 of that height down here, think of the details you would see on the Burj. You wouldn't see anything. It'd be way too far and way too tiny. So that means all this is that. I mean, it's just weird. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. There's also many pictures that I found of like sideways holes in things. Hard to explain. Like there'll be like a rock standing up and then there's holes in it sideways, as if meteors came in and hit it sideways or something. I'd have to find those ones. I've got them saved on my outdoor computer. It's a good little crater. But again, I don't even have an idea of what I think happened anymore, other than it's done in a lot of different ways. That's all I can. Or they really were there, and this is just what the moon looks like, and it's very strange, and things with no atmosphere look closer than things here on Earth. And so that is a mountain that's almost 3 miles high that just looks, again, this mountain looks pretty tall from here. Oops, so were we just on this exact picture? I think so. Let's find something better. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to it because I do think that there's questions that are okay to be asked. Oops. Give me the camera. Or should be asked. Didn't we just on this one? And I think it's okay to ask, as much as science people think it's not, and you must, be happy with whatever we're told to do. But I just, what is that? Very peculiar. Oh, I wonder if this is what I saw, those holes in that side thing. Kind of look like that. Somebody spilled some coffee. These light things are weird, don't you think? I mean, I guess I've seen that with the sun, though, as well. I would like to know, like, how far are these hills back here? So there's lots to look at. I think that was what I saw. If I went back and found that picture, it looks like those kind of holes. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know. So this mountain... Oh, what's going on here? Oh, that's more spill? I guess that's spill. But like this here, this fading out, I mean, this is not real. It's just not what would be seen. I don't get why it would be like that. I mean, this is just not what you would expect to see. What is causing this into nothingness? Again, maybe somebody's taken pictures in a vacuum of what we should expect. I get that it would be more crisp, but not more blurry. Like these lines here, I mean, that's just, I don't know. That looks like to me somebody went with a soft brush over the horizon like this. Soft brush, soft brush, soft brush, soft brush, right? That's what it looks like. Over all of it. What is this? Am I tripping? How does that look like something? Can we save those images? I don't know. No. Do you have to fly to this side of this image? No, I wanted the picture. Anyway, all right, we're out of here. No more super chats. All right, thanks, guys. Much love to everybody. I am going to go enjoy my wife on a Friday. Oh, a tombstone right there. It says R.A.P. Flat Earth. Oh, this is what I was talking about. No, that's not even spill. Like, what the hell's going on here? What is this? These are rocks or protrusions. Why does it look like rocks or like holes sideways? That does not look right to me. I've never seen that before on Earth. Just a rock with holes in the side of it like this. Who put them there? How'd they get there? So over here, it's just kind of, again, this whole area just looks funny to me. One little crater there. I mean, how big is that? You could probably do the math on it. It's probably huge. I mean, like the size of this is enormous because this has to be 13,000 feet to the base. What did they do here? They erased a reticule. So that's clear image manipulation. I'm not saying it has anything to do with anything, but it's clearly edited Or else you'd have the whole, what is that called, a reticule? I mean, very clear, looks like separation there, but. And so my general thesis is that about right here is a screen. You can see the bottom of it. Oh, you can't see the bottom of it. I lied. Move you over here a little bit. No, a little up here. So, like about where the bottom of this square is, you can see that this is where the actual surface would run out, and this is where a screen begins. And this is why when you're driving, these things show parallax immediately. You can tell that they're real, but nothing on this sheet does anything. This mountain is painted on a sheet. This mountain is painted on a sheet. So you can tour around here and do whatever you want in the moon, and it looks like you're on the moonscape. But if we then take a location, like we know how far this is from this, and we both take an angle to the top of this mountain, it'll either be at infinity or it will end strikingly early when they cross, and that's because this is a sheet. It's because it's a backdrop. So that's my thesis. Why do I say that? Because I don't see any parallax on the far away. Now again, you could say, well, there's no parallax at that distance. Okay, that's probably where they came up with the distances. But the distances will have to be, again, if it's perfect, it's hard to say they could do that and it not be true. I don't really know what even's going on there. Wait, this is a rock shadow? I don't know. Okay. Maybe it's like this one. Yeah, it could be like that one. Maybe change the color a little bit. So that's my whole contention. I don't know what they spilled on these. Somebody needs to be a little more careful with moon landing stuff. Looks like they're just dropping. Isn't there like a whole story about orange juice? There's a whole story about Apollo 15 anyway. You know, like one of the astronauts was like, what was it? It was some scandal with stamps. Didn't like one of the astronauts get in trouble because he sold stamps or something? Am I tripping? Maybe I'd heard a different story than that. I think that's what it is. Let me just look up real quick. So we do Apollo 15 scandal stamps. Postal covers incident. I believe one guy got in trouble or something. June 1972, a scandal involving the crew of NASA's Apollo 15 became publicly known. The crew, David Scott, Alfred Worden, and James Irwin, carried about 400 unauthorized postal cover, stamped and postmarked envelopes into space to the moon's surface on the lunar module Falcon. Some of the envelopes were sold at high prices by West German stamp dealer Hermann Seeger and are known as Seeger covers. Scott, Worden, and Irwin all agreed to take payments for carrying the covers. Although they returned the money, they were reprimanded by NASA. Amid much press coverage of the incident, the astronauts were called before a closed session of the Senate committee and never flew in space again. They got busted. The three astronauts and an acquaintance, Horst Ehrman, Jew, had agreed to have the covers made and taken into space. Each astronaut was to receive about $7,000, equivalent to $52,000 in today's money. Scott arranged to have the covers postmarked on the morning of Apollo 15, launch at July 26th. They were packaged for... Wait, hold on. Scott arranged to have the covers postmarked on the morning of the Apollo 15 launch on July 26, 1971. They were packaged for space and brought to him as he prepared for liftoff. He brought them aboard in a pocket of his spacesuit. What? They were not included on the list of personal items he was taking into space. The covers spent July 30th to August 2nd on the moon inside the Falcon. On the August 7th, the date of splashdown, the covers were postmarked again on the recovery carrier. What? 100 were sent to Ehrman and passed on to Seeger. The remaining covers were divided among the astronauts. Worden had agreed to carry 144 additional covers, largely for an acquaintance, F. Herrick. Nice name. These had been approved for space travel. Apollo 15 carried a total of about 641 covers. In late 1971, NASA learned that Herrick covers were being sold. The astronaut supervisor, Deke Slayton, warned Worden to avoid further commercialization of what he had been allowed to take into space. After Slayton heard of Seeger's arrangement, he removed the three as backup to Apollo 17. Though the astronauts had by then returned compensation from Seeger, The Seeger matter became generally known in the newspapers in June of 72. There was widespread coverage with the astronauts portrayed negatively for their actions. Anyway, by 1977, all astronauts had left NASA. In February 83, Worden sued, alleging the government's 1972 seizure of his 298 envelopes without a hearing had violated his constitutional rights. The Department of Justice concluded it had no grounds for fighting the suit, and the government returned all the covers in an out-of-state settlement in July 2014. One of the postal covers given to Seeger sold for $50,000. And he has 298 of them? I don't know about this story much. Don't know it. I'm sure people that were around remember. I was not too born yet. I was not too born. All right, I got to go. My wife's going to be pissed. I told her 9:30 instead of 10. Much love to everybody. I will see you soon. What do we have? I can check my calendar. It's right here. A reminder, don't put your phone in your pocket. It is not a good place for it. Tomorrow's the 26th. We have a WWF interview. We have a Douglas Farewell he's the author. He's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and then we've got Scoundrel on Sunday at 3 p.m. So, some WWF interviews to check out. Please do that. And I remind you, as always, to do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can, you should, and all that fun stuff. And what do I play on the way out here? I want to play that opening song one more time because I love it. And I love the dancing. And, yeah, you have to decide which one's your favorite. I love it. I think it's a great song. I really like AI songs. I think mostly because you don't have to worry about an artist. Like, you can, I just keep sending it through and I don't like it and I'm going to do it again. Do it again. And then sometimes it comes out great. I'll change a couple of the words, readjust it, and then I like the final product. So I do like this song. I do enjoy it. I think it's very dance-worthy, rock-worthy. Talk to you guys soon. Much love. This has been Jeranism. Until next time. Peace.
Get hype, get up, time to learn something new. Always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in. Truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now we back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5 ever, I'm to 1. Go, 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 go.
Oh, that girl's badass.
The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. From the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
Thank you.